All right. All right. Time to start the stream. All right. What's going on, guys? All right. It is Wednesday. So this is day 5 of this effort to swap this inline 5 into my 1981 Ford Fairmont Station Wagon. Now, if you guys haven't been following this build, this is my 81 Ford Fairmont Station Wagon. We picked up the thing around 6 years ago, and we originally built the car for drag week. Good morning. Good morning. We out here. How's it going, guys? So, we originally built this car for drag week. We built it for the street race small block power outer class, and unfortunately didn't do too well in that class with the car. It had a twin turbo LS. We pulled that out, put a Vortec 4200 in with a turbo. Car went 8, which was my goal with the 6-liter LS that was in the car. But we did get it with the 6-cylinder, so gotta celebrate the wins there. But recently we started another project, my red 1995 Camaro that we were doing an all-out Atlas 4200 build with. And the goal with that car is to do sort of a close to maximum effort build. And for me, if I'm going to go to participate on a drag and drive, the car will be a drag and drive car. I'm going to take the Camaro, I'm not going to take this. So in order to breathe some new life into this project, we decided let's also make some room for ourselves by increasing, by decreasing the engine by 1 cylinder. My goodness, I'm just getting worse by the week, huh? So we decided, this car became kind of hard to work on with the inline 6 that was in the car. And we decided let's shorten the engine up a little bit and breathe some new life into the project. And so we are doing an Atlas 5-cylinder swap. So you guys who have been on the channel for a while, you know that we are big time Atlas 4200 or Vortec 4200. The whole Atlas series, we've done quite a few videos on those engines. And we've made crazy horsepower. We've made over 1,000 wheel horsepower with the 6-cylinder version of this engine. And, this car, it went 8 on, I believe it was only 600 wheel horsepower worth of, horsepower from the 6-cylinder. We should lose a little bit of weight with this one. So we should be able to still go pretty fast with this engine. My goal is 600 wheel horsepower with this engine because we are trying to emulate the Audi 5-cylinder rally program. And the most amount of horsepower that they were ever able to get was 600 horsepower. So I'm going to transfer over to the hand camera, and we are going to get you guys in close here and kind of go over what we've done this week so far. So let's do it. Let's do it. Good afternoon from the UK. The Ford Fairmont 5 does make for a nice theme. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So today, I guess I should preview for today. Today we are going to be building the engine. So we're going to be putting some forged rods and pistons into a 3500 block. We actually need the block out of the car that is in it currently. So we will have to pull that all apart. But before I do that, I wanted to get you guys in here and show you what we have gotten done throughout this week. The Audi had all kinds of restrictions, so 600 without those restrictions shouldn't be hard. There you go. Alright, so let's get you guys in over here. So on day 1, we pulled the Vortec 4200 out of the car. This is the 4200 that was in the car. previously. The thing performed fairly decently. To be honest, it was a little weak for our normal 4200 stuff. But, you know, Ford drives and pistons, Snyder cams, you know, the usual mods to that one. It does have the faster prom head, but we've decided it's time to give one of these 5 cylinders a shot. So on day one, we pulled that out and we started to mock the 5 cylinder up in the engine bay. We built some engine mounts. And then on day 2, we started to work on the turbo manifold. You can see it in all of its fanciness right here. We had to do quite a bit of pie cuts, and the thing still isn't done. I was not able to get any more work done on it, but tonight I'm going to try to get that thing the rest of the way wrapped up. And that ended up taking 2 complete days. It took 1 full day of streaming, which granted I'm not working at maximum efficiency when I'm streaming. You know, not trying to make you guys feel guilty or anything. Just, you know, making excuses, you know. So it took almost 1 full day just to do this, and another full day just to do that. And then because I was able to do this one without pie cuts, this one took about like an hour or so. Just to give you guys an idea of how much time pie cuts take. So that was day 2 and 3. Day 4, which was yesterday, we built this masterpiece right here. And it's still not done, but this is what is called a dual plenum style intake. And I would recommend that if you want to know more information about that more immediately, you could go watch yesterday's stream. But I will be doing a summary video of all the stuff that we've been doing on this car at the end of the week. It'll probably come out the following week, and we'll go through everything that we've done here. I'll go into a lot of detail on exactly how this dual plenum intake works. I'll give you a brief summary. Basically, it is you know, using Bernoulli's principle of a tapered cone, and making it so that the cylinder to cylinder distribution of air is far superior to what you would see on a standard forward facing or any intake manifold for that matter. So we still have to weld our nice MW steel. Once again, thanks to those guys for the plenum kit. Really nice stuff. Go support those guys. Still got to weld our manifold vacuum port block onto the intake manifold, but we are chugging along. So yeah, things we have to do yet is we have to build the engine, which we're going to do today. We have to build a new wiring harness, which hopefully we're going to be doing tomorrow and Friday. I'm hoping that's enough time to get that done. I mean, if we're really able to work efficiently, you know, we might be able to get it done sooner. I'm not going to hold my breath. Wiring always takes forever. But hopefully I'm able to get a lot of this stuff here done off stream. And then the goal is to be moving towards first fire on Saturday, and hopefully on Sunday we have our first fire up of this 5 cylinder in this Ford Fairmont. 5 cylinder Ford Fairmont. So, I guess the first thing, is there anything that anybody wants to see more in details? Yeah, hit the like button. Come on, guys. Faster Proms. That's the name I haven't heard in quite a while. Yep. Yeah, it's, in fact, the cylinder head here. This was the last head that LS George ever ported for Jeremy over at Faster Proms. Yeah, he literally was like porting that on his way out of the door. So, yeah. Calvin, have you ever thought about doing a pre-turbo throttle? I haven't. I see that Rob Dahm is experimenting with stuff like that because of his, you know, he purchased that whole IndyCar program, the Cosworth engine program, and they have those pre-turbo vanes. It would definitely be interesting. I know my somebody that I know that is a compressor engineer expressed that it would be uh, definitely advantageous. So I'm not sure exactly the science there. I haven't really looked into it a ton. Cam choice, have you got a custom cam or is the power hike all boost? Yeah, it's going to be stock cams. I've talked about that a few times during this week, that we are going to try to keep the RPMs somewhat reasonable on this engine. You know, it is a 5-cylinder, so it's going to have some inherent vibration issues. So I think if we push the RPM level to too high of a level, we may cause issues there. So the goal is, you know, I want to rev it to like 7,000, 7,500-ish, but we'll see how that goes. I got a chuckle on one of your videos. You were talking about reliability and that some people had been critical. Okay. Maybe I missed a previous comment. Entry trading for that. Okay. He's responding to somebody else. I'm an EcoBoost guy. There's no way that this thing is as fragile as that. Okay. I don't know much about them, so I know the 4-cylinders can be a little touchy. Crashed my car 3 or so hours ago. I am fine. Airbags deployed. Understeered uphill into a bank and hit a tree. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's yeah. I hope you I hope everything goes well and you're able to recover from that. That's no fun. Surprised you didn't try the Atlas 3.5. That's what we're doing. Looks like a 632 will fit in there. Yeah, probably. Just means I gotta rebuild again. Hey, that's the attitude you should have. Just keep your chin up. It's a beautiful morning. Yes, it is. Ever thought about an OM 605 or OM 606 diesel? I have. I mean, I know those are starting to become kind of popular. And we're always looking for new things to try. I've never messed with a diesel, so it would definitely be a bit of a learning curve, but you know, there's definitely some merit there. I think the idea is that closed off turbo can spin faster because it is spinning in lower pressure air or something. Yeah, I forget exactly what it was. I'm looking forward to the sound. So am I. I was told the latest generation of Explorers won't fit a 5-liter Coyote. Well, that stinks. That sucks. Alright. Crazy Foot 490. It's a beautiful morning. Alright. Oh, for some reason I thought it was a VW 5-cylinder. No, it is not. Why the 3.5 over the 3.7? I've gotten that question about 15 times this week. The reason is the 3.5 shares the same bore and stroke as a 4200, and we got lots of 4200 parts. So we will be able to take advantage of those parts with the 3.5 and not be able to take the advantage of those parts with the 3.7. So that is why. Have you noticed any quirks with the 5-cylinder compared to the 6? I mean, besides the stupid balance shafts, not really. Not really. Intake looks great, by the way. Thanks. Seen anyone mess with the new GM LV3 V6? I used to have one. I had one a couple years ago, actually. The guy that bought it from me got it running. He put it in a, I think a dirt track car. Yeah, there's a few guys messing with them. I know somebody put one into a Grand National and did a really cool Holly high ram build where they basically took the Holly high ram and narrowed it by, cut a cylinder, bank of, 2 cylinders off of it. Does the 3.5 also have a rear sump oil pan? Yes, it does. That is one of the things that is really, really nice about it, which you're about to see. It actually had 2 different configurations of rear sump pan as well. It had a super deep one for the 4x4 models and a more shallow one for the 2-wheel drive versions, which you're about to see the more shallow version, which we have Atlas Industries. He's working on building us an oil pan, so hopefully we will have that before the end of the week. If not, I will just start the thing on the stock pan. I know he's having a few, minor difficulties with his life situation, so he's doing his best to be able to get us a pan before the end of the week. I'd really like to not have to change the pan and the chassis, but we'll do what we have to do. The intake looks beautiful. Thank you. I am jazzed to see what you do with the VK. So am I. I'm excited to play with the thing. On the engine mounts, you can use stainless steel mesh vibration isolators. That are really cool little pieces. They're significantly better than the poly or rubber in terms of isolation. Okay, I'll have to look into them. I'm excited to see how much horsepower you can make with this. Yeah, should be fun. I beg to differ. I'd say a twin turbo Coyote Explorer is the next F-150. There you go. Having a balance shaft spin at double engine RPM is wild. Yeah, taking a mass that you've inherently designed, 2 masses, well, it's more than 2 masses. Taking multiple masses that you've designed to inherently be imbalanced, because they have to be imbalanced so that they can counteract the crankshaft, and then spinning them at like 13,000 RPM in the factory application. That's crazy. I don't agree with the engineers on that. I realize they probably had to deal with some restrictions on NVH, and it's what it is. All right, Stav Tech on YouTube a few years ago did a Volvo with a pre-throttle turbo. Pre-turbo throttle, the spool was immense in his videos, and it was normal turbo, not special turbo designed for it. Okay, cool. I'll have to check that out. I just picked up a 2001 Audi S4 from online giveaway. Blew the engine on the way home. Trying to think of something cool to swap that will fit. Ugh, sorry about that. That sucks. Hope you get it fixed up. You could put a 3.5 liter in it. Would love to see a 3.6 Pentastar or a Chevy 3.6 build. We might do a 3.6 60-degree V6 someday. We'll see. Wrong socket. So, can you do a little more detail on what things to look out for when choosing a Junkyard Atlas? I mean, I would look for something that has a blown transmission. A lot of times they'll like mark on the windshield, what's wrong with the vehicle. So you can like look at that and go, oh, this one has a blown transmission, so the engine's probably fine. Obviously, the lower miles, the better. We try to, if we're going to go to the trouble of pulling one from a junkyard, we try to get a 07 and later, because they had the better cylinder head and better intake cam, and you know, you can find the 02 to 05 engines on Facebook Marketplace all the time. And you know, frankly, I don't even recommend pulling one from a junkyard. They're so easy to find on Facebook Marketplace with the engine already pulled. And pulling the engine is a total nightmare. So, especially doing it in a junkyard where you don't have access to like maybe the tools that you do when you're at home, it's a lot easier to to pull it when you have access to your full toolbox rather than when you're in a junkyard and you might be in a mud puddle and fight with bolts that are broken or whatever, you know. Okay. Concerned that it will shake itself apart at high RPM with no balance shafts. No. The engine's shaking. The engine's shaking. Even with the balance shafts, it's shaking. And when you delete the balance shafts, guess what? Now you're just able to feel the shaking. The balance shafts, literally, what they do is they make it so you can't feel the shaking. So the engine's shaking. You just can't feel it with the balance shafts. Also, what I've heard is that the vibrations only really are present at low RPM. Once you get off idle, they go away. So other people have deleted the balance shafts. I'm not worried about it. For high horsepower, an old Audi 5-cylinder block from a diesel was used. Then displacement was increased from 2.2 to 2.5, and stronger block, and both blocks were made of steel. Okay, cool. 3.6 tennis star is junk. Okay. I don't know anything about them, so I'm not going to comment. All right. Yeah, the forces on the crank, etc., still there with balance shafts. You just don't feel them. Exactly. Yeah, you're just lying to yourself. Just let it shake. Let it shake. You're just lying to yourself. All right. Get the turbo manifold off. Opinion on which would be better foundation, a GM 4-cylinder, application 2-liter, or it would be 2.8 Atlas, but you know, it depends. As with everything, it depends. You know, the Ecotech has way more aftermarket support, but I don't know. That one's sort of, I don't know. I don't have any experience with the Ecotechs, nor do I have any experience with the 2.9 or 2.8 quite yet. We will at some point. Yeah, I mean, it depends. If you're doing a rear-wheel drive application, I would do the 2800. If you're doing a front-wheel drive, I would do the Ecotech. All right. I got a lot of Trailblazers in my area. Just hesitant to get one since I don't know exactly what to keep an eye on when getting one. Yeah, I mean, if somebody pulled the valve cover off and it's full of rust, then don't buy it. I mean, yeah, just look for the ones that have aluminum valve covers, because that would be the Gen 2 engines. Not that the Gen 1 engines are junk. You can make lots of horsepower with them too. Everybody's always like, I gotta get an 06 and later because it has blah, 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 blah. But you can make lots of power with the early ones too. Is programming Yo, I'm on break at work. Did you already do burnouts? No. Nope. We're about to pull the engine out. I removed the balance shafts on my Toyota 5 SFE build and rev just fine. Could definitely feel it, but it was good. Yep. Is programming this as easy as changing the number of cylinders and timing to get it started since it's close to 4200? It depends what version of the 4200 you have. If you have a early 4200, they have a different crank trigger. All 5 and 4 cylinders came equipped with a 58 tooth crank. So if you have an 08 and later 4200, then yeah, it would be quite simple. Just change the firing order, change the number of cylinders, and route the wires to the appropriate locations. But actually, I'm going to leave this up here. Jack it up. Whatever. Are you going with Schneider cams on the 5-cylinder? No. Going with stock. I meant similar to tire shake, breaking other parts. I have no familiar with this engine, so just questioning. No, I think it'll be fine. We may have to put Loctite in a few bolts. We'll just have to keep an eye on the bolts. See if that's that would be my only concern, is like shaking bolts loose, but I think it'll be fine. Their version of the GM Iron Duke had balance shafts built into the oil pump. They are notorious for the oil pump blowing apart. Okay. That doesn't surprise me. Aylay TV, morning, good morning from Michigan. How's it going? I'm pulling a 5.3 liter L83. Customer dropped it off, not running right. It had a hole in the camshaft. Okay, that's scary. Well, good luck with that. Thought of ITVs on the 5-cylinder ever crossed your mind? I'm not really a big ITB guy. Like, I don't. People always are like, they talk about the intake sound, and I don't. Maybe I don't know what it sounds like. I'd love to hear like a back-to-back comparison, because I just don't. Apparently, it's like a lot of intake noise with them. I don't know. I just don't really see the. It doesn't do it for me, I guess. I don't know. Maybe if I drove a car with one, I'd be like, oh, I get it now. Yeah. Alright, gotta find my chain, because we gotta take this 3.7 block off of the engine stand so that I can make room for the 3.5. Okay, did I miss any? Nope, I don't believe I did. Alright, where is my chain? Okay, where did my chain go? Yeah, you guys get to watch me fumble around and find parts that are missing. Oh, hey guys, found my chain. It's hanging on the engine crane, where maybe it would be easiest to find, Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy talk. All right. Okay. You guys still have the DSM? Yes. We love you here in Kentucky and Ohio, boss. Well, thanks. Appreciate it. And thanks for watching the videos. This bolt is screwed up. I should just throw it away so that it doesn't get used by accident. Here we go. That worked. All right. Carburetor is louder than the muffler on my 75 Honda's Z50A. Whew. Okay, that must be a quiet exhaust then. Howdy from Saginaw. How's it going? I really love the live stuff. I clicked so fast on the Atlas content. I love the Trailblazer since I floored it. Boarding the on-rail. Yeah, I like the Atlases a lot as well. Sorry, got a little distracted. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Atlases as well. They're good engines and they don't get enough credit. Side eye watching while I'm at work. Hey, can't blame you there. But thanks for watching. All right, so let's get this guy off the engine stand so that we can get it ready for the 3.5. Any plans on a 2.9 Atlas? Yes, we have one. Also, my friend has a 2.8 that he wants to give me, but yeah, we'll get there. It's yeah, it'll probably be a land speed effort. I realize you probably wanted me to elaborate there. So it'll probably be a land speed racing effort, just because that falls right below the F-class limit for cubic inch. And, you know, got to keep up with those 2JZ guys. Right. If you guys don't follow RS Garage, you should, because if you like land speed racing content, it's Jay, who used to be the owner of Real Street. He does a lot of really good content over there, and frankly, he does not have enough subscribers, in my opinion. His channel should be way more popular for the quality of video and the information that he puts out. Like, I watch every single one of his videos, and I always learn something. So you should go follow him. He is by far one of my most favorite people in the hot rodding community. Just such a smart guy, and I've met him a few times, and he likes what we're doing with the Atlas. He keeps having funny ideas of doing one someday, so maybe he'll join the community at some point. Okay. All right. Oh, perfect day to come across this video, as it's my B-day. I have two 90s Audi wagons, i5 AAN, waiting to get dropped in. Can't wait to see this. The sound will be legendary. Yeah, that's the hope, and happy birthday. All right. Yeah, it's actually it's my birthday in 2 days. So yeah, we are close to the same birthday. Ever thought about an OM606 diesel Mercedes-Benz engine? It is a diesel 2JZ. Yep, somebody actually just asked about that. Like literally 5 minutes ago, and yeah, I've definitely thought about it. Happy birthday, Pierre. Pierre. All right. Which engine is in the car right now? Is the 6 coming out or the 5 already in? The 5 is already in. I'm taking it back out so that we can put rods and pistons in it and build the engine. I'll buy into the subscription on your BA. Okay, cool. Appreciate all the support, guys. 5-cylinder is already in. Yes, it is. So, we're going to pull the 3.5 out. Don't you just love engine cranes? They just have a mind of their own. It's like, I want to go this way. Oh, I want to go that way. All right, we got there. Uh, 3.5. Yep, pulling the 3.5 out. Ever consider adding G? Adding G. I don't know what that is. Wondering if you would ever dabble with the VR6 platform, 4-cylinder size with 6-cylinder displacement. Yeah, I've thought about it. There's some guys getting some decent horsepower out of them. Okay, ever considering adding air over hydraulic cylinder to your crane? Yeah, I've thought about it, sure, but you know, we have an air over hydraulic cylinder on the tubing bender that we have, but yeah, just haven't done it on the crane. Frankly, we have a electric hoist over in the other garage that we use more often, and it's not really that big of a deal. Hybrid Racing is dropping a 4200 into an SM95. I thought that was a new Edge. Yeah, it's definitely a new Edge. Okay. Yeah, they still beat a tree branch though. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's how my dad used to pull engines. Making 2x4 structures or tree branch or, you know, all kinds of stuff. We have it so good these days. Another channel put a 4200 in a BMW E36. I'm surprised it fits since the BMW engines are tilted for hood clearance. Yeah, I saw that build. Very cool. I believe they're building it for drifting. There's a few channels that are trying to use the 4200s in drifting because the 2JZ has become so incredibly expensive that they are looking for other options. Personally, I think that drifting is pretty hard on stuff. You know, it's just such a... I mean, yeah, I guess the engine's not loaded too terribly much, but I don't know. They're still trying to... Like, they require, like, 1,400 horsepower in the FD circuit to get done what they need to get done, but you know, my concerns would be oil control and that kind of thing. But you have that problem with any engine that you use. Okay. All right. Getting greetings from Costa Rica. I saw all your content and I want to do that in my H3 3.5 Atlas. What PSI you recommend for stock internals? And what turbo? We have taken a stock bottom end 4200 to 26 pounds of boost. I don't know if I would recommend that for long-term use. So, you know, I would keep it around 14 to 20-ish is what I would do, as long as you got good fuel in it. Calvin is back again. Yay! All right, I gotta support the transmission. Transmotion, as some people say. There. Good. Our 1-inch bell housing spacer, which was found by one of you guys in the comments, Mr. GRRH77. That is going to be arriving today. So hopefully, if all goes well, hey, we could potentially have the engine back in the car, but we're going to lack the oil pan. That's the part that kind of sucks. Yeah, because we like literally have everything that we could have it back in the car and like final installed except for the oil pan. Maybe I'll just do the oil pan, just plan on doing the oil pan. Well, no, I want to do the wiring. So that would be easier with the engine out of the car. Okay. That's what we're going to do. We're going to try and hold off because it would be nice to have the Atlas Industries oil pan on the car for final install, just because that's going to save some effort down the road. But what was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. Yeah, so we'll do the wiring tomorrow. Hopefully we can get the engine done today. All right. Yep, a lot of on and off the throttle for sure. Parts commonly available with the 4200? Yeah. I don't know if that's a statement or a question. Yeah, it's a new Edge, but still SN95. Yeah, I mean, it's not though, in my opinion. Like, you know, SN95, thumbs up. New Edge, thumbs up. SN95, you can make them look cool, but it's definitely, you know, it's like an SN95 is like SN95 is like a 67, 68 Camaro, which actually I prefer, and a new Edge is like a 69 Camaro. You just, you know, can't beat a new Edge. Yep, shares the same bore as the 4200. That's why we're doing it. Let's go! Day 5. Gotta finish. SEMA's around the corner. Sure, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure this would be worthy of SEMA for sure. Yeah. And there is one difference between this and your typical SEMA car. It will actually run and drive. What trans bell pattern is the Atlas engine? It is its own unique thing. But the dowel pins are in the same location as a LS or small block Chevy, so it's pretty easy to adapt. There are adapters. Go look up Atlas Industries. They sell adapters. They're very affordable. They're like 250 bucks, I think, which is extremely fair, in my opinion. Do you use a wiring kit, or is it what just came off the engine? No, I'm gonna make my own engine harness. Actually, we'll have a drive shaft. Exactly, it won't have a Bluetooth drive shaft. And the car already has the drive shaft, so, you know, we're already miles ahead. Yeah, I've never been to SEMA. I'd love to go someday, but yeah, I'm definitely more of a PRI kind of guy, just because I like race cars. Makes sense. Just always seemed to make passenger side mount turbo packaging easier for me. All right, you're talking to. I'm an engineer. Yep, I'm an electrical engineer. Yep. Yes, I am an engineer. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I don't really like telling people that I'm an engineer, because I think I don't know, it just makes people go like, "Oh, he's an engineer, he's smart." And like, for me, it's like I value experience much higher than, you know, reading something in a stupid book. So, you know, if there's a technician or somebody that I'm talking to, I would rather them think that I'm a fellow technician, so that they would actually like talk to me and like not have like come to me with the information and not, you know, try to like, oh, well, he's smart, I don't want to, you know, give my opinion because I'm scared that, you know, I'll be made to look stupid or something like that. Like, I'd rather not, you know, because there's a lot of really smart people out there that don't have engineering degrees, and I want to learn from them too. You can drive trains? I don't know. I probably could figure it out. Yeah, called school smart. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of people who think they're way smarter than they are because they got a piece of paper from a university. There's a lot of people like that are just like, they have this chip on their shoulder. They think they're the smartest person that ever lived. And they think that, you know, oh, that dumb technician, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no. Like, that guy's been doing this longer than you've been alive, you idiot. Like, you should probably listen to him. I have learned more from plant operators than I learned in college. Yep, agreed. Many of my colleagues are just chat GPTing their way through the course. So that's hard. That's sad to hear. Yeah, chat GPT is like, you know, I think there's good things about it, but there's also like, people just don't learn anything anymore. It's kind of scary. Is this car's final form when you run in sixes? Will you still be running Roof racks. Of course I'm going to be running roof racks. That's like the best thing about this car. It's got to have the roof racks. Yeah, they're paper smart. Welcome to Calvin's Hot Take. There you go. Yeah, I mean, some people, I don't know, they shouldn't, it's like a calculator. It's a tool, but you need to learn how to do the math by hand and understand it before you can use a calculator. Like, you know, maybe that makes me a bad guy. You missed my first comment. Okay, sorry about that. The old heads are where the knowledge is. Agreed. Yeah, technology is going to replace intelligence, for real. But the problem is that technology isn't very smart. Like, if you talk to ChatGPT about something that you have very in-depth knowledge on it, you're going to find out that it's pretty dang dumb. Like, it's stupid. It's just a large language model. It's literally just taking information off the internet and recontextualizing it for you. And that information might be completely wrong. And if there's a consensus on a topic that is based on false information, like, I'd love to see what it would say about the whole piston knurling debate that's going on right now between Uncle Tony and I think it's Pal's Machine Shop. Like, I'd love to see what ChatGPT would say about that. Would it agree with one side or the other? You know. Yeah, technology. Yep. How much do you have to go back over, recheck, redo after these live streams? You do very well trying to keep up with each and every comment in these threads, but my attention would be marred. Yeah, I mean, I definitely give things a good look over, but I've also been doing this for a long time, so it's almost like muscle memory at this point. So yeah, I've been doing this since I was in diapers. Now I'm gonna make a mistake at some point and I might eat those words, but you know, my dad and I do a good job of like making sure something is finalized adequately. Oh, there you go. Roof racks, wagons, 5 cylinders. There you go. I'm an engineer also, and I don't know what I don't know. I do know when someone is blowing wind up my skirt, and that is the great thing, and I'm not afraid to make mistakes. Well, that's a good attitude to have. ChatGPT is good for shortening the amount of time it takes for someone who knows how to do something to do it. I agree, but you know, young people are using it as a ways to take shortcuts and not actually learn the stuff, and that's not good. I still think a Trailblazer would be nice, unique freestyle drift car, no tandem, just limiter action, just limiter and style. Yeah, that could be cool. OMG, I was just going to ask about that. People don't bother to learn stuff because they can just Google it. But they're too lazy to Google it. Yeah, so now they have a chatbot to do it for them. Sad part is they're pushing Gen AI as the perfect oracle, but its true goal is to spit out something that looks human for real. Yeah, it's just they're trying to pass the Turing test. Yeah, it's scary. Trust me, as a programmer, it can do a lot, but you have to know how to program to get it to do what you want. I agree. Yes. It's amazing how good it is at programming, but yes, you still need to do a little bit of debugging with what it spits out. And, you know, it definitely is a time saver for people who know what they're doing. And that's the good that comes out of it. But there's also some bad. Gotta fight with the bell housing bolts again. Yeah, I was trying to get this done before stream started, but man, I was not getting stuff done this morning. I wanted to have the engine on the stand and ready to go before we started today, but I know you guys know how it goes. Okay. All right, 100% agree on the artificial general intelligence. However, providing your own context and MCP server is where it gets good, although the more the LLM develops, the more it can choose to ignore context. That's scary that something is choosing. A robot is choosing. I don't like that. It's Terminator. It's happening. Uncle Tony is full of it sometimes and really knows his stuff sometimes. Yeah, I just know that they're beefing about it. I tend to agree with Mr. Powell, but you know, I don't know. I haven't watched the videos in depth enough. Maybe I could do a little more research. My point in bringing it up was more of I wonder what ChatGPT would say about it. You know, would it present one argument as fact, or, you know, because there's a consensus, you know, Uncle Tony has more subscribers, so he's the right one, and we're just going to spread false information, or whatever, you know, if you think he's false, or I don't know. Not saying I'm taking a side, you know, just... I truly don't know enough about. I don't even know what they're beefing about specifically. So, I just know it had to do with piston knurling, which, you know, whatever. Jared Ill shares ownership of my Drift Blazer with you, but we need a nickname for it. Okay, Jared. I'll share ownership of my drift car. There you go. We need a nickname for it. There you go. All right, people are gonna build a Drift Blazer. Sounds like fun. I know that after watching Moto IQ video sharing about the benefits of WPC treatment and cryo treatment engine parts, get me fired up. Yep. No, that's good. That's good. That's probably a good thing to get fired up about. Been trying to bring myself to accept the punishment of monkeying with an old M20. Okay. Is that a, you're talking about a transmission? A Muncie? I I hear they're buttery smooth. I also know that my last comment was structured horribly. It's all good. ChatGPT has already been proven to make students dumb. Yeah, or dumber. Yeah, I agree. Dude, you're crushing it. Well, thanks. Trying my hardest. Interested to see how much power you make. I need something to replace my turbo 2.3 Lima in my 84 SVO. This looks like a good choice. Yeah. Yeah, funnily enough, I've thought about messing with a 2.3 before, just because there was a guy that had one in a Chevette at one of the tracks that we were at one time. The thing went nines. It was cool. Right, you know, probably easy to make just about anything in a Chevette make it go nines, just because it's not much car, but I don't know. I thought it was cool. Hit the thumbs up, everybody. Yeah, come on. Students no longer taught to assemble endless information into actual knowledge and understanding. Yep. Interested to see how much. Yep, I read that one. Automation used to make people pay attention to what I'm doing over here. I hate these stupid engine cranes. Wheels are faced the wrong way. Okay, we're getting there. All right, that should be high enough. Okay. Call it blazing saddle. There you go. I like that. Surprised Nate's not in here telling me to build a drift car. Mr. Build a drift car himself. Come on, come this way. There you go. All right. Good. All right. Moving the camera, but you'll be all right. My original question was, have you ever thought about running a reverse rotation turbo for more space between the head and turbine inlet and easier plumbing? To be honest, that would actually make my situation worse, I think, unless we did like a low mount turbo. Because I'm struggling to have room for the collector. In all honesty. 2.5 was on paper, a 174 on the ground, 10 years apart. Okay, I'm not sure what you guys are. You might be talking about the Iron Duke or something. Iron Duke. Iron Duke. All right. Just saying, it's one of those things to Just saying, it's one thing to go 9s in a straight line, for sure. Yeah, I was working at data centers supporting a proprietary supercomputer for ChatGPT a year ago. Okay. Now that sounds like some confidential stuff. All right. All right, to whoever was asking about the bell housing stuff, this is the very simple bell housing adapter that we made for this swap. You can get one like this, but with the full perimeter style setup from Atlas Industries. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, now we can get this on. Tried to dig out as many parts to be able to do this engine build so that I'm not constantly having to like run and grab parts. And I need to take the flex plate off because I can't bolt the engine stand onto this thing with the flex plate on because it sticks out so far. All right, you must have been the guy I saw on here YouTube that was using a 16 valve. Oh, he's talking to Atwoods. Okay. Yeah, there's a few guys using 16 valve heads on the old school Volvos. A friend of ours has a really cool setup with one of them. Okay, now we can get this on. Also today, we have our balance shaft delete kit showing up, which I'm very excited about. There is a company, I think the company is just Badland Industries. He may even be here in the comments, who is about to come out with a kit to do balance shaft deletes on a 5-cylinder. And they just so happen to have been developing it right when I did my video announcing the project, and they contacted us and said, hey, you want one? I was like, heck yeah, I was about to machine my own. All right. Well, to be able to get started. All right, now we can get this engine crane out of our way. Lower lip is custom. Yes, it is actually a, it's meant for an S10, like an early square body S10. and I cut it in half and added a little segment to make it work on my Fairmont. I saw somebody at, I believe it was Kevin English at Six Summer, had one on his Fairmont Futura. I was like, that's cool. I want that on my car. Yes. You're going to use the electric water pump on the i5. I actually was literally like just thinking about that. Probably not, because we're going to be converting from a max CCU race to a max CCU sport, and I have a feeling that we are going to be a little bit limited on I/O. So having to control an electric water pump, we might not be able to have the I/O to be able to do that. Actually, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I might be able to, because the way the fan that we have works, there's like an activation wire and then there's a PWM wire. And if I activate the water pump with the fan activation wire, but don't put any pulse widths to it, I might be able to use that wire to trigger my water pump. Obviously, it would be easier if I left it, because then I don't have to replumb the whole coolant system. But I don't know. We'll figure that out tomorrow. Hi, a technical question for you guys. What is the height from the center of the crankshaft to the sump flank? No wonder this thing won't roll nice. One wheel seized up. Alright, it is... Let me see if I can measure it for you. All right. Looks to be about 2 3/4 of an inch. All right. Cool. Let's get to work. Let's do it. Okay. So we got a couple of broken off head bolts that we got to mine out of here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them here. So let's do that first, because if we have issues with that, you know, that's going to kind of halt progress a little bit. Now, if you guys don't know, the Atlas engines, specifically the early 4-cylinder and 5-cylinder and all of the 6-cylinders, it's like they designed the bolts to break off. And so it's pretty common for the head bolts to snap. So yeah, so we are going to mine them out with some extractors. I need the sharpest one I have, because these would be quite... How many days did you take off at work? I've taken the whole week off. Thank you, Calvin and Pops. Appreciate you all for sharing your adventure. Back in December, I was having Jeremy at Fast Proms tuning my truck, and he was staring at a mess with the Atlas series. Yep. Alright. Mentioned New Black 57 as a resource for the Atlas, and that's when I learned your name was Calvin. Yep, that's me. Alright. So these are left-hand drill bits. So that one looks pretty dull. I have like 3 of these kits because I basically just keep buying new ones when they get dull. Even though my dad's really good at sharpening these things. I wish he was here because I would be asking him to sharpen one of these. Alright, I'm going with it. Thank you. I have a car that needs an engine swap, but space is a premium. There you go. Yeah, what car? Yeah, good mining expeditions, yeah. Hopefully I don't make myself look like a fool today. I should just buy the right size. Like just buy a whole bunch of this size right here. And this size. Because they're the most common ones that I use. But I just keep buying the same kit because I'm too lazy to figure out what size it is. You know. Too busy. Your dad an engineer also? Yes, he is. Alright. Here's the fun part. So, I will zoom you guys in here and you can watch me struggle. So, normally I do not center punch these because I don't want any chance of it mushrooming the fastener and making it harder to get out. Get you guys in here real close. Watch what's happening. All right. So, these are left-hand drill bits, so you gotta make sure you set your drill left-hand mode because you don't want to dull the bit. So, try to aim for the center. Yeah, this bit's dull, of course. I'm here. Hey, how's it going? Howdy, folks. Now that you've said it, I think you need a Plymouth Fury with a 5-cylinder named 5-Cylinder Fury. There you go. There you go. I like it. I like it. All right. Set that there. Yeah, I've only ever failed, and I shouldn't say this, but I've only ever failed to get one head bolt out. There, let me get the vacuum so that I can see what I'm doing. But you can feel how loose they are. Like when I pushed on the bolt, you can see it moving because of how yeah, because they're really not tight. Fun fact, my dad's an engineer as well. My first car was a 63 Nova with a 250 inline 6, and I love Fairmonts. Weird. There you go. Yep, mine was a 64 Nova with a 250. There you go. Different, you know, same, what's that saying? There's a saying for that. I just can't think of it. Different branches of the same tree, or like different, I can't remember. There's a idiom or whatever, you know, like, where the heck is the vacuum? There it is. All right. Come on. Come on. It's something of the same tree. Something, I don't know. I can't remember the stupid thing. Same but different. Doppelgangers. There you go. I'd take a car with turbo flutter. That's 200 horsepower over 500 horsepower. I'm more audio than performance. I hear you. You mean to turn off? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. What? Why are you moving it? Yeah, sure. A lot of times, you can get them out with just the left-hand drill bit, like I did with this one. Literally, you just drill into it, and the drill bit catches, and it comes right out. So that's one. All right. So this one doesn't want to come out with the left-hand drill bit, so we are going to get the extractor. Like a pro. Yes, sir. Got one. Got one. All right, so you take your extractor. You want to get yourself a hammer. A hammer. Hammer. Hammer time. Get yourself an adjustable wrench. If I can find one. That's what I normally use. I feel like finding the right size. I guess that'll work. Then you just stick it down in the hole you just made. and it's not deep enough. So we gotta drill it further, but you feel it kind of catch. All right. Not quite, not quite. Still not deep enough. So. Nope, just got it. What was that vacuum? I don't know. It's one that my grandmother gave to us. Got the second one. Came out with just the left-handed drill bit because I couldn't even get it deep enough to use the extractor. It's a Shop Vac brand vacuum cleaner. I don't know. All right, we got 2 out of 5. You can literally see the bolt flexing in the hole. It's that loose. Like, just about like stick a piece of chewing gum on it and twist it out. Yeah, this one broke at such an angle that it's hard to get the drill bit on it without having it pushed to the side. So we're gonna go another one. We'll come back to that one. Got a third one. Number 3. All right. You don't want me to jinx it? We'll come back. We'll do it now. We'll do it live. Extracting bolts. Ugh. Yes. Harbor Freight Bauer vacuums are actually really good for the money. Okay. It's all fun and games until it goes from extracting with said drill bit to now trying to extract the extractor bit. I have been there. Not even gonna lie, I just instinctively turned my computer on and went to YouTube. But this without thinking. What happened next? What happens next week when you don't live stream? I don't know. We'll just have to keep going, right? Okay, we're gonna use a center punch on this one, even though I normally don't, just because I can't get it centered nice. I normally don't, just because I don't want it to like mushroom out. But I've also never tried to actually center punch it, so maybe it'll be fine. We're about to find out. How's it going, Nate? Ugh. Okay, here we go. Okay, we got on it. We got a nice purchase on it. Drifting over to the side more than I would like. You gotta be careful not to let it go to the side because it'll get into the aluminum if you're not careful. Now they sell kits to helicoil these. Actually, the engine we took out of this car has hey, we got some Florida guys in here. Morning, Mr. Niblack. How are you today? I'm doing great. How about you? Calvin, I'm in Michigan, but I'm interested in making products, private label for oddball engines. CNC lathe. Okay, cool. We are all from the Michigan area. There you go. All right. So we are getting off to the side a little bit, so we just gotta redirect. Oh. You doubted me. Admit it. Admit it. You doubted me. You thought I was gonna lose. You thought I wouldn't win. You doubted me. I know it. All right. Our drill bit might be getting kind of dull. So let's use a different one. All right. I never doubted you one bit. Yep. Well, thank you. All right. Victory! All right, we're on the last one, guys. On the last one. This is where everything goes sideways. All right, so that one's dull. I need to get some new drill bits. That one's broken. Making it look easy. He must have a lot of practice. Yes, I have a lot of practice. I have done a lot of these. Like a lot. And I really need to get new ones. All right, get back in there. Let's try this one. I have a bunch of eco stuff and would like to do something with them. Okay, cool. Ecotech is the fastest 4-cylinder. That's right. I'm all for producing parts, but I'm just one guy trying to make a modest living. Okay, cool. one's dull too. All right. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. All right, I need to start setting the dull ones aside so that I know that I need to get a new one. So this is the one we were using earlier. All work, no play, makes drill bits dull. There you go. All right, that one is broken. Broken. Sheesh, that one's pretty dull. All right, we'll try this one. We'll try it. What's worse can happen? Left-hand drill bits are always on my... Yep. You need aluminum magnet base drill. Yeah, that would be helpful in this particular situation. That ain't doing nothing. Yeah, I would be scared with a magnetic base drill that it would snap the bit, because these are not square. These are not square fasteners. You know, the brake isn't like a clean square brake. So if you start drilling into it and the fastener's crooked, it's just gonna push your drill bit off to the side and then cause it to snap. BBL work. All right, see you later, Sean. This one's cutting. Yep, this one's, is it cutting? I don't know. All right, snap the bit off. Luckily it didn't snap inside of the fastener. All right, that's fun. Of course, it's always the last one that fights. Always the last one. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. We got it. We got it. All right. I need new left-hand drill bits. Because that was the last one. We were going to be hosed if that didn't work. Whew. All right. So on my list, I need to buy some left-handed drill bits. All right. Let's just get rid of these. Oh boy. Had to make it dramatic for you guys. This is all scripted, just so you know. This is all scripted. All right. You switching to studs? Yes. Yes, we are. All right, so now that we got the sketchy part out of the way, we can move on to less sketchy stuff. So I'm going to clean up the deck surface with a razor blade. Victory! Yeah, let me show you what victory looks like. This is what victory looks like, right here. Where'd my last one go? Yeah, this right here. That is what victory looks like, right there. Are you putting forged rods and pistons in this build like you've done with the 4200? Yes. All a part of the plan. Yep, we got all. Okay, just double checking. We do, in fact, have all of them removed. All right, where on earth did I set my razor blade? On the floor. We're gonna lose the shop. Yep, it's all scripted, guys, for this TV show. The last drill bit. Snapped the second to last drill bit, and then he was on the last drill bit. And miraculously, the broken off bolt came out. That's when you cut to commercial break. So you cut to commercial break. Hey, thanks for the donation, Michael, for the drill bit fund. I appreciate that. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So you do. Oh, I'm drilling. Snap, and then it cuts to commercial, and then you got to sit through the commercial break, and then it comes back, and you give a summary of like, oh, today I'm removing the head bolts from my inline 5-cylinder, and then it's snap, and then you cut to, oh no, that was my second to last drill bit. What am I gonna do? And then he gets the last drill bit. Some dramatic music plays, and it's dun 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 dun. A couple quick flashes of like determination in the man's face, and the drill working as hard as it could work, and then cut to it coming out of the hole in a very non-dramatic fashion. Then beads of sweat building on his face, and then oh, thank goodness. I would have had to sell my business if this hadn't worked out. My customer just won't tolerate late deadlines. I couldn't possibly wait 2 days for a left-hand drill bit to show up. There you go. That's how cinema is made, guys. I've cracked the code, guys. I've cracked the code. Just wait. We're gonna have Niblack 57, the TV show, soon enough. Is the last drill bit gonna break? And it works out fine. Yeah, it always works out like completely fine. Like you come back from the commercial break and it's like, oh, that wasn't even like a small issue. It was like, oh yeah, my associate, he had like an entire box of left-hand drill bits, so like I could have just gone over there and got another one if I needed to, but it's really good that we got it out with my left-hand drill bits. So, it's how it always works out. It's just like, oh, this is a total non-issue, and you've made it into this like super dramatic thing. Oh boy. All right, I'm not gonna go too crazy on this. I do need to get some paper towels. All right, so next, I'm gonna start gapping some rings. We'll find some paper towels. There we go. Yeah. I believe I'd watch you do a podcast talking about cars and engines would be cool. Yeah, I after doing this live stream stuff for 5 days, I don't know. I always thought like I wouldn't be very good at doing a podcast, but I don't know. I might try it. trouble with a podcast is coming up with things to talk about. Like you see Cooper Baghetti kind of struggling with that at the moment, where it's like he's had like 6 weeks in a row with no guest, and he's just having to like, comment on current happenings in the automotive world, and that's can get a little repetitive. Podcast with Superfast Matt. That would be cool. That would be really cool. I would like to meet him first, because I'm sure he wouldn't want to just do it with some random stranger. At least to him, I would be a random stranger. But yeah, that would be fun. I feel found. Cameron's brother, the yes guy gif, or whatever you call it. It's Cameron with a stash. Okay. All right. You're talking about the guy, the thumbs up guy? Yeah. For those that don't know, Cameron is my brother. He was helping out with the live stream on Saturday, but unfortunately, he has not been feeling well lately, so. Plus, he has to work, so. Yeah. This is so motivating. I'm going to go out and work on my Volvo T5 swap Foxy body Mustang right now. I'm filming almost everything and will be putting a video series out later. Hey, that's cool. Go check him out. Sounds like a fun project. Yeah, I'm a big time podcast listener. I listen to podcasts a lot. So I just never really thought I would be very good at it, just because I'm not very good at, I do stuff like that, like what I just did there, where I like start saying something and then I'm like reformulating it in my head, and then it just causes a lot of like pauses and like dead air and that kind of stuff. I don't know, but maybe it'd be worth a try. Maybe it could be a skill that I develop over time. And that's kind of how I started the YouTube. Like, I was terrified of the camera when I started doing YouTube stuff. I didn't want to be on camera. I didn't want to be the guy in front of the camera. I was a behind the camera kind of guy. Like, you go do something cool, I'll film it. And, you just have to push yourself and get over it. You're going to look stupid, and there's going to be people that leave hate comments, and, you just have to accept that and move on. It's just, there's always going to be haters. And, I'm pretty sure everybody probably thinks they sound stupid, or their voice is bad, or they hate the sound of their own voice, and you just have to keep doing it until that kind of thought in your head goes away. Because it does eventually go away. Took a while, but it will go away. For me, it was like, okay, I can't find anybody cool to film, so I guess I gotta be the star. I gotta develop this talent. Or skill, not talent. So, if you're thinking about making a YouTube channel, you should do it. Because the only way that you get better at it is to start doing it. Make mistakes, learn something new. And then eventually, if you keep at it, you can get pretty okay at it, like me. Just think, someday you could be pretty okay. Yep, success is 99% failure. Exactly. It's not about how many times. What's that saying? Rocky Balboa. You know, it's not how much you get hit. It's how you respond to getting hit. You know, he says it a lot better than that, but it's how many times you can get hit and how many times you can get up and keep moving forward or whatever, you know. You know. It's a good saying. All right, that is clean enough for me. So, all right. So some people run the dingle ball through these things. I don't, because factory finish is good enough for me. I know there's people that put like a crap ton of thought into like cylinder wall finish and that kind of thing, but I don't know. I just you should see some of the stuff that we've done and gotten away with. You should have seen the cylinder walls on the car that won Six Summer, the Sick Week Freaks class at Six Summer. Those cylinder walls were pretty rough. How many RPM do you plan to spin it? I'm hoping 7,000. You get okay at it. You're ahead of those that never start a channel. That is right. Yeah, a lot of people will just keep making excuses and never actually do it. Which, you know, there's a lot of talented people out there that, you know, they just, for me it was like, I wanted to make the channel, but I was scared. I was like, oh, I'm going to look stupid. Oh, you know, people are going to make fun of me. They're going to leave hate comments. But I got tired of my own excuses at some point. And I just said, okay, I'm literally going to take what I film on this phone and I'm uploading it to YouTube. And that is what I did for my first video. Or my first serious video that wasn't just like old clips of us racing. My theory on YouTube haters is that they are all kind of folks that aren't happy unless they are complaining. But when they are complaining at you, you are really making them happy, so feel good about it. There you go. Yeah. For me, it's like, yeah, this person probably is just having a real bad day. Probably has nothing to do with me. You know, maybe their dog died or something, you know. I don't know. I'm better at building stuff for other people than myself is the problem. Okay. Well, not everybody has to be a YouTuber, but you know, if it's something that you want to do, you just got to start. That's all I'm saying. Hard to get used to talking to an object like a real person. Yeah? Yeah. I can sympathize. All right. So we are gapping our top rings. We're going to gap top and bottom to 0.25 because that's what we've had success with in the past. And in fact, the engine that won Six Summer was gapped very, very loose because we missed the target there on a few of those rings, and it's fine. If it's too tight, only you are gonna know. If it's too loose, if it's too loose, only you are gonna know. If it's too tight, everybody's gonna know. So we got our ring filer. Michael Blacktree. It took me a while to learn how to narrate on camera. I had to do a lot of voiceover work. Yeah, some people, like, I still am a little weird about like vlogging, like pointing the camera at my face and talking, you know, like walking around with like a camera in my face. Like, it's just like, I don't know, I'm still a little weird about that. I don't know, I don't really feel comfortable doing that in front of other people. but I'm sure someday I'll get over that too. It doesn't matter how many times you get hit, it matters how many times you can get hit and keep standing up. There you go. Rocky Balboa. Alright, so hey, we hit it. So we got 025 for our first ring. I'm going to start piling these up in order so that we can keep track of which cylinder they came out of. This is number 1. Okay. I am still learning to edit. Yeah, I've been doing that since I was very, very young. So that part of it was very easy for me. Add 1,000 RPM to that 7,000. Hey, we got to start somewhere. I was watching a documentary yesterday and found out that the Buick NASCAR team was getting over 600 horsepower out of the 3.7 liter V6 NA in the 80s. That kind of blew my mind. Yep, but I mean, race car stuff, doing race car stuff. You know, race car engines doing race car stuff. That doesn't surprise me at all. I remember that Doco. I'm not sure who he's talking to. Steel, no kidding, that is wild. I do talk to myself. Yeah, I do too. Some people don't have like an inner monologue. Like some people don't like I'm gonna say this, and there might be a couple people in the comments of like, what are you talking about? Like when I think about something, there's a inner monologue. Like I'm talking in my head to myself. Like some people don't do that. Hello chat, looking forward to hearing the 5-cylinder scream. So am I. Talk to myself all the time. Where else would you get expert advice from? I mean, for real, yeah. Yeah. Matthew Chevalier. I uploaded a video, 600,000 views, and installed a mid-rise lift. I used plumber's tape the wrong direction and had bad contact switch. The haters have paid for the full lift, for the lift in full. Yep. Yeah, it's funny how that works. I realized that many of the popular guys are sort of comedians, all while speaking about things they like. Yep, yeah, there's definitely some merit to that. If ring gap is too loose, you just need a bigger cam. There you go. There you go. More boost. More boost. I've enjoyed the live streams this week. Hopefully you will do more of them in the future, besides no editing for you. No, there's still going to be editing. I'm still going to cut these down and try to make a, summary video. So, yeah, there's still a lot of work on my end. I do plan to do more, though. All right. When your next video, fam? Probably a week following this final video, where hopefully we get this thing running. That's my goal anyways. Is there a reason you're not using a 3.7 instead of a 3.5? This question has been asked about 30 times. I know, the last time I said 15. All right, we got 025 again. It's because the 3500 shares more parts with the 4200. Hey, somebody already answered it for me. Thank you. Did you check out Stav Tech guys from one of the analog clips in the 5-cylinder presentation video you did? The clip was attributed to the wrong channel. I mean, that's where I pulled the clips from, so I don't... yeah, I mean, maybe the person I pulled the clip from pulled it from the Stav Tech guys, but I didn't check them out, but maybe I should. What is... Yeah, yep. It's all good, guys. It's okay if you ask the same questions over and over again. You're not gonna make me mad or... Okay. Always good to double check your oil control rings as well. Yeah, true. Some people don't have a narrator in their head. I don't. That must be weird. Yeah, I have the inner monologue sometimes. He needs to chill. Yeah, same. Yeah, sometimes he could quiet down a little. He can be mean sometimes. All right, we got cylinder number 1 done. Let's move on to cylinder numero dos. The voices in my head. Ah, yeah, I feel you. Okay, those look like Wiseco pistons off the 4200. What type of total seal rings are you using? Yes, these are the Wiseco. These are actually 10.5-to-1. These are the ones that we developed with them. I don't know why they released the 11.5-to-1 compression pistons to start. I was hoping they would literally just take this design and release it, but for whatever reason they did not. So I'm a little disappointed by that. I wish they would have started with a little less compression, because 11.5 is kind of aggressive. I mean, for an NA combo, sure, but I don't know. I feel like there's so few guys doing NA stuff with these. Like, most guys are going boost, and yeah, so. But yeah, that's what they decided to do. It was a lot of work in order to get them just to do that. I mean, it was literally years. It took years to get them to develop these pistons. Like, I've been talking to them for like 3 years, trying to get them to come out with pistons for these engines. And I hope that the original batch sold well enough that they're excited to put out more, because, I mean, it's like, well, why did you start with those? Like, why didn't you start with the other ones? You know, like, those would sell a lot better, I think. But they decided to start with the 11.5-to-1s, and I'm like, oh boy, no. Don't abandon us, please, come on. You should chop up your live stream and post it to YouTube on YouTube Shorts so you can get more engagement on the channel. No, I refuse to do YouTube Shorts. They are a waste of time, in my opinion. Like, for me, I'm trying to grow an audience of people that are interested in long form content. And if you start posting shorts, you're going to cultivate an audience who only wants to watch shorts. And I think that is a mistake. A short just does not have enough time to get into anything intelligent. Well, you can. There's some people that are pretty effective with it, but like, most of the time it's like you're just starting to get into the good stuff and then the short's over. And it's like, I don't know. For me, I don't possess that skill, and I'm just not interested. I'm working on one now, retrofitting a Saturn Vue electric power steering, just about finished. Ah, almost got my ring gap. So close. Keep dropping my feeler gauges. Okay, I'm working on retrofitting a Saturn Vue electric power steering, just about finished. Need more argon gas to take it up, so maybe Friday or this weekend. Okay, good luck with that. That sounds like a neat little project. All right, we got top ring for piston number 2. Now let's do the bottom ring. I actually kind of like gapping rings. Easy. You know, easy to do and pretty mindless. It's good podcast listening activities, or talk to chat on a live stream activity. I bought a set of the pistons now to make them work, or can I machine them? How much? No, I would not recommend machining them. You can do that with a dish piston, but with a domed piston, you're just making the crown of the piston thinner. So I don't know if, I mean, I guess you could maybe take it down a little, but I really, really wish they would have come out with like 10.5 to 1 to start, or even 9.5 to 1. But, you know, it sucks. I hope they continue to come out with a more of the line like they promised that they would. All right, number 2. Double check oil control rings. Yeah, 11.5 to 1 is a little aggressive. The original Audi S1 was 7.8 to 1 compression ratio LMAO. Yeah, I know. It's, yeah, 11.5. You can run that with boost, but you need good fuel. And, you know, pump gas will not work, in my opinion. I mean, maybe a very talented tuner could make it work. I've never actually tried to run pump gas with one of these engines, so maybe it would tolerate it, but seems pretty sketch to me. Okay. You should try to make your own. Then I know it's easier said than done, but you might be cool. Yeah, I don't have any interest in trying to make my own pistons. There's a lot of thought that goes into that. I mean, you're talking about a lot of years of experience that Wiseco has of like, oh, this little chamfer here, that helps scrapes oil off the blah, blah, blah. Like, you know. How long is the 5-cylinder timing chain cover to bell housing flange? Timing chain cover to bell housing flange. All right, you guys don't like my answer from the other day. You wanted dimensions. All right, I'll give you the dimension. Here you go. 24 or 23 and 7/16. There you go. You got it out of me. Cool deal, Matt. Looks all right. Have you seen the Steve Morris billet deck? Yes, I did. I am not really sold on it. And it would be very easy to outlaw. That's actually something that me and Nate were talking about. Like you could, you know, Nate brought up like they would just immediately outlaw it. I think it's gonna crack. I think the block is gonna crack right where they machined it down in the block. I think it's just gonna have a big old crack down the side of the block. But he is putting like stainless steel inserts in there to try and bridge the gap. But like, I don't know. I think it's gonna have issues. But I don't know. I'm gonna be very, very interested to watch because, you know, everything he's saying is spot on. Like all the cylinder pressures at the top. You know, if it works, it's gonna work really well. I just think that it's gonna crack. But you know, that's what this is all about. You gotta try stuff. You know, that's hot rodding. Carved SVC. Thanks, brother. One of those happy accidents. Okay. He must be talking to somebody else. All right, good morning. Just saying hello from Eastern Colorado. Driving my Turbo LS Silverado back from bracket racing, daydreaming about a Vortec 35 or 4200 build. Okay, very, very cool. And how'd you do racing? What do you do in your free time other than car stuff? I don't. I pretty much don't. I only do car stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much an all-encompassing hobby. All right, that one's good. Top ring done for cylinder number 3. What? What's your dream car build, and what engine, how would you build it? We actually talked about that a few days ago. I want to do like a big tire tube chassis car. I said a Chevy Cobalt, just because I like how they look, big tire. But I want to do like a big tire tube chassis type car, and I would love to do it with a 4200. That would be fun. Can you run pump E85 with 11.5 to 1? It should be all right. Depends how much boost. I mean, it's one of those things. I've never run that much compression, so I don't have a ton of direct experience with it, but I don't know. It should be okay. All right. I want to build a Volvo Amazon, preferably a 240. Very cool. We used to have one of them. It's so much work getting into each part. People here now prefer to hire specialists for doing stuff like wiring and cylinder heads. Yep. No, it's understandable. I mean, I did not port the head. We had a friend of ours who owns an engine shop do it, so I get it. I mean, putting the engine together, I'm fully capable of that, but head porting, like, it's nice to have somebody who has done a few. I mean, he can do the work in 1/10 of the time that it would take me. Not that I'm not capable of learning it, but sometimes it's better to stick with what you're good at. Calvin going to build a straight 4 Ecotech engine next? Possibly. Homie said free time. What's that exactly? I made fuel out of prickly pear cactus, 55%, 110 proof. I'll probably drink it all though. Yeah, actually, Cletus McFarland did a video on using moonshine as race fuel, and that was actually a really interesting video. So it lost a lot of horsepower by going to moonshine. I think SBC is a good start point for learning, not complex and somewhat forgiving. Yeah, and there's a ton of aftermarket support, and it's cheap. It is cheap. Turbo LSs need a trans brake to stage consistently. Got knocked out of 3rd round. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I struggle with that too. Staging the car can be a real nightmare sometimes. Nice. I've learned a lot over the past 5 years. Tuning ECUs, EFI, and turbocharging was all new. Tons of fun. Less cylinders, less parts, less cost. There you go. Calvin, I got a Junkyard 3.7 to build stock for spare engine. The crank and rods had four-spun bearings. Your opinions, would I be better off getting a used crank and rods, having them machined? I mean, it probably failed because the balance shafts. Oh. All right, well, that's annoying. My ring filer just finally snapped the, started to, okay, that's fine. I'll make it work. Relax. I'm not sure what to recommend there. Normally, if the engine has damage, we just get another one. You know, that to me that would be a parts engine. Yeah, I don't know. You know, you should get the block cleaned out. Obviously, you got to get a new crank. Probably don't want to like try and offset, or not offset, but put like undersized bearings or oversized, whatever you call them. That's probably not worth. You're probably better off getting another crank. Yeah, it depends what you're doing. Not sure if I mentioned it in other videos. Is there a reason to not use the 240 as your all-out race car, drag and drive, not street legal, or room in the car? I don't fit in the car, and it's it could be street legal, but the problem is it's a pro mod, and which I guess that's essentially what I'm saying is I want to build a big tire pro mod, but the rear wheel well in the car is against your back in the car. So there is no room to put a larger tire on the car. It has a 28-inch tall slick, and it is all the way up against your back. And so, in fact, I think the seat is notched to fit the wheel well in the rear. So I would want a larger tire. I already don't fit in the car. So you would have to move the driver forward, which would make that situation even worse. And, you know, I would prefer something with a little more room. Cletus's nitromethane experiment was really interesting until you realize it's almost $100 a gallon. Whew. Yeah, for real. Any interest in compound turbocharging? Yes, I'm sure we'll do it at some point. Maybe for a 4200 or who knows. I think Chevy Cobalt would be an aerodynamic vehicle to 4200 swap. Yep, that's the idea. I love the like pro stocks, you know, when they use the Cobalt bodies. I think it's really cool. Been playing with the idea of a Mercedes 104. They are like a 2JZ but slept on, bulletproof, chain driven VVT on exhaust. Okay, sounds like a 4200. All right, almost got our second ring. The standard fuel in Brazil is E30. Percentage of ethanol is required by law. Okay, I didn't know that. All right, we got our second ring on piston number 4 done. So now we will check out the oil control rings, make sure they have enough room. Just to make sure. Have you ever used the pie cut exhaust cutting thingies on your build? No, I have not, but sounds like they would be pretty convenient after what you saw on previous days when we were messing with pie cuts. Okay. This one. Any plans on doing anything with the 4-cylinder version? Yes, I've answered that a few times. It will probably be for a land speed car. All right, need another paper towel. Okay, we are on our last set of rings. It's Good thing, because my ring filer is kind of on its last leg. So, yeah, we're really scripting this well for you guys. Last left-hand drill bit. The ring filer is on its last leg. Will he be able to make the engine run? Or will he lose the shop? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Right? Anybody? Nobody? Okay. Have you ever... I already read that one. Tuning became a lot easier once I switched over to the standalone Fuel Tech. HP tuners, at least the ECU I was working with, fought me all the way. Fuel Tech was a breeze. Yeah, HP tuners, stock ECUs are a nightmare. I know there's guys that get them to work really well, but they're just, they're such a pain. Right on. All I know is Tuner Studio at the moment, but I want to get an FT550 swap once I can afford it. You know, I hear the Fuel Techs are alright. I'm more of a max ECU guy myself, but yeah. What total seal rings are you using? Standard stuff, something like the gas-ported rings, or one of their other packages? It's just, I think it's pretty standard stuff. I don't know. I'll show you the... I don't think it's anything special. Does it have a thing in here? Total seal. They're just a conventional ring. They're not like gapless or anything like that. It doesn't have anything in here about them. Yeah. What's up with the Trom pistons? Trom Atlas pistons. Looks like a dish setup. Yeah, they're too expensive in my opinion. These Wiseco pistons are a lot more affordable, and that's what you get with a larger manufacturer like Wiseco. It's just more affordable, and you know, unless you're trying to make 1,000,000 horsepower, like, you just don't need anything super duper fancy. You just need a piston that can stand up to the extra heat. So I think the Trom pistons are a little pricey. Calvin or Niblack 57, do you calculate cylinder squish or quench into your builds? If so, what range do you stick with? How much variety is available for head gasket thickness for the Atlas engine? Normally don't put any thought into that. There's only one head gasket thickness available, so just run it. Hit the gas. Floor it. Still have some DBZ on VHS. There you go. There's an old school guy right there. He's gonna lose the block. Oh! There you go. New shirt. New shirt. He's gonna lose the block. Oh. Do you cut your pie cuts with a 11.25 degree or a 22.5 degree? Nope. I just do it with my eyeball, and I just cut them. And I just cut them, and then I make another one, and I eyeball it, and then I cut that one, and then I eyeball the next one, and I cut that one. I don't have a chop saw with that fancy angle dangle meter. I just use the old eyeball micrometer. Need your dad to come in and throw a chair. Yeah, there you go. You're terminated. Dragon Ball Z, yeah, broski. This isn't even your final form. There you go. Why do you prefer Max ECU? They can do more stuff. A lot more stuff. A lot more stuff. Fuel Tech, you gotta like call up the ECU manufacturer and get their permission to do cool stuff. With Max ECU, you just do the cool stuff. Which, for some people, you're probably better off with a Fuel Tech, because some people require assistance from the ECU manufacturer to, you know, wire their stuff up and tune it and that kind of stuff, and they're fantastic for that. But for me, I have enough experience that I don't need that, and I want to be able to do cool stuff. So, yeah, the eye chronometer. Yeah, the old ichrometer. There you go. I said it right. See. The old fingometer. Yeah. You just kind of go like this, and yep, that'll work. Yep. Maybe I'm just a boomer. I'm a boomer in disguise, guys. You found me out. I've been wearing a bunch of makeup to make myself look younger. Nothing wrong with that. Uh-huh. I just send it. Yeah, for real. Just, you know. Seems to work out okay. I don't like pie cuts, so normally I just don't use pie cuts. So that should have been my answer. I normally don't like using pie cuts, so they're harder to work with, and most of the time they perform worse. So I'm not a fan, so I try to avoid them as much as possible. It's just yesterday we only had a certain amount of space, and so I had to do some pie. Not yesterday, the day before that. I had to do some pie cuts. Normally, I hate them. Okay, got all our rings gapped. So now, we gotta talk about our, connecting rod situation. So, these connecting rods, funny somebody brought up the 240 earlier, which is actually a 260, but I know what you mean. These rods came out of the 240, 260. And you can see that the big end of the rod has seen some heat. The bearings did not move, but clearly things got a little hot. So we're going to take the best of the batch and use them. But yeah, these rods have seen some stuff. So, but they still have stock pistons on them because we ran a engine with just forged rods and stock pistons. And yeah, so I'm gonna run it as is. So I'm going to pull these rods apart. Then can you define cool stuff? You can do all kinds of fancy can stuff. You can do all kinds of custom tables. Like to do dump control, like transmission dump control on a Fuel Tech, you're using the nitrous output. And, you know, it's just like, yeah, sure. You know, you can... That just flew across the shop. Sure, you can use outputs that are not designed for what you're doing to do what you're doing. And, you know, it's like, I don't know, it's just, there's so many, like, if I want to add control to the particular thing I'm trying to control on the Max ECU, I can just add an axis and control stuff. And with the fuel tech, I have to call up fuel tech and be like, hey, I'd really like my fuel table to be dependent on another variable. And they will go, okay, why do you want to do that? And with a max ECU, I can just do that. I don't have to talk to anybody. I don't have to convince them that it's a good idea. I can just do it. And with a fuel tech, I have to convince somebody at fuel tech to implement it for me. You know, there's just, sometimes you got to do weird stuff. And, you know, there's a lot of, the max ECU also has better transmission control, the 8HP70 stuff that we've been getting into more and more recently. One of the things I really like about the Max ECU is their data logging stuff. So like anytime you take a data log, it takes a snapshot of the tune that's currently in the car and saves it with your data log, and you physically can't separate the two. So if you're ever like, oh, well, what did I have this set to? You can like literally just like look at the tune that's embedded into the data log file and look at it. So, you know, that's another advantage. You can enter your time slip. It'll plot your time slip on your data log, which I think Fuel Tech can do that too. I don't know. For me, it's just like I don't want to call and ask permission from the ECU manufacturer to do cool stuff. I just want to do the cool stuff. I don't want to have a conversation. I have enough meetings, you know, that I have to deal with in my professional job. I don't need to have meetings with somebody to convince them that I want to do cool stuff and wait for 6 years for them to come out with support. So I think the native 8HP support for the ECU is a big part of it. Also being able to custom program logic, if I recall correctly. Yeah, basically. Pennsylvania, it's Maple Grove season. Woo! Yep. I really enjoy the freelance style of your work. Do you do when customizing parts to fit the Atlas 5 cylinder? Are you going to do some more custom work? I mean, we're pretty much done with the custom stuff, I think. So, yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot more custom stuff. Quick question, will you ever use 3D printing for your build? Yes, I've used 3D printing many times. In fact, here's something that I 3D printed right here. This is an intake manifold mock-up, and this is now a piece of billet that is sitting over there. He has a 3D printed parts before. Yeah, we've done 3D printed. Yep. Fuel Tech has the ability to embed the current tune in the log. Not a diehard Fuel Tech guy. Just saying. Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah. I mean, frankly, I could probably use some looking around. Like I could. It would probably do me good to look around a little bit, because, yeah. You know, you're only as you should always be paying attention to what's going on elsewhere, in my opinion, or else you're going to become stagnant and no longer learn. So, you know, frankly, I'd be willing to give a Fuel Tech a shot. Maybe I'll get in contact with them at some point and be like, hey, you want to work with me? And see if they, you know, maybe they'll blow my socks off. A friend of mine has done a couple Fuel Techs in his builds, and he has done a lot of complaining about it, of just like, oh, it's so weird how you have to do idle control, and it's so weird how you have to do, you know, the fuel tables in pounds per hour. You can't put it in volumetric efficiency. Like, you know, it's just some of the stuff that you have to do on the Fuel Tech is just weird. It's different than how any other ECU is set up, and yeah, so it's just some people prefer the Fuel Tech. I'm not going to fault you for that. And yeah, cool that the system gives you that flexibility. Yeah. Do you own any anvils or blacksmithing tools? We got a very, very small anvil, but yeah, we don't own anything other than that. All right. Am I going to do this? Normally, we cut the rods to have a little bit of... All right, screw it. We're going to do it. All right, I can... Fuel Tech can be changed to milliseconds or volumetric efficiency. Yeah, but I thought it was like some weird calculation. Like you can't... I've heard that like the VE values don't actually make sense. It's like they're doing the calculation wrong or something, and I don't know. My friend complained about it, and you know, I should probably actually do my own research rather than just going based off of what my friend told me. But I just remember him saying that like he tried to transfer a fuel table from a known good tune into a Fuel Tech, and it was just completely wrong. Like, not even close. Which I've had that happen on like a mega squirt. Like, some of the times the fuel tables and those get all kinds of wonked out. Must have been a personal project or something like that. IDK, I tried. Okay. The new Vision Fuel Tech series should give more of this flexibility, but only with time we'll see what people can extract from them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Fuel Tech is fine. I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, if you choose to use it, I'm not gonna fault you. Friend bias versus best bias. Okay. Fuel Tech seems to only support large channels. Mine is 38,000 subs. I reached out to them because I installed one and created a video on it. They just said, we'll send you over to marketing. Yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah, I feel your pain there. Yeah, sometimes companies they only want to work with the larger creators, and you know, you got to do what you can. You got to take advantage of the opportunities that you can. You can't, you know, you got to understand it from their side. They're trying to sell ECUs, and if they can have a Murder Nova or Cletus McFarlane promote their product, that's going to go a whole lot farther than, you know, you or me with a lot less subscribers. So, you know, you gotta look at it from their perspective. They're trying to run a business, and when they give away free parts, they're not making money off of those parts. You know, they need to see that return on investment, you know, based on the increase in sales volume that you will generate. And, you know, so you gotta, yeah. What would be your dream max effort engine to build with an unlimited budget? I actually got asked this on Sunday, I think. It would be a really short stroke, really big bore, inline six, you know, billet block, you know, really go nuts. Just something that revs to like 11,000 RPM and will do it over and over and over and over and over. You know, it would be like take a GM, the new LT5 that they're putting into or maybe it's LT6 that they're putting into the Z06 Corvette. Take that, but turn it into an inline six. All right, I'm gonna hop over to the mill. So let me change the camera angle for you guys, because we are going to we're adding a oil groove on our connecting rod, but we need to clean up the mill first and put the vise on it because, yeah, it's a mess. If Nivlak can make a 4,200,000 horsepower, I bet he would. We did. We have. It has happened. We have done that. FT systems are made here and are the most beloved, but aren't exactly a unanimous choice either. Other local competitors are gaining space with price undercuts. Okay. Hey, welcome back, Jack Stands. What a sweet little crazy wicked manifold you made, my brother. Thanks. All right, so now we're over at the milling machine. The milling machine cam. So I need to clean up my mess because this is frankly a mess. All right. You need a shop intern so you can focus on building. Yeah, that would be nice. Time to bust out the shop vac. Learning curve from the Max ECU. I well, I've tuned a lot with a lot of ECUs. I didn't have a problem, but I'm coming from a place of a decent amount of experience. What's the motor new to the build? I've seen old stuff, but not familiar, unfamiliar with this. It's a Vortec 3500, the little brother to the 4200. Yeah, just break out the air hose. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. After you're done with cruise, you should do an Atlas build too. Yeah, there you go. Yep, we have the Camaro. Yep. Worst part is I watched video already and forgot. It's all good. I've considered it. Calvin beat me to the 4th gen build. Was going to be my trailer park Supra. Yeah, I mean, I'm not done with it. You can still, you know, if mine's going to be more of a race car build, I mean, maybe you could do a more mild one. So all-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive? What is your preference? I like rear-wheel drive. There's definitely some merit to that all-wheel drive, as they're finding out with that all-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive shootout. But for me, all-wheel drive requires a lot of, I mean, for one, you got to deal with torque steer. And I have had a lot of experience with torque steer with our 600 horsepower front-wheel drive LS4 powered Eagle Talon that we built a couple years ago. And I will say I've had enough torque steer for one life. That thing was violent. I'm sure they have that sorted out on some of their stuff, but it seems like they're having a saw at the wheel quite a bit on those cars. I don't know. I'm not super interested. I also think that if you're not no prep racing, then all-wheel drive is a waste of time. Look at all the Nissan GTR guys that are now converting to rear-wheel drive, and all of a sudden 6-second passes are super easy. Like, you know, it's just, you know, to each their own. You know, if you want to do all-wheel drive, that's within your rights. But for me, I like track racing. I do not like street racing. There are too many people getting hurt and killed doing street racing. So I have zero interest in that. You know, we've had enough drama in our lives. I just don't need to go street racing. It's not something I enjoy. It's difficult to test. In our area, the cops are very, very active. And so it's not like I can just go out and make a hit. I mean, it's also illegal. So, yeah, just not my cup of tea. But if it's yours, then more power to you. Yeah, I like all-wheel drive more, but gotta work with whatever. Yep. Are crank and rods the same on 3.5, 3.7? No. The 3.7? Yeah, but my water burnouts. Yeah, exactly. 3.5 and 3.7, the rods and the pistons are both different. They added a piston oil squirter to the rod on the 3.7 and went to a larger pin. And the 3.7 liter had a larger bore, so it had a larger piston. I agree with you, all-wheel drive. I agree with you on all-wheel drive, unless it's front-wheel drive, then all-wheel drive makes sense, sure. Anyone done a ProCharge centrifugal supercharger on an Atlas engine yet? I know there's a guy working on one. We plan to do one at some point, but yeah. Hello from Dallas, Texas. What is your power goals with 5-cylinder? 600 wheel horsepower. I'm a little late to the live. Is this a 3.5 or a 3.7? It's 3.5. Yeah, street stuff is dumb. I used to like it, but I was a kid then, grew up since then, been getting into IndyCar and IMSA. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, I mean, there's too many people that are just getting killed at way too young of an age doing that stuff. Makes me sad. Just makes me sad. It's you know, I mean, I guess they died doing what they loved, but you know, without inconveniencing your train of thought, how do you center something on the lathe? Everyone else may know, but I assume you mean you never ran one. So you would normally use like a dial indicator. So the lathe chuck on a lot of lathes is adjustable, and you would use a dial indicator, and you would kind of indicate up against the lathe chuck, and you would just rotate it over by hand and see the dial indicator moving in and out. And then you would do the same thing with your part. They have these things called live centers to help you keep things centered. Ideally, it's set up with a Ideally, it's set up with a what do they call that? It's set up with a device. Man, what is that called? It's the thing that holds your drill bit and that kind of stuff. Man, words. Here. Okay, so you got your lathe. You take a dial indicator. You spin this over by hand. You're gonna see the thing move in and out. So then you center this up. I think there's this Allen bolt right here. You adjust these to move it and center it, and then you also have this thing right here. You see that? This thing, right? No, you can't see that. All right, see this thing down here? This is set up to be perfectly in line with the lathe chuck, so that you can set up this thing called a live center, which is this little thing, and you can drill the piece with a centering bit like that, and then you use this and you basically butt it up against the part, and it helps keep the thing loaded or centered. And yeah. All right, back to the mill. Chuck. Yeah, I'm not thinking the tailstock. Yes, tailstock. Thank you. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. So we got our vise. Now you might be like, okay, you're assembling an engine. Why the heck are you on a milling machine right now? Well, we actually make a modification to the Molnar rods to allow them to have a piston oil cooling jet, if you will, that basically helps to keep the piston walls from scuffing. The factory, the early rods in the engine have this provision, but Molnar didn't bother to duplicate it, so we like to add it. All right, need to get our. Ah, okay, that's so smart. Yep, yeah, just use the dial indicator. We were at the mill a second ago. I walked away and changed my drill, and now we're at the lathe. What are you making? Yeah, it's. I was just giving an explanation. Back to the mill. Back to the mill. Yeah, so ideally you should only have to set the chuck on the lathe one time. You may want to check it periodically, but ideally you should only have to set it one time, and then it's always centered. Now, there's like 3 jaw chucks, there's 6 jaw chucks, and they all do 4 jaw chucks as well. They all have better or worse centering capabilities. Some of them are like independent, like the jaws are independent. You can adjust them independent of one another. And that helps you center things up. Center it up. All right, got our lathe. I got our vise hooked to the mill. Where did my, oh. All right, so we are making a modification to the connecting rods. All right. So let's pull our end mill out. We got to use a super duper long end mill for this. And this will make the machinist cringe, but we got to hold the end mill with the drill chuck, because otherwise you can't get past the connecting rod with the angle that I like to put the thing at. In general, like to machinists, this is like major taboo. Like, this will make machinists out there cringe. This simple trick will make machinists cringe. So, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Guys, chill out. It's gonna be okay. Okay. Now, I don't care a whole lot if the this thing's square. I would indicate the vise in to make it square, but I don't care a whole lot. If it's slightly offset one way or the other, it'll be fine. For other operations, I would spend a little more time, but for what we're doing here, it'll be all right. What is this done you speak of? Yeah. You gonna get with Steve Morris and do a super billet deck Atlas? Yeah, there we go. Call it. Yeah, there you go. I'm closing my eyes. It's just a little. It's I mean, we're just gonna barely nip the rods. We're just cutting a little tiny channel. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Relax. I've done it way too many times. And yeah, so just look away. Look away. Look away. All right, and then I made this tool here. This is to hold the rods in orientation so that we can do a consistent cut every single time. Just give it a little kiss. Just yeah, safety squints engaged. There you go. I'm currently running a I'm currently running two 3-axis CNC mills while watching this. How many machinists are in here? I hate this part. Yeah, how many machinists are in here and cringing at what I'm about to do? You can't stop me. It's like the meme where he's like holding the guys open. I don't even know what movie that's from, but you can't stop me, guys. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. All right, so we got a match. All right, so if we look at the stock rod, which side is the front? So yeah, the stock rod has this little notch here, if you can see that, and that just sprays oil up onto the cylinder wall, keeps the piston lubricated. That's what we're trying to duplicate here. Relax, half the rod gone. Who let an engineer on the mill? Yep, God is good, yep. Who let an engineer on the mill? Yep. Sorry about that, guys. My bad. Oh, that part I threw across the room? I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, so we gotta make sure that we put this on the right side because we want it to spray on the thrust side. So the engine clockwise, so it needs to spray that way. So I need to double check this. Okay. So we need this to spray. This way. Okay, I got it. So, yeah. I'm trying to figure out which way I need to hold the rod. Popped in, gosh. Yep. We over a sec. Can't see anything on the mill. Yep. I'll see if I can adjust the camera angle. All right. So let's adjust this ever so slightly. All right. How's that? Better? Better. All right, so this tool holds the rod for me so that I can just butt it up against the blade or vise, And it will hold the angle for me so that when I clamp it, it's in the right orientation. Good squish. And then all right. So now, and right about there. Looks good. I won't get too scientific about this. Hopefully, this doesn't cause interference. All right, I think we're good. And set this up. A little more. Power. All right, I need to zero it. Perfect. All right, now we need to do the other side. Let me sneak it by. Ooh, yep, we're good. Okay. All right, that should be good. All right, see? Just got a little groove there, little groove there, and as the oil fills in here, it should hopefully spray out and lubricate the cylinder wall. Simple. All right. Back to the engine. So I guess we could do this one at a time. Just a little kiss. All right. Frozen cam. I had a work call, stupid work. Are these oil reliefs? Basically, they are oil, basically cylinder wall lubricating jet channel things. Basically, it sprays oil up onto the cylinder wall to keep the pistons from scuffing, hopefully. Something that's on the factory rods that Molnar didn't bother to put on the aftermarket rods that we like to add, because the factory put it on there for a reason, obviously, so we should try to duplicate it. I've seen some people actually put like the later rods and pistons have a like an actual jet drilled into the rod that will redirect oil onto the cylinder rods, or the cylinder rods, the cylinder walls. Yeah, in the rods. Yeah. Add a 3D printer to your shop, then we can order. Add 3D print to your shop, then we can order. Oh, you mean the... Okay. Much better. We can witness the machinist cringe in real time. There you go. Sorry, guys. Alright, I need to go get the special ultra high pressure lubricant that they recommend that you torque these bolts with. I don't have it here. I need to run and get it real quick, and then we can start installing our first rod. So we're going to do this one at a time. I guess I could put this into the piston first. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I could start selling them. But it kind of matches my vise on, you know, our milling machine, so it's not sure if it would work on other people's vise. You meant what you... Okay. All right. $151. All right. Let me just do something real quick. All right. This. Okay. Got 146 of you guys in here. Thanks for tuning in. All right, so let's get some oil. I should probably go wash my hands. All right, I'm gonna run inside, wash my hands, and then I'm gonna get the lubricant to torque the bolts up on the rods. Actually, you know what? Let's do all 5 rods all at once. That way it's just done, and then I only have to clean my hands one time. Yeah, that's one thing. Putting engines together, you should be cleaning your hands frequently, because I don't know, it probably doesn't matter. I'm probably a hack anyways. I'm sure if Jay from Real Street were to watch how I assemble engines, he would be like, dear God, what is wrong with you? But we won sick week, so sick summer, so I don't know. I'm just some dumb guy like 6 cylinders. All right. I've become quite a fan of your channel. I think it's awesome that you and your dad get to enjoy doing something you both love together. And mom too. Thanks for being awesome. Hey, yeah. Appreciate you following along. It's trying to put on a good show for you guys, and appreciate everybody that tunes in. So, all right. So that is next one. All right. My first build was like brain surgery clean. Now I'm more Calvin style. Yeah. You know, they have that meme of like what people think the environment that a 1,000 horsepower race engine is built in versus what it actually is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Same. Not a single hack on the planet is milling oil slingers into rods. Sloppy, maybe. Hack, no shot. There you go. Will the max ECU run drive-by-wire? Yeah. Yeah, it will. In fact, they prefer if you do. All right. Got to transition back to the mill cam. Doot, 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 doot. Yeah, we want to. Yeah. I'm sure it's been mentioned before, but how much does a station wagon weigh? I think it's 3,100 with me in it. I'm pretty sure it's 3,100 with me in it. It might be, man, I don't remember. We have too many cars, too many projects, too many, yeah. Yeah, first world problems. Oop, I put this thing in the wrong way. Logo should be facing towards me, because I always put the logo forward in the engine so that it just helps me to keep things straight. So, got to make sure you put it on the right side. All right. Cool. That's number two. Number two. Where am I putting these? Right there. Okay. I like how you think out of the box. You really have me thinking about putting the big block, pulling the big block out of my car. I was going to build an LS, but it really got me wanting to build a Nissan now. Okay, cool. Only build Nissans if you hate yourself and money. I have 3 S13s. Yes, he does. Can't have a stream without rainbow screen. Okay, okay, all right. I was worried about that, if it would cause interference again. Sorry about that, guys. It must be right when the lathe fires up, or the mill fires up. I think I know what it is, but it's not going to be easy to fix, so yeah. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I'm sorry, guys. All right, build a Faraday cage for your camera. No, I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is I'm running my HDMI cable right past the 240-volt wires in the shop. And I need to get them away from the 240-volt stuff. So, you know. Mm-hmm. Are you using a phase converter? Yes. Yeah, it's a Phoenix phase converter. You have not had positive results. I have no knowledge of the Nissan. Okay. Chatting with the chat. Chatting with the chat. Okay. Rod number 4. Number 4. Here we go. Here we go. That's hard to say. Here we go. There we go. That was a good one. Any Super Mario guys in the chat? Eh, 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 eh. No. Okay. One to go. One to go. It's nice we don't have to do 6. You know? Yesterday I was all cringy about having to cut a cylinder off my intake runners. Now I'm like, kind of glad we did the 5-cylinder. Now I only gotta do five rods and pistons. And save a whole lot of time. Starting to warm up to it. How about that? How about that? Woo. Woo. Yeah, these have seen some heat. I guess I'll pick the best of the bunch. Best of the bunch. Where did I put that cap? It's over there. Doot, doot, doot. Doot, doot, doot. Okay. Didn't need that anyways. All right. Doot, doot. Doot, doot, doot. All right. Talking about BK56s in the comments. Yeah. Uh-huh. All right. Here we go. All right, last one. Last one. All right, we're done. All right. Start dropping rods and pistons into the engine. Right after we assemble them, and right after I go and clean my hands. Hands are filthy. Okay. All right. Doink. All right, so I'm gonna go on a very short break and go grab some supplies, clean my hands up. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, just gonna leave this running. I'll be back in 5. All right, we're back. We got some packages. Packages in the mail. So, this should be our balance shaft elite kit from the guys over at Badlands Industries, and 4,200 for you. Let's have a look. Yep. All right, just in the nick of time. Look at that. So this right here is our balance shaft elite kit. Woohoo! All right. So I thought there was 5 plugs, but okay, this will only be 4. So awesome unboxing video. All right, next up. All right, that one. That one can go back in the house. And then, all right. So I'm a little concerned here because this package doesn't feel heavy enough. Let's find out. Let's find out. All right. Okay. This is the Sonax adapter flange to go to a 1350 yoke. This is for my dad's car. But the other package does not feel heavy enough, because a steel 1-inch thick flange should be heavier. So either it's made of aluminum or it's not the right one. All right. Okay. Whew. All right, we're good, guys. We're good. Whew. It's aluminum. It's aluminum. Oh, I was about to lose it. I was about to lose it, guys. All right, well, that's even better. It said it was steel on the internet, but it is aluminum. So we got our 1-inch thick aluminum bell housing adapter or spacer thing. Yeah, I was worried there for a second. I was like, this package does not feel heavy enough to be steel. But that's okay. It's just aluminum, which is even better. Now, I'm actually more happy with it. Look at that. Look at that. Nice and thick. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Cool. That will save our bacon right there, guys. That is the key to the kingdom. That is what will save this build. Literally lose the shop without this. All right, so let me get these boxes out of here. All right, so I'm gonna just take care of this real quick. Give me like another 5, guys. All right, I'll be right back. back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. But we have our bell housing spacer. And thanks to GRRH 77 for helping us find this. We ordered this on, I think, Saturday? Yeah, we ordered this on Saturday, and we determined that it was necessary in order to be able to, get this to work in this chassis. So this is a big deal right here. The fact that it's made out of aluminum is really cool too. Okay. All right. So, question for all the 6-liter LS or Japanese Coyote and Big Whipple or Magnuson Con Gorilla or whatever you call it, or Pro Charger. Appreciate the input, guys. Well, a Pro Charger is going to be more efficient. That means it's going to consume less horsepower from the crank, probably. I don't know how much those gear drives consume, but yeah, I would expect the Pro Charger to be more efficient. Depends on your budget, fabrication skill. Low budget, I'd go 6-liter. Big budget, I'd go BK56. Yeah, sounds about right. All right, let's start dropping in rods and pistons. So these do not have a forward and backwards on them, which is fine. All right. Okay. So we're going to pop our C-clip in on the one side and on the other side. And then, yeah. Currently in search of a K5 Blazer to stuff my buddy's Armada drivetrain into. As the body and interior and frame are falling apart, the drivetrain and suspension is still good and great shape after 260K. All right, greetings from Aruba. How's it going? So normally how I do these pistons, they're kind of a pain, but I normally pop the C-clip into one side and then you feed your piston through and then pop the C-clip on the other side. These are kind of challenging to get in there, but it's a lot better than the spiral locks. From what I hear, I've never actually done a spiral lock. Every aftermarket piston I've ever used these C-clip style. Really like the ones that are like actually a C-clip that you can use a C-clip tool, you know, the stuff. All right, would you ever swap a VQ37 for an Atlas? No. I don't like the way they sound. VQ35, VQ37, they just not a huge fan of the sound. But that's just me. Yeah, I know a lot of guys use those engines and they make a lot of horsepower, but it's not my cup of tea. Now the 3.6 GM stuff sounds decent, and maybe you could make the 3.7 sound decent, but based on what I've heard, I'm not a huge fan. Sorry. Yeah, so normally these are a pain. So you kind of have to like, I forget how I do this, to be honest. It's been a while. It's kind of a nightmare. Right. you don't want them to come out when you're running the engine, obviously, but Nissan V6 is the worst sounding abomination ever created. I mean, I don't know if I go that far, but don't sound great in my opinion. Now, the key is not to have this thing go flying across your shop. Actually put it into the piston. You don't want to send it through into orbit. That's usually nice. Okay, got our first one in. See it there? All right. So now we can put our pin in and put our rod in place. Normally I put a little blob of oil on my pin. I put a little bit of lubricant in here and here. Spread it around with your finger. How much horsepower do you think you can make Calvin turntub? I'm shooting for 600 wheel horsepower. So, yeah. Where did I put my pin? Is it over here? Is it over there? Where? Okay, now we're playing the game of where the heck did I put my stuff? See, I started. Oh, guys, it's right here. Alright, it seems like the Vortec 3700. Hey, we got a $5 donation. Thanks. Thanks for the donation, Robert Johnson. Get go. Thanks. NASCAR Brazil cars run GM V6 out of the Captiva. Okay, cool. Seems like the Vortec 3700 or even the 4200 could swap reasonably easy into a 350Z, 370Z. I think somebody's working on a kit to do that. I think the guys over at Forever Fabrication are working on a kit to do that. When I play that game where I put my stuff, I usually start by looking in my hand. Yeah, it wasn't in my hand though. It was sitting on top of the engine. All right. And I have done that before. So, where's my phone? Talking to somebody on the phone, and I'm like, where is my phone? It's like, oh, yeah, I'm using it to talk to this person, literally holding it in my hand. But it's like, you don't even think of phones as phones anymore. It's like a computer box. You're welcome. Love the channel. Well, I appreciate the donation. That's very nice of you. There. These C-clips are total pain. Ooh. There it goes. All right, we got it, guys. We got it. We got it. You doubt it. Perfect. All right, now these pistons use an oil support ring. So we got to put that in. They have like a diagram of how you're supposed to do this stuff. Where's the diagram? Diagram. Diagram. I know they have a diagram. That's it. Nope. That's it. Yup. There it is. It's the thing that I looked at when I first picked it up. Alright. Oil support ring. Hello. Yeah, I looked for my keys for a half an hour. Never checked my left hand. Yup. Feel your pain. Feel your pain. So here's the... Yep. Yeah. Yeah, you only need one for the one. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you only need one side because it travels up through the balance shaft itself. Okay. All right. Yep. Yeah, I'm excited to get that installed. All right. Let's just this way. So, oil support ring, basically the oil control ring overlaps the piston pin. So you have to have this ring in here. Yeah, same as what we used on the Sunbird. Yep, so this is the same rod and piston as what we won 6 summer with. If that was a 6 summer. Okay, so all right, Dad's here. Anybody have any questions for Dad? Or do you want to get to work? No, I don't think so. All right. Any videos you could recommend with that Japanese Coyote VK56 so I can hear it in, let's see, it make a pass, rolling burnout. I'm just curious about it, taboo, but 55 short boxes, what I would put it in. Okay, that sounds cool. I would go check out John Roberts. Yeah, that Racer John on YouTube. Yeah, go check out that Racer John. He's probably the best channel. That, or you could go check out. Okay, so let me just show you this. See how this ring overlaps the piston pin? You got to add this little rail here to support the oil control rings. But yeah, go check out that Racer John. You could also check out the Skid Factory that did a build up on a VK56. So either one of those should get you where you want to go. what's your thoughts on compressed air supercharging? We've actually talked about that quite a few times this week. I think I like it for like it puts less stress on the engine, but I don't think it's safe. I think if anybody gets into a wreck with it, we're gonna see some bad stuff happen if the wreck is bad enough. And I don't want, it's not like I'm wishing it was gonna happen. I think the safety needs to be stepped up a little bit. All right. Okay, there. Oh, I got this facing the wrong way. All right. Regap, not recap, stupid smartphone. Oh. Do you regap the rings since you are going to run boost? Yeah, that we did that earlier. Yep. Yeah, I mean, we're running Ford rods and pistons, so we are gapping the rings in general. But, all right, I don't see any questions. Okay, Dad's gonna get back to work on his 48 Studebaker gasser project. Oh, Dad, your the Sonax adapter plate or adapter thing to the 1350 yoke, it's sitting on the 8 HP over there. So. Yep. Okay. Yep. I gotta get a bunch of stuff done on here too, but yeah, I can help with that. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we gapped the rings to 25 thousandths top and bottom, in case anybody's wondering. Okay. I did this wrong again. You should go over here according to Weissko's diagram. See, I do follow the instructions. I'm not a complete hack. I came in late. Sorry, it's all good. It's all good. All right, bottom. Second compression ring. Okay. All right, so here, something else that might make some people cringe. We reuse the stock main bearings, or well, yeah, we reuse stock main bearings. We reuse the stock rod bearings as well, because yeah, I'm a big fan of the stock bearings. We've tried to use hardened bearings in the past on our LS stuff, and we've had issues with it, where basically the H bearings, you know, if you've ever heard of an H bearing, the H stands for hard, and that means that rather than file this, so when you run an H bearing in your engine, it's a harder bearing. And that means that if you start to have a bearing issue, it will dig into the crankshaft and start to eat your crankshaft. Whereas if you run a aluminum stock style bearing, which is what GM runs, it will eat up the bearing instead of your crankshaft. Now, I'd rather eat up a set of bearings than eat up my crankshaft. So we like to literally just take the stock bearings and reuse them, because there's nothing wrong with them, in my opinion. You mentioned the Max ECU and its CAN bus capabilities. Do you run do you all run a CAN bus PDM or have tried one? Be fun, cool stuff, but you have to, but to have the ECU command PDM outputs. We tried a PDM on one of our cars. I don't like PDMs, I'll be honest. They are, for a drag and drive car, if I have an issue with that, I gotta hope that somebody else has a PDM like mine and can give me, you gotta replace the whole box, and the box costs $2,000 or whatever. So, I think they're neat, but for the type of racing that we do, I can just literally walk into an auto parts store and buy a fuse or a relay. I don't have to special order a smart wire or something dumb like that. I can literally just get one from the auto parts store. So I would rather run fuses and relays. I don't really see the benefit of running. I mean, yeah, you save on I/O, I guess, to command stuff through the PDM. A lot of the PDMs don't even support that. But yeah, they're really expensive, and I just, I'd rather have something more basic for like a drag and drive car, because, you gotta think about when things go wrong, because it seems like those boxes have issues quite often. It seems like a lot of people, you hear all the time on a drag and drive, so-and-so's looking for a smart wire. So-and-so's looking for a smart wire, does anybody have a smart wire, or whatever those things are called. That's the most common one because they're the most economical one. Seems like somebody's always burning one of them up, and I would rather run fuses and relays. But that's just me. I mean, yeah, there's like current monitoring that you can do with them, but I don't know. Like, you can detect premature failure of your fuel pump or whatever. It's just, I don't know. I doubt anybody actually does that. Yeah, so, I don't know. They're just more complicated than what I need. Maybe that makes me a caveman. Is the piston repurposed from another motor, or is that piston made for this motor? It is made for this motor. It is a Wiseco piston that is designed for the Atlas series of engine. And we finally got Wiseco to start making rods and pistons. Or not rods, but pistons. Took a lot of effort. Like a lot of effort. I have been working with them for a long time. Like 3 years to try and get these rods and pistons. And it finally happened. So, yeah. Oh, and on the bearing discussion, Steve Morris runs soft bearings on his stuff. Aluminum style bearings. So, if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. Electrical engineer, I trust you on that. Yeah, I mean, they have their place. It's, if you want to build a SEMA car that has all the bells and whistles, then sure. But I like to drive my stuff. And when stuff goes wrong, I can't get a PDM at an auto parts store. You gotta hope that somebody else at the race has one as well. Yeah. Use pizza cuts instead. There we go. Forget those stupid pie cuts. Use pizza cuts now. Ooh, that thing spins over nice. Look at that. Look how nice that spins. I don't know if you can see that. Alright, so we're gonna we want to get our rod throw to the bottom of the stroke. And we're going to get some assembly lube and lubricate our rod bearing. Easiest way to not burn up your fuel pump, keep it in tank covered in fuel. There you go. Yeah, so so the rod bearings, this is another funny thing. Rod bearings that are in this engine, right here. See that engine? Right there? That one right there? I have used those rod bearings on 5 different engines now. And yeah, so I just keep using them over and over and over and over and over. They actually have, they were in the Datsun, and they had no oil pressure being fed to them for like a couple minutes, and I pulled them out and they look fine, so I reused them. So, yeah, call me a hack. I embrace it. Where'd my taper compressor go? There it is. All right, this is another cool tool. It's kind of dirty. This is a tapered ring compressor. It basically has a slight taper to it, and it's sized to the bore on this engine. I like to lubricate my cylinder walls and my piston. Just drop this guy in there. So you can normally get it loaded up, get the skirts to poke out the bottom. That'll help you keep it aligned, and then drop it in the engine. If it doesn't feel right, it's not right. So that's the way it should feel. Just go. Okay, so I gotta flip the engine over. I forgot to pull, well, actually, I'm gonna pull the oil pan off from the bottom so that I can feed the rod down in. Yeah, the magic bearings. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So the next time you guys go like, man, I'm having oil pressure issues and I just can't figure out why, you can just go, well, you reused the bearings like 5 times. So, you know. Hasn't bit me yet. What's your personal fastest and quickest quarter mile on any car? It was actually with the Sunbird at the most recent running of 6 Summer. I went an 872 at 158 miles per hour. What oil do you run? Well, we've recently been experimenting with Schaefer's, if you guys have heard of them. We run 20W50 conventional because it's better at handling the alcohol-based fuels. And it's the Molly style oil. All right, tang to tang, tang, tang. Doink. Okay, and then these are supposed to have lube on them. It's like a super special secret lube. That is what I ran inside to go get, and I have now misplaced. Had heck did I put it? Oh, it's over here. Must be nice. BMW engines, rod bearings are a consumable item. Yeah, I don't know. If you just lower your standards a little bit, I bet you could reuse them as well. I don't know. I mean, just because, you know, just it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay. Does speed and power ever scare you? Not really. I mean, I don't know. I think I got this from my dad. It's, you're too busy to be scared when you're driving a race car. It's just, there's too much going on. You just act. You don't think, you just act. And, you know, even if the car gets sideways, you know, my heart rate doesn't even increase. It's just, okay, I want to go this way. Don't go that way. We want to go that way. I don't know. It's the other guy, as me and Nate talk about a bunch. It's the other guy takes over. Some people don't have that. You know, for me, it's just like the other guy's, he's driving. The other guy takes over. Yeah. After the fact, when you're like reflecting, it can be like a, "Ooh, that was hairy." But I don't know. In the moment, you're just too busy. Too busy. Okay. Yes. Lower your standards a little bit. My initial pickup line to my wife. There you go. Yes. 90% of the time of me working on my projects is looking for the part I just put down. I'm glad I'm not alone. Yes. Yeah. That happens way too much, and it's happening right now. It's right here. It's right here. Everybody relax. Okay, so extreme pressure lube. Lubricate the threads and under the bolt. Okay. We got the 7/16 by 1.600, so we do 30 pound-feet plus 60 degrees. Okay. Speed and power aren't scary, but you definitely gain significant more respect the more of each you have. That's for sure. That is for sure. It's called spam calls. Gah, gah, gah. All right, 30 plus 60. So we should probably at least run these down. This thing rotates over so nice. Now, normally I would do a 360-degree thrust mod as well, but I don't have a thrust bearing, so because you just use two top side. So these engines are set up with a 180-degree thrust only in the top side, and what we do is we get two top side bearings and install them on both bottom and top, but I don't have one, so we're just gonna skip that part. It's a good idea for when you're running automatics or manuals, got a little bit of thrust load. Yeah, wants to inform me about my car's extended warranty. For real. $30 plus 60. 30. Oh, it comes out to like 100 and something pound-feet. Once you finish torque. Okay. Then we change it to angle mode. Angle. 60. So this torque wrench is set up so that I can put an angle into it, and it will keep track of it for me. There's a lot of the stock engine stuff does torque by angle. Yeah. Let me find a better place to stand here so I don't embarrass myself. Basically, I got to keep the engine stand from rotating. 118. 118. Exact same torque. Now, some people have this fancy tool that like measures the bolt stretch. You're not going to see that here. I like to run her over by hand. It's good. Yeah, that feels nice. Okay. Rod number 2. Rod and piston number 2. Normally I measure piston to wall clearance, but you'll be fine. In fact, you know what? Screw it. We'll measure piston to wall. Even though I've already installed one of the pistons. And I kind of don't care. It's funny to keep an eye on. Like, we've run them pretty loose. But basically, okay, what I'm talking about. My goodness. More spam. More spam. Sheesh. Yeah, that's a good looking piston right there. Look at that. Whee! Okay. Alright. Hey Calvin, stand on the legs of the engine stand when you're torquing. See how much easier it is. Yeah, the problem is I can't get on them. I wouldn't be able to. I can't like I want to stand here and. I don't know. I could try it. I feel like I would fall if I'm not careful. There's my pin. All right. Don't drop the 10 millimeter. Yep. Penny pinching, OEM, running 180 degrees thrust. It's what? 10 cents to run 360 degree. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's not 10 cents. I mean, it's probably like $30, but I don't have one, and I'd like to get the car running by the end of the week, so I know a lot of people actually file down the bottom thrust bearing on like LS stuff because the main cap doesn't do a great job of reinforcing the thrust movement. The main cap's just going to flex like this. So a lot of people will actually file down the bottom side bearing so that it doesn't touch the crank. It's mainly as like an auxiliary bearing so that like if the top side thrust wears to the point that it gets to the bottom side thrust, you got big issues. And it's kind of like a fail safe. I know like what's his name? The guy who tunes a lot of Cletus's stuff, real good at doing stuff on YouTube. What is that guy's name? Peter something. Peter something. Peter. Come on, guys, help me out here. Peter. Pete Harrell. Pete Harrell. Yes, Pete Harrell. That is what he does. He ends up just filing down the bottom side thrust of the for his LS stuff. I'm pretty sure. At least that's what they were doing on Beer Money, if I am not mistaken. Yep, Pete Harrell. There you go. Yep, I'll go to shot. Maybe you can make a floor bolt, insert against wheels, something. Yeah, probably. I don't do it enough to really put that much thought into it. All right. I mean, we build a fair amount of engines here, but, you know, I don't know. I'm just being lazy. All right, fine, I'll admit it. I'm just being lazy. Oh, gotta get our C-clip in first. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to measure the, are you brand loyal to Tools, Hobo Freight, or Snap-on, Temu? I like Husky. They used to have like the ultimate drag and drive tool setup. It was like it had so much stuff and it was in a nice package, and they stopped selling it. But it was, I used to have this really nice, it was in this nice carrying case, and they used to sell it through Home Depot, and that was actually the toolkit that was stolen from me with my Studebaker. And I ended up finding someone on eBay who had one, an old one, and buying it because I liked the toolkit so much. I wish they still sold it to the public because I highly recommend it. It has like Torx bits, it has all kinds of stuff in it that it's just like, it's the best. It's the best. The best toolkit I have ever seen if you're doing drag and drive stuff. But, yeah. Alright, you want to see measure piston to wall? Let's do it. Even though I've already installed one piston and I kind of don't care, we can measure it. Because, yes. Alright, so we gotta go 1.3 inches below the bottom piston groove. Okay, so it's bottom of the skirt. Okay, so this is how you measure piston to wall. This is called a micrometer. And what this does is it allows you to measure things very, very accurately. So what we're going to do is we're going to measure, not really measuring, we're just using it as kind of like a setup gauge for our dial bore indicator thingy. Whatever you call that, because I don't know the actual terminology. So you basically use this little thumb screw. This is like a little clutch, and when this gets tight enough that it starts clutching, you know that's as tight as. So, all right, lock that in. Okay, so we got our distance here. Then we get our dial bore gauge. This is a dial bore gauge. I had to use the restroom. Does it run yet? No, Nate, it doesn't run yet. It doesn't run yet. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Sheesh. So pushy. So pushy. Alright, so how this works. Alright, this is called a dial bore gauge. Basically, when you push on this little nub here, it moves this needle. And it measures things super duper accurately. So I think we need this one. And then you have these like adjustable little insert things. And it does the thing with the stuff and the other thing. And you basically put this in. You're basically treating the piston like you're zero. You zero it against the piston, so you have this little extension piece here. Has a little spherical end. Nicest thing about this swap is no oil pan cutting and extending for sure. All right, and then we take our micrometer that we've zeroed to the diameter of the piston, and we stick our dial bore gauge in there. It helps to check this up in the vise, but I'm just trying to get an idea of what combination of shims. And I just dropped that. See, dropping more stuff. There it is. See, the thing is, I know how to do it the right way, but I don't feel like it. So, does that make me a hack? I think so. Yeah, because if this was a professional engine shop, they would be doing this for every single piston and every single rod bearing and every single blah, 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 blah. I don't feel like it. I would rather just put the engine together and see what it'll do. Maybe that makes me a hack. So just stick this in here, zero this gauge out on the measurement that we just took. Okay, I have it zeroed out. You just have to trust me. Alright, we're done with this. So I have the gauge zeroed out. Put this back. Oh, there's already a sloppy mechanic. Are we going to have to start calling you Hacky Mechanicy? Okay, sure. Hacky Mechanicy. Yeah, but the difference is, Matt just doesn't care. I don't, he may or may not know how to do it right, but he just doesn't care. Whereas I pretty much know how to do it right. I just refuse to. All right, piston wall. So we have it zeroed out, and you just rock this back and forth until you get your measurement. It's 6 thou. We ran 5.5 on the Sunbird. That's pretty loose, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine, guys. It'll be fine. Steve Jobs said, "Find a lazy person to do a difficult job, and you'll find the fastest way to do it." There you go. Yeah, the engine that we won Sick Summer with had piston to wall clearance of 5.5. This one's 6. Who's counting half thousands anyways? It'll be fine. It will be fine. Alright, one of these days I'm going to fire one of these up and it's going to make the worst piston noise ever. You guys are going to laugh at me. Yep, Niv Hack 57. That's a good one. I like that. uh, Happy McNiblack. There you go. There you go. I like it. I like it. What's the bore gauge for? You were already gapping the rings earlier, weren't you? I've missed a few hours. Yeah, the bore gauge is so that you can measure the piston to wall clearance. And normally, what you would do is you would shoot for a particular number. I just kind of do it because it's fun, and I get to go. I ran 5.5 thousandths of piston wall clearance, which most engine builders would just absolutely cringe at. And we won a drag and drive class with it. So, don't want to sound like I'm bragging, but, you know. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it, guys, okay? I'm sorry. I'm proud that we did well. Sorry. Dr. Tunamal, I guess. Oh, I guess the stream is lagging. Okay. Nivhack 57 for the win. Rolls off the tongue better than mine. Alright, I'll take it. I'll embrace it. I am the hack. It's time to hack. Get in there. Thank you. Okay. You don't have to build them too tight, or you'll have to preheat your oil. Exactly. See? Who wants to do that? How dare you be proud of your achievement? I know. It's like you're not allowed to do that anymore. You don't want to build them. Yep, I read that one. Have you ever tried Russify on an Atlas? Currently, I'm building an ECU. It supports the GM7X and Bosch Quick Start cam pattern. No, I'm not done. Sheesh. Working on it. I've actually been in contact with the guys who are developing the Russify platform. I think they were supposed to send me an ECU or something, but I don't know whatever happened to that. I'm pretty happy with the Max ECU stuff, so I'm not really looking a bunch, but yeah, I'd give it a shot. I don't know. I mean, Speedduino, I tried that before, and that was a disaster. Luckily, it didn't bite me, but it could have been something that bit me. I want to swap a 3500, 3700 in my Vet. That would be cool. But I couldn't find one at a decent price, so I considered doing an 07K. I really like how the 5-cylinder sounds. That sounds like a really cool project. I fully support that. Whether it's the 07K or an Atlas, I like it. I like when people put engines in cars that they shouldn't be in. Like, you know, put a rotary engine into a 57 Chevy just to piss off the purists. Buy a numbers matching ZL1 Camaro and put a a Nissan VK56 in it. All right, I need that. I just flung a clip across the shop. Luckily, I saw where it went. You know, that like the numbers matching stuff drives me nuts. Like, it's just like, Okay, it's the only blue convertible 67 Impala with 4 doors. Like, okay, I don't care. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't care. Might be alienating some people when I say that, but I'm sorry. I just don't care. Easy, easy. Sorry, man. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble, guys. Expressing my opinions. Uh, it's just not my cup of tea. I'm sorry. Uh, don't mess with that numbers matching ZL1. Just sell it and build 10 cars that are better. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, but you know, if I was a billionaire, man, I would make some people mad. The old whistling diesel effect, I guess. Of course, his name is probably a bad word around here. Be proud. That's no small accomplishment. You're literally going up against millionaires who simply want a trophy and have no heart and soul in their chest, let alone their vehicle like some of us. Well, thanks. I don't want to get cocky. I don't want to get arrogant, but I am proud of it. Why does the internet not let people slap their junk together how they want? Yeah, I don't know. People are just, I mean, some people I'm sure they mean well. You know, they're just trying to help. You know, they're just trying to like, you know, hey, I've done that before. It didn't work out. Here's why. So some people are just trying to help, I think. They may be a little harsh in the way that they're offering the help, but you know, I try to see the best in people. But some people are jerks. Some people are just like, dude, what you like you need to get a more comfortable bed cuz like my goodness, you woke up on the wrong side of it. I've been super Tom recently between torn, I think. Oh, torn. Oh, yeah, I just can't read. Okay. I've been super torn between building a 37 in my H3 or LS swapping it. I mean, you know what I'm going to tell you to do. But now I've seen more of your content. I truly believe that these motors can be the next best thing. There you go. I dig it. Dig it. But mine's the only one with an AM FM radio. Yeah. Yep, I gotta be yep. That's all I'm gonna say. Just yep, Diesel swap anytime soon. Probably not anytime soon. But maybe someday. I don't know. You know, we got a lot of goals and accomplishments that we are going to try and accomplish very soon. And unfortunately, none of them involve a diesel at the moment. How about a 4.3 V6 turbo swapped Monza? That would be cool. Maybe someday we will do that. I used to have a 4.3, but yeah, maybe someday. Is the North Star project still a thing? I was super stoked about that. Yes, we've put out quite a few videos on that recently. Go check them out. And yes, it is still a thing. It's sitting right there. Right. Yes, he was still talking about the 69. Get my oil control rings on. Did you delete the counterbalances yet? Not yet. But we have a kit to do it that just showed up in the mail. Big thanks to the guys over at Badlands Industries and 4200 for you for developing that kit. I was planning to machine our own, but they saved me a bunch of time. So we will be showing that off here shortly. There's the gap. There's the gap. Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. One ring at a time. Because the internet gives everyone a voice without having to face the consequences, which is what it's like to call anti-NPC syndrome. Yeah, for real. Yeah, they started to fix. Yeah, the problem is the Turbo 400 has the torque converter is a larger diameter than the flex plate. So I'm having to make a custom adapter plate to get the torque converter to bolt up. But then I'm having issues with the factory starter hitting that torque converter adapter plate. And so having to develop a custom starter adapter thingy. Kind of like what we do on the 4200s. All right. I'd be an absolute menace with rare cars. If I won the lotto, that's my dream. Yeah, I know. Right there with you, buddy. Right there with you. Yeah, I mean, I understand preserving history, and we should keep one example of every significant car in a museum somewhere. But the other ones, they should be used. They should be abused. They should be raced. They should be wrecked. They should be used, abused. You know, they're cars. It's not something to be worshipped. It's a car. And if you take pride in that kind of thing, I really can't hold you. You know, it's good to take pride in your vehicle, but yeah, sometimes I think it goes too far. But that's just my opinion. And who cares about my opinion? It's your car. Do whatever you want. All right. Got our rings installed. Make sure they all move nice and free. I really PO'd the purist with a famous yellow car. I did later leave here. It was with a ZZ632 mocked up. Yep, that's what it's all about right there. Those already have 460. Okay, Let's talk to somebody else. It's even better to take pride in a task done well. There you go. I like that. I like that. Alright, so let's get this rod and piston installed. Where did my... Oh, it's right there, you dummy. Come on, guys. Come on. Can you believe this guy? He's a hack. He's a hack. NivHack57. There we go. I'm renaming the channel. NivHack57. Heard it here first. Would you do a Gen 3 Hemi? I did a swap for less than $1,000 using the OEM ECU. Yes, we would. We have one. It's sitting right over there. And someday we will do something with it. My dad wants to put it in our 1992 Eagle Talent that we have. That used to be the quickest front-wheel drive car, front-wheel drive LS powered car in the world. All right. There's my rod cap. All right, I should probably pay attention to what I'm doing. Okay. Some people say I'm obnoxious and lazy, but I'm uneducated and my opinion means nothing. Well, those people take a hike. Must care about your opinion. 100%. We are 100+ deep here because of your opinions. Okay, well, some of you might not agree with my opinion, and that's okay. That's okay. It's okay to disagree. Am I right? It's okay. It's okay. Some people might like the numbers matching 16. That's okay. We can still be friends. Just a quick question. I've heard people say that the 4.3 V6 uses SPC motor mounts. Is that true? I don't know. But I have heard the same thing. So, I don't know. You'll have to do some research, because I don't know the definitive answer, but I have heard the same. Oop, forgot to put my assembly lube on my bearing. I mean, look at that bearing. That thing's beautiful. Nothing wrong with it. Why would you throw it away? The other one I put in was pretty ugly, but it'll be fine. It will be fine. It'll be fine. Okay. Logo. Faces forward. Oh. Whoops. I put this one in backwards. They do have a front and back because there's a larger valve relief for the intake. Oops. Alright, I'll have to pull this one out and spin it around. But, yeah, my bad. My bad. There is a front and back. See, I knew I was forgetting something. Just a quick question. I've heard people say, oh, I already read that one. Given GM's tendency, part spin as much as possible, probably likely amounts of the same. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. You know, I got like halfway through assembling an engine and realized that the valve reliefs were different. And I was like, oh no. And I had just gotten lucky and had installed all of them correctly. And I was like, okay, all right. I guess today's my day. I mean, it was like, I think it was 3 rods and pistons in, and I was like, oh no, they have bigger valve release on the intake side, and I just realized I had accidentally done it correctly, so there you go. Task failed successfully. The important part is I noticed, which, to be honest, the factory cams probably don't have enough lift for you to really need those. Pretty sure Uncle Tony would say you put it in the right way. Yeah. He's the old flip the pistons around for the better angle on the crankshaft, so it makes more whatever. Pretty sure Uncle Tony would, yeah, okay, I already read that one. At least you caught it before you went to put the head on. I mean, honestly, yeah, like I was saying a second ago, the cam isn't big enough for it to really matter, but, you know, maybe we'll put more aggressive cams in later that would matter. Now, that's a teaser right there. Not a big deal. All right, I'm gonna try standing on it, guys. Stand on the engine stand. Stand on the engine stand. Okay, yeah, that is easier. All right. I forgot to put the lube on the fasteners too. I'm screwing up, guys. This lubricant is very important for getting an accurate torque value. That is why bolt manufacturers are very specific about what you do there, because you can yield the fastener if you're, if you do the wrong lubricant. Now, what probably happened there is I didn't get it tight enough. Because basically this torque value that we are torquing to, it's dictated by the friction of the fastener between the head and the bolt and the threads themselves. So this lubricant is very specially set up to create a predictable interface between the parts so that when you torque them, they're torqued to the right value. Now, some people will use oil. Oil creates less friction, and that can cause you to over-tighten the fastener if you're not careful. So that is why the lubricant is so important. You want to tighten it adequately. All right, back to the engine stand. Yep, that was better. Okay, that'll work. So now we got to pull this piston and rod out so that I can install it correctly. That's some serious stretch on those bolts. I love the way you and your dad work together. Yes. Thanks. Okay, so we just got to pull this out, turn the piston around, put it back in. bent all my rods once. Had to do new rods and pistons and put all but one in wrong. The tea consumption is what we blame. There you go. The tea consumption. I see, I see. All right. Pull out rod number 1. Just this guy. Get the rest of it out. All right, now we get to fight with the C-clip. Yay! So much fun. Actually, a lot easier to get out than they are to put in. Oh, we got to pull the oil support ring off. Ah. My bad, guys. My bad. What torque wrench is that? I work with Torque Calibration Lab and Repair Shop. We specialize in repair, preventative maintenance. I think it's an AC Delco. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know if it has a brand name on the torque wrench. Let me see if it has a brand name on the torque wrench. Second here. Yes, he already took. It's an AC Delco. Yeah. AC Delco. Put the piston on backwards. No, I forgot that they do have an orientation on the piston. I forgot about the valve reliefs. Back to your great-grandfather's car. Is it an Italian museum? No. Yeah, 100-something years of racing history of the family. No. Yeah, so what would that be? My great-great-great-great-great? That would be your great-great-grandfather's race car. Okay. Yep. Yep. So we got a lot of racing in our family history. In the blood. Come on, buddy. Come on out of there. All right. This one's being silly. Support rings are a total pain. You just have to get your fingers in there, and I'm lucky enough to have access to some high-dollar torque wrenches. I have an Atlas Copo industrial wrench. Has different beams for torque ranges, about 15 grand for a setup from 15 to 450 meters. Oh crap. That's expensive. Muy expensivo. Hey, what's the benefit? Is it more accurate torque value, I guess? When you're working on a $15 million machine or something? Is that the idea? The idea? Man, these are a bear to get off. Calibration guy cringing watching you drop torque wrench back on the floor like it's a wooden log. Yeah, I mean, it'll be alright. It'll be alright. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It'll be alright. Now we should be able to get this stupid thing out of here. Get it out of Get, no. Maybe, yes. Okay, we got there. We got there. Come on out. Yeah, I know I didn't clean you good enough, huh? Number one was flip the piston. Yep. My bad. At least I caught it. There's just a little bit of dirt in here that just needs to give a little tappy tap. Little tappy tap. And now it comes out. Okay, so flip it, twist it, shake it, bop it, twist it, shake it, bop it. Where are my 90s kids at? Bop it. Twist. Whoop. Shake. You should see the condition of stuff I get in. Calvin, this is all automotive assembly stuff. Mercedes, Ford, GM, etc. Does torque angle and can be Bluetooth connected to a controller to set targets. Holy crap. Twist it. Flick it. There you go. Somebody knows. Somebody knows. Got it. All right. It's okay. Minor setback. All right. So, intake. We're good. It's good. Okay. So put the oil control ring back on it. Turbo LS? No. No turbo LS. We took that junk out. No. Pop it. Twist it. Turbo LS swap. No. Can't just sneak that one in there. Thought I wouldn't notice. also allows all fasteners to be recorded by vehicle VIN at the assembly plant. Oh, okay, so that seems useful. That seems very useful. Gotta figure out if you have an issue by looking up a VIN and going, well, your rod bolts were tight, so I mean, we're not gonna honor the warranty. Sorry. Right? Right? That's how manufacturers. Rose got the Chat GPT multiverse madness torque wrench. Yeah, for real. It's like the infinity glove of torque wrenches. Snap your fingers and everybody turns to dust. You click the torque wrench and you can control the universe. All right, minor setback. Minor setback. Back in. We're good. We're good. I just did it for the drama. I did it to... Yeah, see, that's another part. You cut the commercial brake, you know, you, oh no, I installed the piston wrong. What are we gonna do? Cut the commercial brake, come back, and it's just like, oh, well, we just gotta remove the piston and install it correctly. So it's not really that big of a deal, but, you know. But if we would have not caught that, we could have lost everything. Right, guys? Right? Reality TV moment. That's why I did it. I was just trying to have a reality TV moment. I did it on purpose. So, yeah, I mean, you know, definitely didn't do it by mistake. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one was right, the wrong was wrong. And then I caught the one that was wrong. It was like, uh-oh, that's wrong. There you go. Get that Harbor Freight torque wrench. Now you notice these rods have this custom heat treating. It was definitely not because we ran an engine with low oil pressure with these rods in them. It's just a custom heat treating process. Super advanced. So that's all that is. Do you believe me? Because you shouldn't. Okay. All right, back on pace. Back on pace. The engine over. All right. All right. Let's get our rod installed correctly this time. Yep, really giving this thing a fair shake. Yep, I probably should have measured, like, to see if the rods got adequate crush on the rod bearing, but, you know, why would we do that? It'll be fine. It will be fine. The rod bearings didn't move. They just got damaged and got hot enough to turn the rods blue. It's fine. Okay, I should put the rod. Where's my pin? There's my pin. There's my rod. Okay. So, put the piston on correctly. Actually, put the C-clip in the piston first. I know yellow stuff is old for you, but I have an LQ9 of a 04 Silverado SS that I'm about to put back together. Is there any other combination of rods, crank, and pistons, etc. that I should track down instead? Yeah, so yeah, I would listen to Nate there. I mean, stock rods and pistons will take you pretty far. I swear I'm going to mail you a roll-around cart for parts/tools. We have one. It's over there. It ends up getting stuff on it to the point that it's not useful anymore, and then it sits and it becomes a table. Yeah. So then you end up just putting everything on the floor again. Yeah, my brother got it for me for Christmas one year, and it just turned into a table. It's just not something I'm used to. I mean, you know, every horizontal surface gets something put on it. Sometimes the milling machine becomes a shelf, and you got to clean off the milling machine. All right, these C-clips are such a pain. I have the same issue with horizontal surfaces. Yeah, I know. It's a problem. You know, some people, that's the way they work. like to have their little cart. Oh, this one's really fighting me. Gotta get back on the clock. Well, thanks for hanging out, Chris. Brian, just make sure you measure the piston's valve clearance to if you use a big cam and the stock pistons are flat and a limiting factor. Sure. Yeah, not a bad idea. What a bad idea. You don't have to worry about that as much on the LS stuff from what I've seen. But you definitely do on the LT stuff because they have domed pistons from the factory. Come on. Come on, buddy. Go in the stupid thing. Come on. Come on. Go in the stupid, 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 stupid. Stupid. You wanna fight? You wanna fight, buddy? That's oh, come on. This thing is fighting me. Oh, my fingers. Ugh. Are a pain. There is a trick to them. And I've gotten decent at it, but just put a 70mm on it and make 600. Yeah, for real. Just put a 78, 75 on it and run it. Run it. I agree. 78, 75 is still the meta. We're gonna get this, guys. It will not beat us. Yes. An LQ9 saw 4 seasons of drifting, 2 years of which was on 15 psi. It'll be fine. Exactly. 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 Sheesh. This one's really fighting me. Alright, well, how about we just do the other side? And then we'll fight that fight like 5 minutes from now. Gotta make a tool to do this. It's just a pain. Ow. Alright. Sloppy stage 2. Yes. W springs. No pack 1218s. Come on, man. Come on, man. Maybe W's are cheaper. I don't know what the current meta is. I've been out of the LS game for too long. Man, I've been fighting with this C-clip for like 10 minutes now. Yep, it's went in fine. It's a C-clip. Ow. My goodness. Why you gonna fight? Why you gonna fight? Hmm? Hmm? SBE LQ9 did mid 8s in my 240. Send it. There you go. Yep. I had an LY6 in this wagon here. It went 908 at 151, stock bottom end. So I third that one. You know, I guess it's not an LQ9, but it'll be all right. This thing's up there. All right, let's try another one. Let's try this one. 'Cause it's fighting me, and I don't like it. Yep, Giga Chad. There you go. Giga Chad, Team Hybrid Racing. Yeah, you guys should go check out his channel. He's got some cool builds going on. One of them is a 4200 power stick. Good stuff, good stuff. If you've gone away and tuned back in, I am still fighting with the same C-clip. It has been 3 days. Holy crap. Why is this one so painful? Why do you hate me? It's okay. We're gonna get it. I gotta stand here for 55 minutes. Holy crap. Just get in there. Ah. Ow. If I do it like this. Ooh, 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 ooh. Put the clip on, so install the notch about 90 degrees from the opening, then pry the hole. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. What I'm doing. It just doesn't want to go in the stinking hole. This work. Ooh, I think I just found a new way to do it, that it works way better. Ow. Got it. I got it. I got it. Alright, I found a better way to do it. So, alright, now we gotta install the piston to the rod and do it correctly this time. I'm going. Alright, so intake. Yaw. Yama. Okay. Excuse me. There you go. There you go. There you go, buddy. Buddy. Okay. Alright, let's try a new method. So if I go like this, and then I go like this, and then I rest the screwdriver up against my belly, and I pry down in this kind of motion. This is painful. Yep, just flung it across the shop. It's all good. It's all good. One of the reasons I like having brothers is 3 sets of hands. Yeah, for real. Would you relax? I'm gonna try it the old way. Because the second side is not so bad to get in because you got the pin to stop. Yeah. Yeah. We got it. We got it. We got it. Perfect. Perfect. All right. All right. All right. Where did my ratchet go? There's my ratchet. See this thing right here? This is my tool cart. I'm guessing on this Mustang being a stick car, it's good with some. I'm glad I'm not the only one who struggles with those wrist pin clips. Yeah, they're a pain. They are painful. I'm guessing on this Mustang being stick car is be good with something in that 64 to 68 millimeter range turbo wise, 550, 600 horsepower. I'd go a little bigger on the turbo. I'd go with like a 72 if you're shooting for that kind of horsepower level. That's just me. I'd go with like an S372 or something like that. Alright. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. From earlier M20, oh, okay, M20 engine. Okay, I thought it was a transmotion. Okay, so now we can put our rings on. These generally go a little easier than the C-clips. Sheesh. Yeah, I would get like an S372 or something like that. Get the 91 AR housing. RTEC manifold should work good for that if that's what you decide to use. You know. All right, back on pace. So we are 2 out of 5 at the moment. 2 out of 5. Is it ready to fire yet? No. No, it is not. Unfortunately, it is not. But if you come back in 20 minutes, getting there, guys. Feels good, feels good. Second oil control ring. Okay, then we gotta go file rings because they don't move freely because they'll get burrs on them. Yeah, in general, I probably shy towards a larger turbo than. I'd rather have a turbo that's too big than too small. It's nice when it spools good, but back pressure's a killer. So, you know, we've definitely experimented with everything you can think of combination-wise. You know, GT3582 is what we ran on the Fiat, and it's still on there, in fact. And that capped out at around 470 wheel horsepower with an automatic, being a billet 62, but yeah, I would say going with 72 would be my recommendation. Probably end up building a manifold. This 08 I bought came with flange and short flange stubs to get it started, but I also thought about using the stock manifold like my truck manifolds on the 240. Yeah, we've done that before. We've used the stock manifold, did a low mount turbo. I know in the past people have sold a up pipe that basically puts a 180-degree turn on the factory manifold and sends it up to the turbo. We've made 824 wheel horsepower through a stock exhaust manifold. So, your mileage may vary. That was with a 7875 turbo. Yeah, the smallest turbo we've ever run on an Atlas was a 5965. And that sucker lit up real quick. Yeah, it was a Precision 5976E. Decent turbo. Decent turbo. Not something I would run these days, but decent nonetheless. Yeah, the 180 flip was what I was thinking as well. Ha, yep. Yeah, chances are, yeah, it's funny how much development has been done on these engines that has kind of been lost to time. You can actually see video of one of those setups on YouTube, like a real old video of that. It's a video of an engine on an engine dyno from a long time ago. And it has one of them setups on it. It's, somebody used to sell them. Okay. Yeah, I mean, these rod bearings have a little bit of an ugly bit on them, but it doesn't catch your fingernail, so I think it's just a stain. It'll be all right. Probably something went through them, but it's gonna be fine. Yeah, I already did this. All right, piston number 3's going in. Can you guys hear the cricket? Probably feel like you're at Matt Apple's, if you can hear it. There he is. There he is on cue. Can you hear the cricket? Can you hear it, guys? They gave me a new name. Yeah, cricket racing. Yeah. Yeah, they gave me a new name, Matt. NivHack 57. So I'm a hack. I'm a hack. I'm embracing it. They are permanently in my brain, like tinnitus, yeah. Yeah, he's just chirping away back there. I squished one of them yesterday. I was like, oh, no, 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 no. It's gonna be a fine shirt. Well, yeah. I'll have to make that shirt. That's not a bad idea. NivHack 57. It can be a list of hacky things that I do, like reusing the rod bearings. All right. Doink. Squish, squish, squish. There's so many people all the time at my place. There's so many crickets. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there was a little baby one that was like, he was trying to find a place to hide, and I'm like, no, 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 come back. I squished him. I say this all the time, but I gotta start them up. Cars are nearly done. I can dedicate more time. What, you're gonna do an Atlas swap? First time I heard you. Yeah, it never ever worked. Yeah, what does new stand for? I say that all the time to people. Like, even at work, it's just like, what does new stand for? Never ever worked. Yeah, you guys should go follow Jay. He's got a YouTube channel called Real RS Garage, and he puts out some awesome content. Like, it's like top notch, and he does not have enough subscribers. So if you like our channel, you probably are gonna like his a lot too. So yeah, there you go. No work history, no credit. There you go. I like that. Yeah, it would be good to get a CJ on the radio show again. He's one of my favorite car people. He is such a wealth of knowledge. Probably cringes at what we do, but you know. Okay, I need to get a bolt so I can spin this thing over. Yeah, it's still spinning good. Alright, I need to go grab a crank bolt. I think I have one here. Yeah, this will work, yes. I like how he thinks then answers, never says, yeah. Yeah, I could do better. I could probably do better at that. I'm trying to work the uhs and ums out of my vocabulary. It's just, you know, it's hard. How long are you planning to work without a break? Till this engine's done. I actually kind of prefer to have like one big meal a day. I don't know. See, I just said, see? What's up, slick big bones? You called me fat? He's not fat, he's just big bone. I'm just playing. I mean, you may think I'm fat, but you know. Oh, come on. How? All right. Oh. That's because you are a drag and drive guy. We only get to eat once a day. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely a little hungry, but I'll be all right. All right. All right, right, right. Piston number 4. I do the same when I'm tuning. I don't eat till I get home. 5 to 7, yeah. Yeah. Sure, a doctor would tell me that it's not healthy, but yeah, no. Jay would be upset you don't have those in soft in vice to pop the rod bolts loose. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't measure the rod clearance, and I don't measure any clearance. I mean, I do, but I just do it to just go, yeah, it's fine. You know, I just kind of look at it and go, ha, all right, cool. Whereas he would go like, yeah, we need to fix that. And I just go, huh, cool. Calvin, any plans to do any Western US dragon drives? It's that's tough. You know, I would love to, but you know, it's just it's expensive. It's you know, it's difficult to make work with the vacation schedule and all that kind of stuff, and you know, to go see the Rocky Mountains and that kind of stuff would be super duper cool, but yeah, no, we got life stuff that makes it hard for us to, you know, I'm sure it's hard for everybody out there, but we struggle with a lot of the same stuff. And yeah, like clunking the rear gears, I can hear the thou. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll actually measure that, but I hear you. Yeah, there is definitely a feel to it where it's just like, yep, yep, that's right. Yep, I don't have to measure it. It's good. One of those do as I say, not as I, or do as I say, not as I do. We got there. We got there. Okay. Does my new method of putting these C-clips in actually work? Matt's in the chat. Say hey to Matt. Yep. Hey, buddy. Yeah, that worked out well. Yep. Always send video. Yeah, I guess the thou. That's funny.
I watched your last video. I appreciate the struggles that were happening, and look forward to you getting it sorted out.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw my comment. Do you think your limp issue might be that brake switch wire? You know, the wire that you're supposed to hook up to the brake lights, and well, I never do because then it won't let you foot brake it. Do you think it might have something to do with that?
You're asking the master?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's probably, yeah. He's probably like, yes, I thought of that, you dummy. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Because I normally leave them unhooked because it won't let you foot brake it then. It's meant to be like a fail-safe, like a, you know, you can hit the brake and the throttle will shut in case something goes haywire or something. I don't know. You probably know. You probably know. You probably know way better than I do. What am I saying? Three minutes to get the first one in. Yeah, except I had to take it right back out. Normally you get better with the more you do, but sometimes they fight. It's a liability thing with the limp. Okay. That's annoying. Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Still want to see him torch you from Piston's home. He's the master. You're the knucklehead.
Yeah.
I mean, Junior Gun.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that when I was typing it. I'm like, well, I know he's thought of that. What am I saying? Yeah, if you touch the brake, it shuts the throttle. Yeah, super annoying. Super annoying.
What it turns out is it's got too much cushion in it. He's coming off the throttle.
Could be. I doubt it. That's driven some pretty fast stuff. Oh, man. C-clips suck. Often, I am 60 IQ. I need that help, so do not quit. Same. Same. Yeah. Sometimes I put the piston in backwards, because, yeah, I forgot that there's valve reliefs. Are you running a snake eater throttle on there? Made 800 horsepower on 16 pace. Yeah, that was super impressive. That thing is efficient. All right. Okay. Oil control rings. So I'd like to have the engine completely assembled by the end of today. Yes, sir. I have on probably 10 cars, even Mustang with trans brake and 102. I bet it is that floating brake wire, like he said, fixed the car they had trouble with. Also worried, dang LSA water pump gonna blow back plate and water me down. Yeah, that's a little scary. You were saying about that in the video. I was like, yeah, you might want to fix that one, just because that can get hairy. Most folks would put 800 horsepower, put an 800 wheel horsepower car backwards into a fence. Yeah, I do not doubt that. I've taken this car backwards off the side of the road a few times. Once, but yeah. That was fun. It was not fun. All right. Gotta file the rings. And then we can drop in piston number 4, and then we're gonna be on the home stretch. And do you have anything you could take to War in the Woods? That kind of falls into that street racing thing that I'm not so much of a big fan of. I guess I should say no prep racing. I mean, that track looks sketchy. And there's some guys going pretty fast, but it's like you know, like it looks like a super cool backwoods track, but like, I don't know. I don't think I would want to take anything faster than like my Trailblazer down that track. It's just like, why can't you go somewhere with concrete barriers and stuff? Like, like, I don't know. I don't want to, put down what other people enjoy, but it's just, after what happened with the Volvo, it's just, I'm sorry, it's just not for me. Like, I mean, to answer your question, yeah, we probably have a couple cars we could take, but I don't know. There's too many people getting hurt. Too many people wrecking their cars, running them off the end of the track, and like, it's just not for me. I'm sorry. Yeah, dominant male monkey activities. Yeah, there you go. That's another thing that I do not enjoy about it. It's just like, it's a bunch of big ape men that like, well, I'm the fastest person to ever live. And I will say, everybody that I've met in no prep racing or that kind of racing has been pretty cool to us. But there's a few out there that I try to keep my distance. So, it's just, it's not my thing. I'm sorry. I'll watch, but I'll never run anything there. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, we've had one bad wreck, and I don't ever want to deal with that again. That was not fun. Not fun. I still bothers me a lot. Not that I'm like unwilling to talk about it, or I like, anything like that. It's just, it's not fun. I crashed my first Fairmont backwards into a berm, LOL, rear end broke, and launched axle, wheel, brake drum into the woods. It folded the trunk up under the rear glass, didn't break it. Wild. Wow, I didn't know that. I was going backwards with the backing plate showering orange past my windows. Ugh. More in the woods, you mean bumper cars? I have no idea what 800 horsepower even feels like. It's pretty wild. It's fun. It's also can get away from you pretty quick, but it's fun. It's definitely something that is something you should probably go to the track with. Have some safety people there. Just my 2 cents. You know, it's fun to do a burnout, but is that 3.5 or 3.7? This is a 3.5. I'll drag your, yeah. More posturing than racing. Yeah, I don't, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I hear ya. I could definitely go with less meth in the whole scene. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. That's wonderful. Um, those pistons are from the inline six. No, they're a Wiseco. I mean, they're a Wiseco piston that's designed for the inline six, but they also happen to fit the inline five, which is why we're using a 3.5 liter and not a 3.7. There you go. There you go. 800 wheel horsepower and a 3,100 pound Coke can. Exactly. Hi. The craziest rule War in the Woods has is you can touch the outside guardrail and stay in it, but cross the center line and you're DQ'd. I read that like, what? Yeah, that's crazy. In Brazil, we have a flat 5-cylinder. Whoa, that's weird. I mean, huh, that's crazy. Okay. All right. Okay. Now my hand's covered in oil. Difficult to pick stuff up. Okay. So the goal is to have this thing completely assembled. And then we can hopefully the oil pan gets here on Friday, and then that will allow us to drop it into the car. But tomorrow we're going to work on wiring, because I have a feeling that's going to take way longer than I want it to. So I have allotted 2 days to just wiring, because it always takes longer than I want it to. Nice. I can't wait to hear the i5. Me too. Can we play royalty-free 5-cylinder music in the background? We could. I was thinking about maybe getting some background music going. You know, I didn't know if it would be annoying. I guess it's, you know, the sound of my voice is probably. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about coming up with like a playlist of royalty-free music. Are you planning to go? Are you planning to take that to the No Name Nationals? No, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to make it this year. Appreciate it. Thanks again. Great job. Yep, no worries. Tang, tang. Boink. Put the lubricant on the fastener. Floor reviewing. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate your projects. Well, thanks. Michelle Monton equals five-cylinder mama. Is that the Audi TT? I think it is. It's in the rear, right? That's like really fast one, right? Or is that a VR6? Thinking of the one that runs World Cup. Is that who you're talking about? Maybe I'm crazy. Yes, okay. It's like a blue Audi TT. Yeah. See, I know stuff. I do know stuff. I'm not completely useless. Alright, we're getting close, guys. She did 80s Group B Rally. Okay, very cool. That's super cool. No, so okay, that's not okay. She did okay. She did okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of a lag, so it's all good. All good. Is this your full-time gig now, or are you subsidizing your YouTube hobby? This is not my full-time. I am just taking vacation off of work because I need a vacation. And I figured, why not do something cool for the YouTube, since I have a lot of fun with that. Okay. Alright, low battery on the torque wrench. Let's grab a new battery. Have them right there. Not a big deal. Ooh, that spins over nice. That spins over real nice. Did you work with horsepower TV? No. No. That would be cool. I don't know. They seem a little handcuffed. That's yeah. They seem like they're always a little handcuffed. It's like they like try to do something cool, but like they're either limited by, I don't know if it's budget or like the producers like, no, you can't do that. You know, it always seems like they're like muted a little. Okay. I'll have to look that up, Matt. How do you feel as the start time approaches? I don't feel at all. I like that. That's a I feel like I resonate with that, because I used to get really nervous about racing, but lately it's calmed down a little. I mean, I still get nervous, but All right, we're on number 5, guys. Number 5. Getting close.
Come on the right way this time.
Yeah, I did it the other 4 times, or other 3 times.
Yeah.
So 3 pistons down, 2 up. Wonder why they didn't put them every 72 degrees. I mean, they did. They ask at dyno when I'm getting ready to dyno. Are you nervous to floor the car? Nervous? I've never heard of her. Nervous? Who's she? Yep, exactly. Okay. Streamathon. Yep, we're getting there. Getting there. If I wanted to do something silly like run a carburetor on a 3.5, 3.7, would another silly idea be using an M90 blower draw through, take care of distribution issue on the 5-cylinder? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the same video that I'm thinking of, where 5-cylinders have issues with fuel distribution. I don't know if that would solve it or not. Daisy mentality. Don't get gear fear, exactly. You're going to throw your drive shaft. Oh, I won't. There you go. What's the goal with the red Camaro? $699. No, I don't have the budget for that. That's I don't even know if I have the desire to go that fast. Like, to run a car at that level, it just looks miserable. Like, you have to replace the rods every 10 passes, and like, it just becomes this like maintenance nightmare. I want to go 7s with it to answer your question. But yeah, horsepower TV is not allowed to reuse bearings, exactly. But to run a car at that level, man, it just looks miserable. And there's a lot of really cool people doing it, and a lot of really cool people that make it look easy, but you can see the cracks. So much money to go fast like that. Yeah, crappy job. Yeah, it's just, you gotta have spares on spares on spares, and it's like, oh yeah, every 5 passes I gotta put a new set of tires on it, and every 10 passes gotta put a new set of rods in it. And I mean, I guess maybe at $699 you might not have to do that, but you're getting close to that, and I don't know, just ugh. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Tough. Alright, so this is the last piston. So this is the last time I'm gonna have to fight with these stupid C-clips today. Although I did find a good method for it. Yeah, thousands every pass. Yeah, it goes from like, $100 a pass to thousands a pass. It's I don't know. I appreciate the guys that do it because it's pretty dang cool, but it's one of those like, I don't have the budget for it at the moment. Maybe someday, but I doubt it. Just like that. Yup, I got it. That works really well. You put the C-clip in backwards. Ah, man. Alright, let's just scrap this whole project. We're not doing it anymore. 5-cylinder for life. Solid 100 plus all day. Woohoo! Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I feel like this is a little more entertaining than a stream that constantly cuts out because of the stupid welder. But I do think I know what the issue is there. I think I'm just running a couple wires too close to the 240-volt stuff. So hopefully I can fix that for future streams. And then you can watch me weld. Maybe I could get a camera that's a little closer to it as well to make it easier for you guys to see as well. All right, last C-clip, guys. Last one. All right, cue me losing this thing because I flung it across the shop. Out, pin the link for the mirror. Yeah, okay. Give me a second. Oof. Oof. Ouch. Come on, get in there. Ouch. A 650 Outlaw drag radial car probably costs $1,200 per pass. For fuel, tire plugs, and maintenance for a season seems right based on my experiences. Yeah. Yep. It's cool. Don't get me wrong, it's cool. But there's a reason why Cletus's Camaro sits for the majority of the year. Alright, that's the last secret. Thank the Lord. Everything he did, everything, he had it running and had an issue and had to, yep, yeah, I had to pull it apart. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Blew it up. Alright, as somebody mentioned in the comments, if you want to support the channel, go buy a t-shirt. I appreciate all the support. I will post a link. All right. All right, last one, guys. Let's load up the rings. Oh, my fingers. Killing me. So you're using 93 millimeter waistcoat pistons with 11.5 to 1 compression with lots of boost. Nope, these are 10.5. These are the ones that we developed with them, and then they decided to come out with the 11.5 to 1 pistons. I don't know why they decided to start with those, but these are 10.5. Hopefully they come out with their, I believe it's the Red Series piston that will be 10.5 to 1. That is what I would recommend for most people, but you know, I'm just glad that they're supporting the platform at all. So I'm like, I don't want to complain, but at the same time, it's like, why? Just why? You know, took so much effort to just get them to pay attention at all. That it's like, ugh, why? I don't want to scare them away. Okay. People don't realize a 3,000 horsepower engine costs $75,000 to be reliable. Chassis is 200 to 300K. Yep. Trailer and toter home setup, $250K. Hotels, $5,000 per event. For food, crew, fuel, tires, etc. Small fry. Yeah, it can get real expensive. You know, I wouldn't want to run it quite at that level, but you know, if I was to do something like that, I would, you know, go to local races or something. But yeah, the guys that are doing like, you know, the street outlaws stuff, like they are spending cubic dollars. The Cletus Bald Eagle is probably a $500,000 car, not including sponsor help. I completely agree. Yeah, it's easily a $500,000 car. They have enough titanium in there that they could buy like our entire race program if they wanted to, if they wanted to redirect those funds to that. All right, just have to file the burr off the rings because it doesn't move nice in the slot if you don't. Okay. Most people won't boost. I like the higher compression, but understand that it's not ideal for those that want to use forced induction. I don't agree. I really don't agree with that. I think most people will boost. And I think they should have started with a lower compression piston. Just my 2 cents. Because boost is the easiest way to make horsepower with these engines. You can make a lot of horsepower naturally aspirated too, but it's way, way easier with boost. And in the era of the Turbo LS, if you're not making a bajillion horsepower, what did you do? Yeah, I've been trying to wire my new old Briggs and Stratton, no, Bridgeport True Tracer machine, but the old 3-phase converter went up in smoke, so I walked away. Yeah, that sucks. Sorry to hear that, buddy. That really sucks. That does not sound like a cheap thing to fix. Those guys are millionaires and likely that Discovery funds the team. Yep, agreed. That's what my dad's friend says about the old sprint car racing. He said you win on cubic dollars. Exactly. Why didn't they simply make a 9.1 to 9.5? Agreed. Johnny K. I'm not sure the allure of the Atlas as its affinity for a spicy China air. Exactly. Would most swaps would be a turbo to emulate the Barra and 2JZ on the cheap. Exactly. Yeah, most of us are turbo guys, and you know, unless you're gonna run like heavy ethanol contents or methanol or something. Yeah, anyways. When that big turbo spools, oh man, the sounds. Exactly. Alright, we're on the last Rod and piston combo. All right. There's nothing wrong with high compression if you have the octane power compression ratios. Methanol because the fuel takes up the combustion space and can hydrolock. There's nothing wrong with high compression if you have the octane. Lower compression ratios matter on methanol because fuel takes up the combustion space and you can hydrolock. Okay. Yeah, I've seen discussions on that before of like, even if you were spraying this injector flat out, it physically could not spray enough volume to hydrolock. Like Steve Morris has talked about that. Like, I don't know. But, yeah, if you have the octane, sure. My guess would be they already had a casting that was close. Yeah, there was probably a forging that was already closed with minimal changes, which I was trying to get them to just take the one forging that they used for that Subaru piston and just make a few tweaks to that, but they were not really interested in doing that, so it is what it is. Hopefully they come out with the other piston offerings soon, and then all my words will be meaningless. Okay. We'll throw this down, put the piston in the right way, you dummy. And, all right, here we go. Perfect. Perfect. What about nitrous? Sounds, you should be good with that. Any future aero mods for the wagon? Probably not. I mean, I like the sleeper look, so probably not. I mean, it's honestly, it's kind of lost its sleeper appeal with the front lip that I put on it, but you know. Supercharger fell in my lap, otherwise turbo. Sure. Yeah, I like superchargers are cool, but I like turbos. They're just better. All right. I like my positive displacement for boost over an impeller. Yeah, they're definitely a tough customer to keep up with for that low end grunt, but when you want that top end horsepower, you're not going to keep up with the turbo. But for a street car, I get it. Have you played around with bore and stroke on the Atlas? No. The cylinder walls are pretty thin, so I have not done any overboring. In fact, the largest bore is the Camaro, actually. It has a it's a half a millimeter oversize, I think. 5 thou over, I think. Yeah. And that's just because that was given to us by Jeff Weiser over at BHJ. So big thanks to him. What do you plan to run for octane E85 or pump 93? It'll be E85 because it is readily available in my area. Likely modular Ford piston with a 93 millimeter diameter. Basically, for the Atlas Ford, it's 92 millimeter. There you go. Gotta run, keep assembling. Yep, see ya. Thanks for tuning in. Alright, I need to change. What can I get by on the batteries that are in it really quick if I go really fast? Add some 3-foot runners to this engine intake. No. We are here. I'll show you if you didn't tune in yesterday. I'll show you what we got done yesterday. Take care. Thank you for all the live streaming. You're welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Sure, the torque wrench calibration guy is going to be like, when you're on low battery, it doesn't torque right. No. Cool. Ah, that's a good spinning engine. Look at that. Look at that. Nice. Nice. All right. Cylinder head time. All right. All right. For the cylinder head, so let's first clean off the cylinder mating surface. Cylinder head mating surface. Oh, yeah. And this is what we did yesterday. We built this really fancy intake. Nice. Thanks to the guys over at MW Steel. All right. I don't know where my paper towels went. All right. Whatever. Are these same waistcoats compatible for the 2.8 as well? Yes. All right. So for the head gasket, we're just using a factory 3.5 liter head gasket because it matches the bore and does the job. So I have that sitting over here. Now we like to copper spray our head gaskets. Just something we've always done. That thing is a unit, exactly. Got all the pistons installed right and everything. Look at that. Look at that. All right, so we just have stock 3.5 liter. I'm going to reuse the head gasket. Sorry, guys. We've seen some minor head gasket sealing issues when we've tried to reuse head gaskets. I don't know if they were directly related to the head gasket, but you know, when you change 4 things at once, you know, you don't always know exactly what fixed the problem, but you know, for I think a new head gasket is like $30. All right, so let's hop over to the milling machine cam. I'll swing it over. I heard head gaskets are optional. There you go. We don't need them. Just run it without it, right? Right, guys? Whoop. Yeah, point that way. There you go. All right. So let's copper spray. Yeah, just put a Flex Seal on it, right? Just Flex Seal it. It'll be fine. Yeah, it's funny. I copper sprayed a head gasket on one of my videos, and everybody thought it was a copper head gasket. Nope, just copper spray. I think these are 25 thousandths thick from factory. So not a super thick head gasket, that's for sure. Alright, let's get this thrown on the engine. Of course it's stuck. Good enough, good enough. All right. Okay, sorry, I forgot to switch cameras. All right. We were trying to guess the horsepower gain of the balance shaft elite. We were thinking 10 to 15. Was not unreasonable on a stock block. Yeah, could be. I'm not sure. I wouldn't even, I wouldn't know. Yeah. Sure, there's a little bit of horsepower there. All right, so our cylinder head is a ported head by our friends over at Snyder Performance. It is a 3.7 liter head. So let's get this thing flopped down on there. Ta-da! Cool. What is the benefit to spraying copper spraying the head gasket? I think it just helps to keep the head gasket adhered to the head, so that if you have a situation where the head starts to move a little, it just stays stuck to the head. Because that's the whole point of an MLS head gasket, is it gives it a little room to move around a little bit. So it might lift a little and then reseal. No, that is not a billet head. That is a stock head that has been ported. Do you know if a 95.5 millimeter Weisco piston with a 23 millimeter head for the Nissan GTR 350Z, what's the compression height? Yeah, it depends on the compression height. What's the compression height? As a mechanic for years, I don't remember the 5-cylinder being a problem. Child of an engine, for the most part, I've even seen a few with over 250,000 miles on it. Cool. B-Series Hondas love copper spray. Yep. Massachusetts. He can answer that question. Waiting for the newest 2.7 turbo GM engine to end up something stout as well. Is that an inline six? Is that the diesel? All right, for head studs, we use some LS Gen 3 head studs. And that's because they use the same thread size that goes into the block. Now, I should say that Atlas Industries has a kit to allow you to have the right length fasteners for a Atlas, but words. But it was sort of a limited run. I don't know if he still has them, but you do have to install spacers with an LS stud on this engine. So, yeah. We are running LS studs with a spacer because that's what we got. When will you build a compact truck? I don't know. I could see doing an S10 someday, maybe. If you need to lower compression ratio, just call Weisco or run a 50 thick head gasket. That should knock half a point out of it. Yeah, they don't make a head gasket that is 50 thousandths thick. So. Make sure you eat and drink some, big dog. I'm getting there. For turbo, if you've LS Audi 4-cylinder, all GM data online says the balance shaft is for noise. Yeah, it's for NVH. It's for noise, vibration, and harshness. It's, you know, quality. I've been considering adding a thread rolling machine to my thread roller to my machine shop, but dang it, I am out of space. But studs are in big demand. You can get nuts off the shelf. Yeah. Any inherent problem with the Atlas series engine? Weak rods, oiling issues, stuff of that sort. I mean, it depends on what kind of horsepower you're looking for. I mean, we normally see rod failure first when we're running big horsepower stuff. We've broken a rod at 824 wheel horsepower on a 4.2 liter stock rod. That's where the stock rods check out. So, you know, that's an issue, but Molnar makes a drop-in connecting rod. Piston is, or Weisco is now offering pistons. How thick of spacers do you use with the LS stud? It's a 3/4 inch spacer. Yeah, I think it's on the wiki. I don't know. What's up, Pops? Say hi. Hey. Say hello to Sutton Sun. Sutton Sun. Hello. This Pops thing is definitely taken on a life. Do you guys have any thoughts on who makes a good long tube header for an LS swapped Colorado? I don't know of anybody that makes a long tube header for an LS. Who's your favorite header manufacturer? Maybe like Stainless Works or?
I'd have to look at it.
Yeah. What's up? Yep. Oh, okay, I already read that one.
30-second break. Go boom it on, boom it off.
Okay.
Too busy.
Well, we could have the whole stream say ooh and ah if you want. All right, guys, get ready to say ooh, ah. Come on, guys, get ready. Here we go. All right, let me get the camera. All right, ready, guys? Here we go. Ooh. Ah. Isn't that cool? All right, so now the firewall is officially done, right? Okay. 2 little holes, and then the firewall is sealed up. Okay. Yep.
Get those two done, and then we need to talk about whether the ADP is finalized, or if we're going to pull the thing back out. I'll need the headers at some point.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Pretty cool. Yep. All right. What do you think, guys? I want to see. Ooh, ah, there we go. There we go. We got a couple of them. Real nice, Clark. It's shiny. I feel threatened. The firewall. Your dad is kicking butt on the Chevy. Well done, sir. Studebaker. There you go. Greetings from the Netherlands. Is that Netherlands? Yeah. Make flames. There we go. Copper spray for lungs good. Yes. There you go. $180 deep in here. Nice. I don't even have the view count up on my screen. All right. So now. All right. So here's our spacers. Doink. These are made of 7075, in case you were wondering. Why Loctite so much expensive? Yeah, well, Loctite's for another thing that we're gonna do here in a second. That is to hold in the balance shaft plugs. I want to make sure they stay put, so we're gonna use some green Loctite on the balance shaft delete plugs. And these washers are serrated, or they have like little grooves in the bottom, and that side goes down. think did I pin the wrong comment? Yeah, I did. I did. Alright. Yeah. Alright. If you guys want to support the channel, go buy a t-shirt. That is the pinned comment in the live chat. RPM, red line, goals. I'm going to shoot for 7,000 to start. Don't get chased down by the barbaric rose. Okay. Do the 3700s have more reliable OEM intake and exhaust valves than the 3500? I think I heard somewhere. Sorry if you talked about this already. We've never had an issue with valves on the Atlas engines. Yeah, I've heard of people having issues with them, but we've never seen any issues with that. Okay, I got assembly lube for the ARP. I bought the whole can thing. So you gotta get it on the threads and the washer, but only the top of the washer, not the bottom. Yeah, need to make a NivHack 57 shirt. Yeah, I will do that. Yeah, it's gonna be all the things that I do wrong assembling the engine, and then at the bottom still 1.6 summer. So there you go. All right. All right, here we go. All right, about to start torquing the head down. Put the cams in, time the engine, and then do the balance shift delete. And then that's probably where we're gonna call it today. Dry sump, no. This will have a wet sump, and it's currently being built by our friends over at Atlas Industries. So it'll be a wet sump with a, it's basically going to be a 5-cylinder pan that's got a slightly expanded sump. You run a billet or cast direct drum on the Turbo 400. It's a billet. Yeah. We've had too many transmission issues, so we run a billet because we like to run reasonable or quite a bit of RPM. So, yeah. What color are you gonna paint the valve cover? It's actually sitting outside at the moment. I meant to paint the thing because I thought that would have been a cool way to wrap up the stream, but I forgot. So I am going to go to our paint can cabinet, and I'm going to pick a color based on what I see that is available. Maybe I could like make a poll and you guys could vote on what color you want it to be painted. That might be fun. You guys want to do that? I'll go pick out the choices that I would find to be acceptable. Maybe you guys could pick the color. Huh? Leaf springs or not? I love leaf springs. They're awesome. In today's episode of Nivlax NivHacks, Piston to wall clearance measuring. Who needs that? You want to do the poll? All right. What kind of duration and lift are you running on your camshaft regrinds? This is going to have stock cams. No, it's not going to be Barbie pink. Don't even. All right. Nice. Okay. All right. This is a color. Well, all right, we got kind of. We go with this. Okay. We could do that. That's another good one. What is this? Ooh, I like that one. All right, that's a good choice. Ooh, this could be fun. Okay. I don't like that one. All right. All right, that's another one. This one. Yeah, that one. All right. What else do we got? All right. Ooh, I kind of like that one. Yep. Ooh. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. That one. Okay, those are just duplicates. And then I got one more. What happened to the blue that I got for the Fairmont? It's sitting right there. Okay. Just give me a second here, guys. I'm almost ready. Ooh, I like that color. Okay. All right. Color number 1. Okay. We got this light blue color. It is called sail blue. We got this darker blue color. It's called deep blue. Okay, so light blue, dark blue. Okay. And we got bright red. This is the same color as the valve cover that was on this engine right here. So we got apple red. So like a bright red. Or we got a more muted red or maroon. Okay, all right. And then we got silver and gold. So we got the silver aluminum color, and then we got gold. This is the color that I painted the wheels on my Studebaker. Okay, let's make a poll. We got bright red. All right, I'm gonna make a poll. You can vote in that. Give me a second here. Start a poll. Add option. Add option. Okay, we got what color should I paint the valve cover? Question mark. Just a second, guys. We'll have a poll that you can select a vote. Gold, silver, bright red, dark red, and then we're going to have bright blue. Where's the, how do I add? Why won't it let me add more options? All right, we're just going to make it red or blue, and then if we pick red or blue, we'll do dark red or dark blue, because it only lets me do four options. All right, we'll do one poll. If you pick red or blue, then we'll pick bright red or bright dark blue. Okay. All right, put your votes in. Gold, silver, red, or blue. All right, I'm getting a lot of golds. Yeah, what color do they want the valve cover? That's pretty strong gold right there. So, I'm letting them vote on what color they want the valve cover painted. That's a lot of golds right there. I think we got a winner, but I don't know.
How long are you gonna let it go?
Well, we got 29 votes. All right. I'll give you another like couple minutes here. We'll start torquing head bolts and then see what you guys say. Dark red would look nice with the wood panel look. Sure, yeah. I like gold, I'll be honest, but I don't want to influence the vote, so even though I probably just did. New batteries for the torque wrench. All right. Still. Oh. Sorry about that. Green. I don't have green. Sorry. Oop. Yep. Well, I put the entire bottom end together, and now I'm putting the top end together. Alright, it looks like gold is going to be the winner. Unless anybody else wants to vote. That makes it easy for me. Alright. Yeah, say hi, Mom. Hello.
Hello.
I guess we can point it. Hello. All right, I think gold's it. All right, we're gonna close the poll in 1 more minute. 1 more minute, guys. I think it's gonna be gold, guys. What color do you want it to be, Mom? I already know the answer to that one. She would say red. Mom, likes red. Favorite color. Dark red. Yeah, it might be too much red. I think gold is a winner. Uh-huh. All right, silver got the lowest. Yeah, I agree. Silver was kind of a dumb. Yeah, it doesn't really fit the car. All right, I think the people have spoken. It's going to be gold.
47%.
Yeah, all right. I'm going to close the poll here in just a second. Yep, the people have spoken. Yep. Yeah, not a bad choice.
Gold with Ford.
There you go. Yeah. All right, gold it is. I ended the poll. Cool. I'm gonna go paint it. Yeah. Probably. Yep, we got enough. I already did. All right. Keep the all-wheel drive. That might be a little tough, just because making this into a transverse engine might be a little challenging. Yeah, 48%. All right, I'm gonna go paint it, guys. Yeah, well, you know. All right, here, you want to film me? That's out here. Actually. All right, you're gonna just hear a bunch of guys. Because I don't have a great way to film it, so we'll surprise final product. Hopefully it can sit here and bake in the sun a little bit. Guys, I'm painting. Here we go. Oh, this is gonna take a couple coats, guys. This paint's pretty thin. Ooh, this is gonna take a couple coats. Yeah, this stuff sprays super thin. Yeah. I'm sure this is excellent broadcast right here. This can. All right, I think that's good first coat. So, all right. So we'll come back in a couple minutes. Do second coat. And maybe we'll film that one. All right, just let that sit. Definitely gonna require. So that's it. No, that's all I got. But I got a complete can there. Almost a complete can. All right. Yeah, that wheel paint definitely is going to take a couple coats. All right. Excellent cinematography, I know. All right, let's tighten these head bolts. You're better off without evil. All right, so let's torque the cylinder head. Only screen was rainbow screen right now. Exactly. Life would be so much better if it was a rainbow. Okay, 25, 50, 80. 25, 50, 80. Hi, all from Spain. Great work. Thanks. And thanks for tuning in. And if you guys are wondering, I'm just making up a torque sequence. So I'm just trying to start in the center and move my way out. That's usually how I do it. Again, NivHack 57 shirt's coming soon. Because in general, I don't think it matters. All right, 50. How tired are you right now? You look wiped. Ah, I'm a little tired. More just because I haven't eaten, but nope. I'll be all right. Pizza. Yeah, that would be great. Black olive. All right, final torque. Black olive and I like spinach. Remember to like and subscribe. Yes, yes. And after this is done, I'm gonna go out and give the valve cover another coat of paint because it's gonna need it. You can sleep when it's finished. There you go. All right. Cylinder head is on the engine. Yep. It's good. All right. I'm going to go out and give the valve cover another coat of paint. Ooh, it's baking in the sun now. Ooh, that's gonna look good, guys. That's gonna look real good. Ooh, I like that. Good choice, guys. But I can. Okay. All right, probably gonna need a third coat because this is really thin. All right. Come back for a third. Uh-huh. Okay. Close up on the spray work. Yeah. You'll see it when it's done. How about that? Okay. Yes. Front. Out. All right. Yep. That works. Okay. All right. Okay. Nope. I gotta order it still. All right, getting some pizza on the way. All right, I'm just gonna get 2 mediums because I'm hungry now if I could eat the whole thing. Oh, I could. All right.
Like ham, pineapple pizza.
You're wrong. Wrong. It's just wrong. I don't know.
Who likes ham and pineapple pizza? Who likes black olive and spinach pizza?
Alright. This takes too long. I'm trying to put on a show.
I'm sorry,
It's okay.
but you're starving.
I am starving.
I'm sure you are.
Alright. I guess you're gonna go get it, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to get it. Look,
Smaller die placement. Yeah, same. Okay, I'm just gonna pay for it because I don't feel like dealing with your stuff.
that's
It's going. Alright, pizza's on the way.
I'm gonna go pick it up.
Okay. Alright, let's get back to work. Quit your slacking. Thought you could take a break. Okay, now we're gonna put the camshafts in, along with our lash adjusters and roller followers. Then we'll time the engine, and gotta figure out the balance shaft delete. 100% ham and pineapple on peak. No, I disagree. Okay. All right. There's my bucket. My bucket full of bits. Okay. So we're just going to use the factory lash adjusters because we're running factory cams. How is hurricane season treating you? We haven't had any hurricane activity in our area. So it's been pretty uneventful. We get a hurricane maybe like once every couple years. And usually it's, you know, it's pretty mild. So I like to pre-lube my engines before startup. So that's why I'm not putting any lubricant. Going too crazy with lubricant. Bacon and pineapple. All right, so we got to put our lash adjusters in. If you're paying more than 6 for any Atlas, it better be 100K or under. Yeah. Yeah, these engines are not that expensive. That's one of the attractions to them. Bacon, pepperoni, and jalapeno. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, jalapenos can be a little hit or miss sometimes, though. Sometimes they're like nuclear hot. And that is not something that I desire. I like a little bit of kick, not too much. I'll be able to taste. Alright, so I got the engine close to top dead center just by looking down in the spark plug hole. And then when we put the cams in, we will put them in at TDC. I'll show you how to do that. And then that will make sure that when we tighten them down, we don't have any valves touching pistons. And then when we time it, it'll be super duper easy as well. Ever been to Shady Maple? No, but I've been told it's pretty good. Yeah, $300 to $500 is about the going rate for the 6 cylinders in our area. The 5 and 4 cylinders bring quite a bit more, but you can get them for cheaper if you do some hunting. Yeah, for whatever reason, they have the work truck tax. Yeah, normally you can get them with accessories and everything. Like, it's not like an LS where like people are like, no, I'm keeping the accessories. I remember back in the early days of the DLS, it was like getting a LS with the accessories was like, bought mine for $200. Yeah, I mean, I might be speaking from, you know, haven't bought an LS in quite a while, so maybe stuff has changed. But I remember back in the day, it was like getting accessories with the engine was like, wow, oh my gosh, you got accessories, wow. Alright, got all our lash adjusters and followers dropped on. So now, alright. Alright, so this is a stock exhaust cam, and you'll notice that in the back, there's a flat. And the flat needs to sit flat. So, yeah. Ah, we got a donation. SHG Pullman says the amount I have gained just from videos and answers to my questions. Thank you. Figured pizza is it the least that I could do. Like, subscribe, share, get your t-shirt. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
4, 3, 2. No, Okay, so I'm gonna just kind of lather this thing up with some oil, just like this. Doink. Should be good, should be good. And then I normally just tighten them down nice and evenly. If you're buying from a wrecking yard or junkyard, you should be buying the complete engine. Yes. Why did you choose the 3.5 liter block with the 93 millimeter bore and not use the 3.7 liter with the 95.5 millimeter bore? So I've answered this question about 20 times these past couple days, but I don't mind answering it again. The reason is because it shares more parts with the 42. Hey, I'm starting to get people answering the question in the comments for me. Yeah, it shares more parts with the 4200. We have lots of 4200 parts. That's why. So I normally just run these down by hand. I do not use the impact on these because that's a great way to cause issues. So, ooh, I got the #1 crown. Look at you. I don't even know what that, what is that for, whoever makes the most comments or something? Yeah, we did use a 3.7 liter head because it has larger valves, larger exhaust ports, and a larger intake cam. All right, so get these cams installed. We will time the engine. Then we can do the balance shaft delete. Might have to take it off the engine stand to do that. So we'll figure that one out. Time in chat, donations, tabs, hearts, etc. Okay. Well, thanks for all the support. Do 4200, 3700, 2900 ECUs interchange? That's that's not an easy question to answer because they had different ECUs depending on the year. So I honestly don't know what the 4 and 5 cylinder had for ECUs, but the 6 cylinder had P10, P12, and E67. And I'm not sure what the 4 and 5 had. I normally just work my way from one end to the other and then back again and just put a few cranks on it and then make your way back to the other end, because you don't want to put too much uneven load on the camshaft because it will, well, I've never cracked one, but I imagine it would if you're not careful. Yeah, it's pretty tight on the 3.7, but for the amount of horsepower we're going for, it's probably not relevant. So, yeah. And I torque these to 106 pound-inches. .7 has P12 ECU. There you go. So there is some interchangeability. So these motors are almost like a K-Series Honda, where you can interchange parts. Kind of, sort of, yeah. They share a lot of parts interchangeability. But unlike the Honda, you get more cylinders choices to choose from. D-stroker crank. Yeah, I would love to have a D-stroke crank. That would be awesome. I'm sure we'll do it someday. It'll be a little ways down the road. All right, 106. 106. All those large hosts from the IC. Nice door stop you got there. Yeah, that's a 3.7 right there. That's all they're good for. Just kidding. I'd love to do an OG Chevy 235, but they're a lot of money. Yeah, they are. And you won't make anywhere close to the amount of horsepower that you will with an Atlas. Okay. Intake cam is the same as the exhaust cam. It has flat in the back, and you make the flat flat. Flat flat. That is TDC. When the flats in the back are flat, that's TDC. Flats in the flat are back. Then everyone attack. It's time for a ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. These little cam caps have markings on them that tell you where they should go and the orientation that they should be in. Sometimes they're really hard to see. Like on the 6-cylinders, they're really hard to see. But on these 4 and 5s, I guess they spend a little more time making them easier to see. Fit an asymmetrical turbo to really mess up people's balance. There you go. Well, on a positive note, at least the oil pan is bolt-on deal. Yes. Calvin, you said the 5 cylinders have the capacity of up to 686 horsepower. So how much horsepower are you going for? How much can these motors handle completely stock? We're going to go for anything over 600 wheel, and I'm going to be happy. As far as stock, I would think they would be able to go maybe 500-600, but questionable reliability. I don't know. I would say like 500 wheel would be a good goal. Caleb joined. Tell Caleb I am totally a mod here. Yeah, Caleb, look out. Your brother is a mod and he can ban you. So just be careful. Careful. I've given him a lot of power here. So it is possible for him to abuse it. There's nothing I can do to stop him. I'm sorry. He's got the hammer. Hammer time. Nicholas Hoyt, what are your thoughts on the 3.5's valve guide issues? We've never had issues with valve guides on any Atlas. Randy Bergeron just left a donation. Thanks so much. I've been following you guys for years. Is there a possibility that the 5-cylinder will have a manual transmission in the Fairmont at some point? There's a possibility. I'm definitely probably not going to keep the 4L80E in the Fairmont long term. I don't know if I'm going to go with an 8 HP 70, but I definitely want to go with something that has some sort of shift cut or something to really try to sell that rally car life. You know, it's got to shoot fireballs in between the shifts, or else it's just not cool. So I do have a 7-speed dual clutch transmission in my basement that could be cool to put behind it, but we gotta feel that out. I think we're just gonna get the engine running to start, and then we can start going for extra credit, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to do a manual. You know, they're a little expensive, but it would be cool. Question, has anyone thought about rebuilding the heads so that you could use a VVT mechanism on the intake side? How much of a difference in power? We've definitely thought about it. I've even like come up with like sketches in my brain of, you know, you would use an exhaust cam on the intake side because it has the provisions for oil to transmit through the camshaft up into the VVT mechanism. So you would probably want to mill off this front cam cap and then set up some sort of apparatus to hold the front of the exhaust cam, because otherwise I think the cams are the same. But I've definitely thought about it. I don't know how much horsepower it would be worth, but it would be interesting to test. I was surprised to read the 3.5 factory was rated for 220 horsepower. That's impressive. Yep. I'd love to see you turn the Fairmont into an autocross monster as opposed to a straight line car. Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah, I heard so many negative things about the 5-cylinder valve guides and other engine issues. Even lots of recalls from GM. So that's all about because I really like these motors. Yeah. Out of sanding discs? Yeah. No. Left field, max ECU, and variable vane turbo possible. Thoughts? I mean, most of the variable vane turbo stuff that I've seen is literally just a PWM output from the ECU. And they support PWM outputs from the ECU, so yeah, you could probably control a variable vane turbo if you choose to. So, all right, now we're going to time the engine. So scoot this back a little. I might get you guys down. You can kind of see. I'll get you in close when we actually line stuff up. So you're making the American RS2. Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, so all right. So dug out some cam guides. This might have been the cam guide that I ran on my Studebaker, because that engine did get taken apart. So they have these nice little access holes here in the front so that you can get bolts in the right locations. Oh, and I forgot the 3 M6 head bolts in the front. Gotta put those in real quick. All right, because it's hard to get at them when the sprockets are in place. How much space do you save with the 5 versus the 6? 10 inches? No, it's not 10 inches. It's about 4, but we're going to lose one of them due to the bell housing spacer that we are going to have to install, which just showed up in the mail today. So, however, possible engine choice. I know there's a guy who has swapped one into a Miata, so the question, the age-old question, will it fit in my Miata? The answer is yes. All right, I need a magnet. Magnet. Where'd you go? Oh, it's on the magnet. Got me. You big dummy. Okay. I need to get back to working on my Colorado Turbo. Per usual, I have to do everything the hard way. Hey. If you're gonna do cool stuff, sometimes it's gotta be hard. Sometimes it's gonna be hard. Hey Calvin, don't forget about the boy GRRHY77 guy that left the chat. Needs to find him. Never hit me back. Yeah, if he's in the chat, if you GRRHY77, if you're in the chat, sound out, because I will send you a t-shirt of your choice for helping out with the bell housing spacer. He may have gotten a little mad at me because I gave improper credit to somebody else who found the bell housing adapter. Turns out it was him, so he may hate my guts. But if he's in the comments, I will send you a t-shirt. I'm sorry. I think the bore and stroke with the 3.5, but using the higher airflow 3.7. Yep. I forgot to set my torque wrench. Perfect. Where did you get the bell housing adapter from? So the adapter was
1100 horsepower.
Yeah, I don't know about that. The bell housing adapter we made on the milling machine, but the bell housing spacer was from Hughes. They use it for making room for a lockup torque converter work in a Turbo 400. Doing LS and Mustang stuff. Nice. It's like going from 706 to 862s to 243, 79, 99s on an LS, except you make less horsepower if you put 243, 79, 99s on a 5.3 bore. So, all right, pizza's here, guys. So, yeah, I guess we could do that. You guys want to do a Q&A while we eat pizza? Morning, ladies and speed freaks. Good morning. It is evening here, but good morning nonetheless. Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, fitting the motors in any other platform is a real question, because finding adapter kits and things is actually the hard part, and finding transmissions that fit outside the AR5. That is not true. The adapter kits are very widely available. You can order one through Atlas Industries. There's a few other manufacturers offering adapter kits to go to 8HP transmissions, as well as Atlas Industries also offers those kits as well. There's lots of options. I don't agree with that statement.
No response to the pizza.
18 times, so they may be a little behind. I don't know, probably 15 seconds. 2:16. Eat the pie. I'm in my carnivore chili right now. Cool. Sure, Q&A. There you go. Okay, so we got our one cam guide in. Now we're gonna drop our chain in. Yeah, I will once I get the chain in. Okay, here's our timing chain. We don't do anything special with the timing chain. We literally just run a stock chain because we've never had an issue. Yeah. And of course things all tangle up. Where? Yep. Alright, so this chain has these dark links on it. So there's a dark link. Every 7 links, there's a different colored link. That is how you time the engine. You just drop the thing down in there. Snake it past this thing, bob. Hit the little lever on the timing chain tensioner to reset it. Push it down past. And get it around your crank sprocket. And line the dark colored link up with the timing mark on the crank sprocket. I'll show you a much closer shot in a second here. I need some slack this way. Okay, pull it tight. Okay, and then you get your sprocket. I like to put a brand new sprocket on the exhaust side because they tend to get gummed up. So I just get a brand new. This is a 7-tooth sprocket that will not work on this engine. All right, we're gonna put a used sprocket on this engine because somebody ordered the wrong sprocket, probably me. Definitely me. And then we just use the stock intake sprocket, which I thought I grabbed a bolt for it. All right. We'll just go with it. But
No, you're not flat back here.
yeah, I'll fix that. Yeah, I probably did. Yeah, you got it?
Yep.
Yeah, it slipped a link. All right, let go. Okay, grab it. make it tight. And there's a hex on the cams to allow you to grab a hold of them. Wrong way. Okay, so we got the intake on. And then I should have a bolt. Here it is. Here's my intake sprocket bolt. Nope. All right, so Calvin is Elon Musk of the Atlas world. Prove me wrong. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna fix it in a second, Dad. Just a second. All right, here's a 4-tooth. Yeah, here's a 4-tooth camshaft sprocket. This is the one that came out of the engine, I believe. And we're going to use it because I don't have the right one. But let me clean it off. It's covered in dust and dirt. All right, good enough. So there's a mark. And then let go.
Can't do that.
Yeah, you gotta let go your. Okay, that's lined up. And then where's the adjustable? All right, so did you reset the timing changer? Oh, we still need the other shoe. I forgot to put the other shoe in. I'm like, why is there no tension on the timing chain? All right, so just let that go. I forgot to put the other shoe in. I've been all right, so the later engines had a M8 fastener in this upper bolt. The early engines had an M6, so I normally just drill these out for an M8 to run on these engines. So that's what I'm going to do here. Same part, it just they increase the fastener size. So yeah. Up. So you guys need to mic up if you want to. Okay. All right, that's drilled out. Piece of cake. All right, I forgot to put this shoe in, so hopefully we can shimmy it up in there. Even though I should have done that before, but I didn't. All right. So if we're lucky, just feed this up in. Reset this. This is going to be difficult, huh? Okay, push it. It should. All right. Spin the engine over just slightly. Of course, it's got to fight. There. Now I can get it. There we go. Okay. So now, hopefully, I can feed this up in. I don't have to take Sprockets back off. Yeah, alright, go for it. Yeah, go for it. Alright. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just going too fast because I want pizza. I want the pizza. Okay. All right. Well, timing mark is not lined up down here. Okay, now make it tight. All right, so probably have to reset this again. Come on, there you go. Okay, so adjust this until this lines up. Got it? Okay, we have it timed. Let's just rotate this until it lines up. Okay. 13. Now it's lined up. Okay, now I can get you guys in close here, show you what this looks like when it's timed up correctly. Now we do not advance the exhaust cam for this because it's a stock cam setup. So, all right, I'm gonna show you this and then I'm gonna eat food. Come on. Okay, so
This is in the Sunbird, isn't it?
I think so. All right, so see this timing mark? Am I on the right screen? I can't see. Yep.
You're on that one.
Okay, so see the timing mark, how it's lined up with the mark here, lined up with the mark here, and lined up with the mark down here. That means you timed it right.
And the cams are flat.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't matter as much, but because if you don't have it at TDC, then they won't be flat. All right.
And you know you're at TDC when this marks down, straight down, right?
No, it's not straight down. Not straight down.
Okay.
Okay.
You know you're at TDC.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, so I gotta tighten this up. I'm gonna do that real quick before so that after I'm done eating, I don't forget. Cause not something you want to be forget.
Take some pizza here.
So that makes bad things happen.
And a drink.
All right, now I don't torque these. I just tighten them by hand. German spec, Guten tight, whatever you want to say. I just tighten them until they feel right. Till the elbow pops. Some people torque them, they're supposedly torque to yield or something. I just tighten them that much and call it a day. Perfect. Now, pull the engine over and stuff will happen. Perfect. Perfect. All right, I'm hungry. All right, I guess chair. Okay. Probably. I'd be curious to know the starting power difference between one, the 3500, two, the 3500 with the 3700 head, and three, the 3700. Well, two of those numbers are available on the internet. Just Google Vortec 4200 or Atlas engine. Look at the wiki or the Wikipedia article. Dodge is trying to play catch up with the BMW, honestly. I would trust German quality over Stellantis. Does anybody know a manufacturer that does a decent turbo T4 flange exhaust manifold for the 3.7? I know somebody does a T3. You can find them on eBay. Yeah, it's just a log manifold, but oh my, Papa John's pizza, you're spoiled. Yep. Do you think the smaller displacement will help out, will sound less Viper-like? I don't know. If it sounds like a Viper, I'm gonna pull it out and put the 4200 back in it. When I hit the lottery, I'll give you guys money to be Atlas Mad Scientist. Shouldn't be long now. All right, sounds good. Any plans to drag and drive this unit? Yep. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, so this car has been on two drag and drive? No, 3 drag and drives. Yep. Only completed one though. The Hurricane 6 was designed by a company who does work for BMW, if I recall correctly. It will sound Viper-like. No, it won't.
It's amazing how many videos are out there on the Hurricane.
Dodge is trying to push them. Why, Calvin? The Viper sounds amazing. The only way it won't sound like a Viper is if you do custom headers and exhaust, something like Gintani. Yeah, I don't agree. The Viper, I'm not a fan. Not a fan of how the Viper sounds, and it's a 90-degree V10. It should be a 72-degree V10, or they should have done a split pin. It's just, sorry. You're not going to convince me. It will not sound like a V10 or a Viper, because a Viper sounds like two 5-cylinders that are trying to fight each other. You know, I might be a little biased, but all right. Who did 911? I don't know. Some of that Viper issues is exhaust tuning and the fact that there was not crossover in the exhaust. Yeah, that might have helped, but I don't know. They just don't sound good to me. I'm gonna have to side with Calvin on the stock Viper noises. Kratos is the only Viper that really sounds good. Yeah, you would have to do some sort of like uneven length merge collector for the two banks to get the timing back in order. But that would only work at 1 RPM. Yo, Calvin, could I get the source on the sheet metal intake fab components? I can post the link here in a second. I just want to eat my food. It's MW Steel. They're out of Finland. mwsteel.eu. M as in Mary. W Steel. Yeah, I saw someone swap a Hurricane into a Viper, which was kind of sacrilegious, but it did move fast. Yeah, I thought it was an improvement. Yeah, the Ford V10 has the split pin crank, so that's why it doesn't sound like a truck or a tractor. The Viper sounds like a V6 fighting a V-twin in my humble opinion. Yep. Nivhack 57 and the Viper i5. You watch your mouth, buddy. Here's one the chat probably wonders. You gonna do any kind of exhaust chambering / steps down like LZ's Supra, or just big tube? I'm trying to remember what his you're talking about on the primary, right? I'm trying to remember what the 4-rotor had on it. He had like super long tubes on his 4-rotor. And he found that rotationally timing the collector was the key to getting the sound that he wanted. On the downpipe. Okay, that must be his other Supra. I thought you were talking about the 4-rotor. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, there are guys doing the Ford V10 with a 4-valve head. Go check them out. Build it yourself. One of my favorite channels on YouTube. Calvin, would you be interested in doing a sleeve block, closed deck style? Is there a market for a beefed up block? I would definitely be interested. I don't know if there's a market for it quite yet, but I know somebody has done it. They've done a re-sleeve block with some like the kind of sleeves that they use on like Hondas and stuff. Yeah, like dart and sleeves, I think.
What engine?
4200, I assume. Um, yeah. Nothing looks as cool as the Judd V10 sounds. Straight up fight me. Agreed. $144. Want to get together on it? I have a CNC mill and lathe and CAD CAM capability. Yeah, you could send me an email. We could chat about it. I mean, we're not really having any issues with the stock block, so I'm not really looking for a reason to improve at the moment. But I mean, if you're looking to do some prototype, experimental type stuff, and you want us to test it, I'd be down.
Boost never come.
Mm-hmm.
We need a short crankshaft first.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody think of Rebel Souths. Yes.
388. Brett Lasala.
Sorry.
It's crazy to think that all of the 3-liter V10s from 2000 to 2005 made over 5 horsepower per cubic inch. That is crazy. If you did destroke the 5-cylinder and revved it to 8 to 9,000, would the inherent imbalance issues that cause problem either short or long term? Could be. I mean, if you shorten the stroke, you shorten the amplitude, but then you increase it with when you increase RPM. I mean, it's what vibration is. As the frequency increases, it increases with a square, right? All right. Well, I thought the harshness of like the vibration gets worse at a square rate with frequency. You're probably just riding under the pressure limit of the sleeves currently, and it's likely the aluminum block LS around 200 to 250% more power than stock seems to be the failure zone. Yeah, but our head bolts are a little closer to the combustion chamber than the LS is, so that helps a lot. Yeah, I'll put my email in the chat in a second. And I'll put MW Steel in there too. Integrated Engineering have made a VW07K rev to over 9,000 RPM. Very cool. Well, sounds like it's possible. Oh, they're already off. You never turned your mic on. Oh. Mm-hmm. Not really. Yeah, it's a firing impulse based, it's the imbalance is from the firing impulse. The crankshaft turns into a seesaw and it just, yeah. Which I feel like any engine should have issues with that, because it's not like you have equal and opposite cylinder firing on an inline six. Like when cylinder one is the um, on the power stroke, the cylinder number six is on the intake stroke. So it's not like they're going to balance each other out. You're still going to have a certain level of teetering, right? On an inline six.
Okay.
Cylinder number one, when it's on the power stroke, where it's getting all this force on this end of the crankshaft, the other end, number six, is going to be on the intake stroke. So you're still going to have that teeter-tottering effect. And I would think, why would this be any worse?
Because you got 1 and 6. It's all right. Because you got 1 and 6 that are up at the same time, weight-wise.
Right. Weight-wise.
Right. And then you got 5 and 2 are in the same position. And then
Three
you
and
got
four.
3 and 4 in the same position.
But, when one is on the power stroke, this one's going to be on the intake stroke. They're both going to be, but they're going to be equal and opposite. Or they're going to be, one's going to be putting power into the crankshaft. The other one's going to be, consuming power. So they're going to want to, it's going to teeter-totter the crankshaft no matter what.
Potentially. That's why oil and oil pressure and
Mm-hmm.
oil wedge are so critical.
But why is this worse?
Because 1 and 6, 5 and 3, or 5 and 2, and 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
They just balance each other out. They're
Yeah.
120 apart. This thing's got stuff all over the place.
I just feel like with any engine, you're going to have an imbalance of pulses going into the crankshaft. That's how it runs. Why is this any worse?
1 less cylinder.
Yeah.
I can only imagine how noisy a 3-cylinder is.
Yeah.
And we know how rotten a 1-cylinder is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but these are balanced rotationally. Like you spin them on a crankshaft balancer and you balance the assembly, but it's from the impulses of the combustion that cause the vibration. I don't know. Yeah, 3-cylinder, you would have lack of power stroke overlap and the imbalanced firing issue. You'd have the issues this engine has with the issues that a 4-cylinder has. Yeah, it's amazing 3 cylinders exist. There you go.
There's the answer right there.
I think it's propaganda for big Audi and VW so they keep other manufacturers from making the Lord's best sounding engine, the inline 5 turbo. I think we found the answer.
Is this a 7-tooth or a 58-tooth?
58.
When did they introduce that in the 5-cylinder?
They've always been 58 from the beginning.
I wonder why the 6s were 7-tooth. Probably because they were first.
It was a carryover from the 60-degree V6. It's the same crankshaft pattern as or crank trigger as a 60-degree.
Geo Metro Turbo time. Sony's been watching Richard Holdner.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what kind of questions do folks have?
Big Audi. Mm-hmm. Yep. GM 60-degree DIS and the 2.2, 2.5 4-cylinder all have the 6+1 offset wheel. It was a TPU unit and ignition module thing. Yeah, that's the same trigger that the 4200 had. Volvo should have furthered their 5-cylinder engineering because they make great 5-cylinders too. I'm sure they do. All right. I need to torque these
Yeah,
before I forget.
Double check all your torques. That one's torque.
This one gets a lower.
Smaller bolt or less length?
Smaller bolt.
Got the 6mm.
Yep.
You put the 10 or 8mm at the top.
Yeah.
Bolts into the head, and the lighter engine had the 8.
Yep. All right. From a firing perspective, that makes sense. The 4200 and V6 have the same tooth to firing time, so makes perfect sense to do that. Yep. Even though they did convert it to 58 tooth later on down the road. All right.
Sprockets tight.
Yep. Did that earlier.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to go get the valve cover another coat of paint because it's going to need it.
So you're gonna put a fancy valve cover on this thing.
Uh-huh. Still live. Nice. Yep.
Yep.
Hoping to get the balance shaft delete kit in this thing, but it's getting a little late here. I was hoping to get that done today. Gold-plated valve cover, yeah. I normally tighten these front plug things just with a channel locks because it's so easy for the center bit to strip out. I don't even bother trying to tighten it with that. It's just they strip out so easily.
Do you put any goop on them?
Nope, they have an O-ring.
Just going off feel, huh?
Yeah. Click. Alright, I'm gonna go give him another coat.
All right, I'll answer questions.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Nobody put any comments in the chat at all. No comments. Friday is Calvin's birthday. So if you tune in on Friday, everybody surprise him, say 11 o'clock. Everybody just barrage him with happy birthdays and don't tell him I said so. So nobody put a comment. Just remember, Friday is Calvin's birthday. All right. What other dirt can I give on Calvin? All right, guys. Any questions? Not nearly as entertaining as Calvin is. I get that. It is on. Yes, it is. Cover's getting painted. He's got a couple things in the bottom end, the button up. Yeah. Helps selling the place. Anybody watching live in a garage right now? What you working on? What size turbo's going on? I think he's gonna put a 75 on it. He wanted to do an 80. I don't think that's wise to do at this point. You going with the 75 millimeter turbo?
Yeah. Okay.
75. This project you learned the most from in the time of hot rodding. Oh my goodness. Probably my 1950 Studebaker that I had back in the 80s. I had a 283, 30 over, 13 to 1. It would rev. I would shift it at 8,200. And I tried everything to try and get that thing to go in 11. And the best I could ever do was a 1201 at 100 and, what was that thing? 115, which, you know, in hindsight, it was amazing how heavy that was, and I didn't even realize it. The car that I learned the most, yeah, that would be the most. My 54 Chevy that I had, that was my first engine rebuild. That was the first time I had a rebuilt tranny. I had a 68 Chevelle for a while there that I learned how to do body work on. I learned how not to do body work on. But I've learned a lot on every single car, but I'd say that the early ones were the most educational. You know, back in that day, everybody went to the track. It was, you would go down to the racetracks And, that's where everybody that was a little bit older than me, I was very fortunate. I got introduced, and a lot of older guys realized that I was a pretty good wrench. And I got to work on an old pro stock car back in 77, 78. I was able to spin wrenches on that car. It was a one of the original pro stock cars that ended up getting sold off to a guy who bracket raced it. Got to work on a lot of original real steel cars, fuel injected Impalas, and I'm talking very low production cars. The Buick program was developing in the mid 80s, just before the Stage 2 block was introduced. I had a chance to work on that. But one of the big learning values that I got out of early hot rodding is I would touch everything. I had a 289 hypo in a Falcon. I had an Olds rocket that I was able to make run really consistent. I had a 350 powered Monte Carlo, a 70 that was a land rocket. That thing, that was before I learned how to rebuild rears. So those cars were luxury liners, and it had 256 rear gears, and there was more than one occasion that that thing got the long legs on it. But yeah, I learned a lot from every single car. That 283 is what caused me to fall in love with small inch high RPM engines. To this day, I still remember racing that thing. I remember one time I almost went through a barn with it. I was out showing off in it, and it had 482 rear gears and turbo 400 with a 4,000 stall converter. And my cousin wanted to go for a ride, and I thought I was going to scare the tar out of him. And I not only scared the tar out of him, but I had to clean up my skivvies too, because that thing, I punched it and it took off, and I had it, and then it went, and I went off the side of the road and into a ditch and out of the ditch, and right beside the ditch was this barn, and I almost went through it, but I got, as it went up the other side of the ditch, I was able to steer it away and get back up on the road. And I just continued down the road like it was no big deal, but inside I was falling apart, and my cousin about pooped his skivvies. Oh my, I forgot about that. All right. Let's see. I think most of these questions and comments are for you, bud.
Okay.
I don't think the old man's old stories do much.
Bet they do more than you think.
That, or they're all still laughing, falling on the floor.
All right. I asked earlier when Calvin was assembling the pistons, have you ever tried the abradable coating for pistons? Steve Morse mentioned trying them in one of his videos. Would it benefit the Atlas stuff? I'm sure it would. We haven't tried it, but
What about piston knurling?
yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I'm not taking a side.
Tell the old man stories. We're here for it all.
There you go.
Oh my. Back in the day, I get to share these things now. People didn't have cell phones. You could get away with a whole lot more back then. We had favorite places where we raced, and there was one night I had this old Nova, Box Nova 64, 283, high winder. That thing would turn RPMs. And if I knew I had the guy beat, I would shift at 7,200. If I knew I had to work for it, I'd go to 7,700. And that thing was neat because when I finally sorted it out, when I first put it together, I didn't have the right gears in it. I had 308s, and that 283, it was dead off the line. And I swapped over to 410 gears, and I really worked hard on getting that carburetor to work, and you'd pop the hood, and everybody would assume that it was pretty much nothing. But I had those power pack heads ported out to the nth degree, and I ported the intake manifold, and I had a big CFM quadrajet on it, and I had spent hours getting that thing dialed in absolutely perfect. And I got in one night. I was out there east side of town, and I got into 26 races that night. I won every single one of the races. That was a good night. I won a lot of money that night, and you used to be able to get away with that kind of stuff because the closest house was a mile away, and you could see the cop leaving town because we were just far enough out of town that if you saw the right headlights, you knew what was going on. You could bail out in time, and nobody had cell phones. Nobody had, there was a couple guys who had CDs, but we had another favorite place, and a bunch of times I was the flag man, and I did that right up until one night at Nova and a Chevelle. When they both took off, they both broke traction, and they started to come together, and I'm standing there and I'm watching them, and then all of a sudden they spread apart and went around me, and I thought to myself, I'm not doing this again. That got my attention. I don't know if I flagged another race after that, but it was neat because big blocks were still very prevalent on the street. A lot of fun to watch some of those guys run that stuff. And I'm strongly against the street stuff today. There's too many cars. Cars are too fast. When 12-second cars were super fast, that was one thing. When guys started going into the low tens and trying to do it on the street, and then I watched a car run 9 that ran 9s make a full boogie pass on the street. It was time to get away from that scene, and I told the boys that if they put it on the street, I'm going to cut them off. You put it on the track, and I'll keep you in a car. And the boys honored that. I think a few times they sped a little fast on their 4-cylinder powered cars, but
we took
I
them
didn't
off
have to
jumps,
worry about
slowed down a few times.
didn't have to worry about them street racing. Jumped into the All right, so Sony shooting hearts. I'm not sure what that's all about.
I like the stories.
Ah. All right, let's see. Piston clearance question for you. You really jumped into 411 or higher. Well, yeah, when I figured out how to rebuild rears, and this is, you're going back now to 1980 is when I started rebuilding rear ends. And 482s were very common truck gears that you could put into, and Spicer rears and Dana rears had a lot of interchangeable parts, and that was the go-to rear was a Dana. The popularity of the 9-inch was growing at that time, but it wasn't the rage that it turned into through the mid-80s. So most guys, if you look at the older drag cars, you see a lot of Dana 60s. You see Dana 60s in the a lot of the old funny cars, and they replaced the Olds rears. The Olds rear guys were still very heavily involved, But the Chevy guys were always trying to use 12 volts. And I had gotten turned on by a magazine article to the 10 volts, that the 8.5 10 volts. And, you know, physically, other than the axle spline, they were actually stronger than the 12 volts. So, and they were easier to come by. And then when the 9 inches came along, I remember rebuilding my first 9-inch, and that was 514. Oh my goodness, I put a set of 514s into my 56 Chevy, and that thing was cool. The first time I took it out, I had a 4-speed in it, and it was all the wrong gear because you couldn't dump the clutch and shift fast enough because that thing would be right on the rev limiter right away. But that was 1983 when I rebuilt my first 9-inch, and it was cool. It was a nodular iron Daytona retainer, and so I take it out. I'm back out of the driveway, and nobody's around, and I put the clutch in, and I'm at that thing, and I let the clutch fly, and that thing went straight up in the air. It was all I could do to hold on to that thing. And, it goes up in the air, takes off, and then the next thing you know, you're on the rev limiter, and it's like, wait a minute. And that was when I started learning about close ratio and wide ratio transmissions, because it was a wide ratio transmission with a 514 rear gear, and, dumping the clutch at probably 6,500. And it hit $7,000 like instantly, and as soon as it hits the nose of the rev limiter, your nose is headed for the steering wheel. And after I got out of it and drove it down the road, turned around, came back, I was laughing my head off, just happy as a lark that nobody saw that idiotic maneuver. So him saying cars getting so fast makes me think how far it's come. 12 used to be. 12-second cars are still fast. But in today's standard, people have become, cars drive so easy you don't get in trouble like you used to. Back in the day, you'd be out there on your bias ply tires, and you'd feel a car starting to go, and it would start scrubbing into those tires, and you knew you were going too far. And today with radials, you just don't have that same sense, and everything's so much more quiet and smooth. And in the day when you had to rely on radical solid lifter cams instead of modern technology, you really, I remember seeing the first 10-second streetcar. I was up in New York. We were out at Staley's Beach, and a guy with a Hemi showed up, and he always kept his hood shut. Nobody had ever seen the thing. And don't you know, there was a fire under his hood. He whipped his hood open, and there was about 50 of us that just dove on that car looking to see what was under the hood. And he had a Hemi and a Barracuda, and that was wild. But he had a legit 10-second streetcar, and that would have been 78, 79. That would have been 79 or 80. But everything back in those days was, 13 seconds. A big block was typically a 14 to 13 second car. And when guys started running 12s and 11s, that was a big deal. Because most of the street squirrels were funded by their own pocketbooks. I remember seeing guys starting to make 11s regular, and then when 10s became the norm, that's when, that was a leap. 9-second street, yeah, you can buy a 9-second streetcar today. It's crazy. That new Tesla Plaid. We took one out. Calvin and I had the chance to drive one,
I just rode in it. I didn't drive it. I
Oh,
was
that
like,
was-
I don't want to drive
I
it.
thought you drove it too.
No, I said I do not want to drive your car. I don't want to.
Well,
I don't need to.
I made enough runs on that thing to just about wear a normal car out. I was blown away how fast that was. And he had been at the track, what was it, 2 weeks before, and he had run a 9-1 with the car.
Yeah.
And that's insane that that kind of power is available to a novice driver.
It was fast.
Yep.
Hit the throttle a couple times for me.
Yeah. My 427 LS turbo motor revs 8,400. Ooh, I love it. Chicks. 9,000 RPMs is high. Now, 427 LS turbo motor is no laughing matter. That is serious potential right there. Anything that turns 8,400 and that many cubic inches is going to be a power monster. Yep, 10-second quarter miles get you into 130. You know, it's funny. You look at this wagon, we made jokes about it from when Calvin first put it together. It was, what was it, the 7th or 8th pass that it put on before it finally ran a 10 because everything had been in the 9s.
Yeah.
The car came out of the box and ran 9:37 the first day, first time it hit the quarter mile. And, you know, we had done a little bit of eighth mile testing and the car was fast. And, but yeah, this car has more 9-second passes on it than most people can count. And, everything that's been put in it has either gone 9s or, that engine over there that he pulled out was 8s. And, yeah, kind of a neat reality that, power is so easy to make these days. It's the hard part's harnessing it. Pistons get real heavy at over 8,000 RPMs. True. Go back a little bit. Lifters, okay. Nice. Someone made titanium valves, spring retainers. Calvin already has those, and we're going to go into version 2.
This engine, actually.
Yes, there's titanium retainers in this engine. Version number 2 is going to be created relatively soon. And we're working with some other manufacturers on parts that are going to make this a more durable, comprehensive package.
Yep. I figure it's time to start testing them out. So we're in this engine.
Yep. So small block Ford. Yep. Love the small block Fords. They are very fun, especially the short deck engines. You know, you've got a very short connecting rod, a very short push rod, and that just makes everything so much more stable. There is way too much focus on connecting rod ratio. You know, you look at a modern pro stock engine, they have shortened the deck and shortened the stroke as much as they could so that they could make the push rod as short as possible to make it possible to run the 10,000 RPMs and have everything reliable. So the modern pro stock engine, it actually has the head deck down below where some of the front accessories bolt onto it, and a very short stroke. But, you know, reading an article that Buddy Morrison wrote, he talked about, you know, the connecting rods and the weights and the weight of the connecting rod and all of that kind of stuff. And he basically said that, you know, stop focusing on rod ratio and just worry about the stability of the parts. And, you know, connecting rods are a throwaway item. So, you know, part of the risk of the radical rod ratios was always the fear of wearing out the rods and, you know, all the speed of the things happening. And you look at these silly things, and they got a 6-inch rod with a 4-inch stroke. You're talking about some crappy geometry, and yet we run these things, you know, 8,000 RPMs and go to the drag and drive, and survive all week. For, you know, drive for a week, race for a week, and they're very capable. And yeah, the Ford, the small block Ford that was referenced earlier is another one of my favorites. What I'm hoping to do in the future is I want to do a 60 over 289 and turn that thing to the moon. All right. That motor made so much power and sounded so good. Yeah. 360 cubic inch. Are you, which? Oh, must be that's the small block Ford. Got it. Okay. Rod ratio, 8 pistons, 8 rods, 1 crank. I'm gonna quote that. That is, I like that. What's your rod ratio? 1-to-1. 1 piston to rod to 1 crank. That's funny. We've made so far today. Is this thing going to fire tomorrow? No, but it may fire up on, what do you think?
Sunday. If you can get it done on Sunday, I think that would be a heck of an effort.
Yep. So you still are going to modify the oil pan?
No, Atlas Industries is sending this one.
Oh, wow.
So just working on that, I think right now.
Oh, that's cool. Eric is to the rescue. I'm still cracking up. Rod ratio, 8 pistons, 8 rods. Okay, so the oil pan, good, and then we got to fit up that pilot that adjusted correctly. I saw you got the 1-inch spacer. Thank you. Who was it that
TRRH, which he probably hates my guts now, but thanks for the help. Ever shows his face in the comments again, I want to send him a t-shirt.
Yeah. Will you supercharged Atlas coming next year? Oh, wait a minute. Yes, a supercharged Atlas is in the future, and how far along are you on designing that bracket?
I mean, like prototype stage, like not
Okay.
even something I can talk about yet.
Okay. So we've got multiple possibilities on what that's going to look like, from a root style supercharger to a centrifugal. We got 2 big centrifugals, and we're going to have to talk about where we go with that. But with all the other projects that we have, it's kind of down on the list because we've got to get the red Camaro done, the Studebaker done, get the VK project done. And then we'll start talking about, and finish this up, and then we'll start talking about, the 57's got to get finished up. So we got 5 projects that'll get finished up. We've got this will be a busy winter. And then we'll figure out what makes sense on the supercharged Atlas. I know there's somebody already working on developing one, and it's very cool. Now you're just showing off.
Yeah, well, Nate wanted me to show Caleb.
Ah, okay.
That's
All
his
right.
brother.
All right. I found the bell housing spacer. If you go back to chat day 1, time mark. So, okay, Griffin, Hamilton.
Okay. All right. Can you? Because Nate said it was GRRH. Okay. I'm gonna fact check you. Let me take a picture of that message. If you're indeed the person, did you see my email earlier? I mean, I could just send you a T-shirt too, but
10 rib drive. Send me pulley dimensions. I would be happy to make a pulley. I have profile tools. Ooh. Sean Collins.
yeah, just send me an email there, and we'll that way I at least don't lose you. That's .com, not com. Yeah. All right. So we got the front cover on.
Okay, so the Sarton brothers, it may have been him, maybe, or whatever, just made more noise. I just want credit where it's
Yes.
due.
Same. Yeah. Whoever that was, I would like to send them a T-shirt because it was helpful. And the bell housing spacer is here.
Did you shut that off?
Yes. That's why.
All right.
Thanks, Caleb.
I am about to climb in the car and make 2 of the sheet metal templates that I've been dreading for months. So if nobody's got a question for dear old dad, I'm going to step over there in about 2 minutes and start making more templates because I want to get both of those pieces welded in tonight.
Okay.
So,
All right. We are going to attempt to do the balance shaft delete kit. And
you're going to need help.
yeah, maybe.
Dad or somebody laughing at you.
Yeah, I haven't even really eyeballed that yet.
This is different than the way I thought it was. I thought the camshaft or the balance shaft that had the oil that ran through it was the right one.
The driver's side.
It's the driver's. Okay, so I had it backwards. Oh, that one's already in. Oh, no, it's not. Okay.
We gotta remove the bearings. Install these block off plugs.
That's going to be fun.
And I have a cam bearing installation / removal tool that I have to run and grab.
You need to stand this thing straight up and
Excuse.
down.
That was my plan.
Okay.
All right.
So, how do you want it? You got everything on the front that we can just stand it up?
I think so. I mean, I got a few bolts left, but the sealed up.
Okay.
Enough for me. So I was gonna lift it off this thing, and should we show off the valve cover first? It's probably dry enough that I could show it to you guys.
Yeah, it looked like crap without that intake bolted on too.
Yeah, well, we could put that on too.
John, we see that you didn't send them your send them. chunk of wood. I'm about to make a whole bunch of noise here, guys. You got chunks of wood, or do you want me to grab chunks of wood?
You could grab them. All right, guys. Here's the reveal. Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. All right, there it is. Eh? Eh? Hey, look at that. Eh? Screen. Yeah, looks good. You guys picked the color. Wait, I thought you were going with magenta. Dun, 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 dun. Look at that. That's an engine right there. That is what you call an engine. Yep, that's thumbnail material right there. All right, come on, give a thumbs up, Dad. I have the car in the background. All right. Perfect. I got a thumbnail. That'll be tomorrow. Actually, I should actually like take a picture. Actually, I'll do it this way. I got it. I got it. I got it. I'm gonna hide this for just a second. Your chat. All right. Chat is going to disappear for just a moment. Start recording. All right. I'm actually going to capture this because this is going to be the thumbnail for tomorrow. Perfect. Okay. You guys get to see a little behind the magic. That color Milodon gold. Yeah, I mean, sure. I don't know, it's just gold wheel paint. All right. Let's just use the crane. I don't feel like wrestling it. Okay. All right, gotta take the valve cover off. Sorry, guys. We'll put it on later. I got new gaskets and all kinds of stuff for it, so. Set it right there. All right, cool. Your mic's off. Okay. Alien intake. There you go. Put
What,
my
no singing like John Travolta?
Where did
What
my...
is this thought process behind autocross rallying a wagon Fairmont? Just saying.
Why not?
Yeah, no comment.
Trying to find the chain.
Yeah, I thought I had it hanging here,
Yeah.
but I don't see it.
Had it earlier.
In the building.
Yep. Where'd I put the chain, guys? I can't get back there. Gotta be here somewhere.
What's with all this blue paint?
Blue paint.
Yeah.
There it is. Over here. Alright. I gotta find the bolts. Alright, so we started our journey off with almost not being able to get all the broken head bolts off out of the engine. Last left-hand drill bit. And then
You were gonna lose the shop?
we almost lost the shop. What was the other thing that we almost ran out of?
Gold paint? Leave it a little longer. Or are you gonna make the... Alright, somebody tighten that up.
Alright. Progress.
Come on.
Alright, so the last thing that we have to do with this engine is the balance shaft delete kit.
Okay, you are under the leg. There you go.
And show you what that involves in a second.
Hold on.
We're going to lower the engine down on the ground and put it on end so that we can have easier access to it.
Hold on. Hold on. You got that? See the other side okay?
Nope. So,
Give it a couple pumps. And then
are they 2-volt main? Yes. Not retaining near as much force as a V8, so 4-volt main is
that's
simply not required.
good enough. Maybe a little. There you go.
Okay, so
Wanna go get your tool? I'll take this apart.
all right, I'll be back.
That's not gonna be fun. That looks like just gets driven in.
Okay, I have never used this tool before. I don't even know how it works. But, you know, best time to learn is when you're live on the internet to 154 people, right? Right, guys? Right. Yeah.
Hardest part's gonna be getting your fingers around that crankshaft and all that stuff to try and access the window.
Yep. Where did it go? Okay. This side is literally just the one, right? Or no. This is just it. So this literally is pounded in there.
Yeah.
So let's get you guys in here close and show you.
That's cool that he's got it marked which side goes in first.
Yep.
That's cool. Now,
Um,
you're gonna have to put your fingers down here in this cavity here and see if there's some way to pull that bearing out. This one won't be so bad. Well,
Yeah. So this side of the crank, so the oil travels back through this galley, however you say it, right there. And it shoots off as it goes down to the various locations down inside of here to lubricate the bearings where the balance shaft rides. Then the oil shoots off down here and comes into this cavity right here. And then the oil travels down the center of the balance shaft on this side and sprays out the sides. So with this side, it's super duper easy to delete this oil passage. You literally just put this plug in and it blocks off the passageway. On this side, it has individual feeds for each of those bearings, so we need to block off all three of them. So first we need to get the bearings themselves out that the factory installs down inside of there. So to do that, we are going to use this tool right here. So I guess we should show off the kit that guys at Badlands Industries has developed. It's basically these four components right here. And that will delete this and the three passages over here. Now when we install these, I'm going to put some green Loctite on it. This is meant to seal off and make sure that things stay in location. It's called retaining compound. So we're going to use some of this in order to keep those in place. So we really don't want these rattling loose, obviously. So, all right, let's get started. I believe there's windows in there that you can pull the bearings out.
no.
Okay, so do you have to pull them out?
We need to figure out how to pull the second one out. Unless
I thought there was windows.
there are. And it's this side. Like here's the window.
Yep.
And then this window's too small.
Okay, do we have to
Then
destroy
this window's bigger, but it doesn't look big enough. So,
Alright.
and should not be, nope. There's none there.
Okay. So I guess let's do the easy one to start with, just to get a feel for it.
Yep.
So I'm going to put some green Loctite on this guy.
No. Oh, you're talking about that side, sorry.
Yeah.
We need to figure out how to get... Okay, this expands out when you tighten it. Now we got to figure out how to tighten it.
There's probably instructions in there. Who needs them, right? Who needs the instructions? Right?
Ooh, this is not gonna be fun.
Alright, so start off, put a slight chamfer on this thing to help you get the thing in there, which is nice of them. Okay, what is wrong with this? I need to poke a hole.
Bite the end off.
Cap up in here. You have to,
You're a knucklehead, you know that.
Why?
You're doing this live, and you've never done this before.
What's worse can happen? Right?
Just knock them into that first chamber. They're not going to go anywhere.
Okay. Just let them dangle around in there.
Yeah.
Ow.
Is there a 1, 2, 3 in this?
I don't know.
We need to measure them.
That was fun. All right. You ever use green Loctite?
No.
It smells funny.
I don't need that much, do you?
Uh-oh. Just use bearing driver for that one. Poked myself pretty good with the Ratchel. That's okay. Oh, all right, here we go. You're crooked. One more. Perfect. Yes, I probably didn't need near as much of that green Loctite as what I just used. Take the excess away. Yeah, it looks like that did the trick. Cool. Are you going to update the Atlas Wiki with information on the build / building the i5? Yeah, probably. Much as I love the 5-cylinder, still a VR6 loyalist. Hey, more power to you. No pressure. Yes. Yes.
Hold on.
I would assume the smallest one would be the furthest forward.
Correct.
So, how do we pull them out?
603.
Let's read the instructions. I know.
640. 657. No. 557. 650. No. 657. 632. All right, so 1, 2, 3. And it's visible.
I guess we should probably verify that. Let me go grab. Do we have those balance shifts? Where were they? Let's just make sure it's not meant to like pound into. Yeah. So here you go. These are the
Wobble sticks.
Yeah. Here's your balance shaft. Junk. Let's just make sure they're not designed to have the bearings in there or whatever. That you indeed have to pull them out.
Yes. 432.
So definitely have to pull it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
460. 651. Hold on. 650. 1.652 Ah, there's no bearing in the back one. So this one goes in the back.
Right.
So
Yeah, it goes just right here.
yeah.
Yep.
All right.
All right. So, does this? Do you have the right? Oh, you already pulled out the one we need. So this. So this. I just ruined it. Okay, so this goes in here, or I bet it goes the other way. Maybe. I bet it goes.
Why don't you read the
this.
instructions?
I was starting to, and then they weren't very descriptive.
I know, no pictures. You were lost.
Yeah, pretty much. If there aren't pictures, I can't figure it out.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I put it on backwards. Yeah, so it's supposed to go on the other way. All right, all right, right. Yeah, this is in Spanish. So,
You know why?
why is that?
Because LS guys don't put camshaft bearings on.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't need to. This is a tool that an LS guy would never ever use. Because they don't look at the cam bearings, right? Never look at the cam bearings. Why on earth would you do that?
It almost looks like you have to drive them out going down.
I
Then we
think
gotta
you
figure out
just
how to fish
screw
them out.
this, and this makes friction, and it expands out.
Right.
But yeah, it almost looks like you drive it out.
You're gonna have to.
Measure the diameter on that. Is that right? Usable?
No.
No? Smaller one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So here's, I guess, what's gonna have to happen is drive it out, and then we'll figure out how to take it out.
Yeah. Does anybody
Top-
know how to use a camshaft bearing removal tool? Can you pull it out, or do you have to push it out?
You gotta push it out. This is no way to hammer.
Yeah, unless you have a slide hammer. And this might be able to grab onto it. You know, I don't know if you can like hook this around the other end of it and.
Doubt it.
Sure to line up the segments.
That'll capture the audience attention.
Mhm. Sure to place the nylon centering cone. Okay.
That's for what you put in there.
Right. Screw the expander assembly
Into the thing you're installing. That's how you grab it so you can fish it. I'm curious as to whether that thing's going to fit through the hole.
These are not very good instructions.
Well, they're in Spanish. Yeah, that's what I was talking.
No, there's a whole
Okay.
thing.
I'm not liking that. That's your smallest one?
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, you're probably supposed to do with this with the crankshaft outside of the engine. But somebody already assembled this thing. I don't know how this is supposed to work. You're supposed to like, I would assume it grabs and then it doesn't grab.
It just needs to be the same size.
So,
The grabby part is when you're installing it.
okay, right. And then you should be able to unscrew it. So we should be able to pound these out.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, once that gets pushed out, we need to figure out how we're going to fish it out.
Yeah. So the window there, I think we can just.
Yeah, I think we're going to end up just crushing it and then fish it out this way.
Okay.
Because
All right. So let's get them out of here. Start with that. All right. Super long tool.
could have just put the end on it.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna try and do it without pulling the crank. So here we go.
Grab the big hammer.
Moving. Where's the light? Yep, it's moving. Yep, it's moving. Yep. Okay, keep going.
All right, get the big hammer.
Okay, it's out.
All right, now just turn that thing sideways. Get a long screwdriver. Get a long screwdriver.
See my feeder?
No.
And push it off to the side.
And this off to the side.
Let's see.
Oh, your fingers are over there.
See my finger?
No, your head's in the way.
Flashlight.
Okay. Oh, darn it. Give it for a second.
Do we have more flashlights?
I don't know what happened to them. All right, right there.
Did you get it?
No, but it's in a position where we can squeeze it, and then we hook it and bring it up.
Okay. You running yet? Nope.
Here.
Working on it.
Mhm.
Doing the balance shaft delete kit right at the moment.
Hold that light
Oh, that's right.
and mallet.
Alright, Dad's trying to crush it.
All right, that should come up. I think. No, it's not crunched enough. Come on. That sucker does not want to play nice.
No, it doesn't. Easier. Should be able to just slide it out.
Well, it's right next to the hole. So,
Ooh, there's no axis.
that's what I was saying.
Yeah, you pretty much have to crush it.
That's
Yeah, you're right.
okay. You can say that twice, you know.
So we just have to take the bearing and crush it so that we can pull it up out the top. There is no way to get it out through the side. Even if we took the crankshaft out, there's just no way getting it out. Yeah, we're trying to do the balance shaft delete kit, so it involves
And then assemble
these
that.
guys right here. And so Dad is trying to take the balance shaft bearing, which we just pounded out, put it on end, and then crush it so that we can pull it out the top.
I need. Well, I don't want to go that way. Let me have. There. Now I got it. I need a brain.
What?
I need a brain.
Oh, well, I don't know if I can help with that. I could use one of them too.
You know, the guy who manufactures this thing is laughing his head off right now. Battery's going, why did I get involved with that idiot? There we go. They have, yep. Okay, hold that right there. There we go.
Budging. Yep, you got it.
Okay, grab a piece of welding wire.
Okay.
You don't want it to go to the bottom.
All right, now we're going to use a piece of welding wire and a hook. Going to hook onto it. We're going to pull it out. Going fishing. Going fishing. All right, guys. Going fishing.
You don't want a bigger hook than that, I think.
Nope. This will work just fine. Got it.
Okay, ready?
We got a big one, guys. We got a big one.
All right. That's the easy one.
All right. That's one.
Okay, that one's going to go all the way to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
That is not going to be fun.
Yeah, the bearing actually looks in pretty good shape as far as like.
We saved this thing from utter disaster.
It nearly
50
cost
more
us our
horsepower
lives.
doing this.
Nearly cost us our lives.
We almost lost the shop.
Yeah, we almost lost the shop.
Okay, hold on a second. So how much horsepower? Has anybody determined, really, how much horsepower is lost driving those shafts?
Well, they were actually talking about that earlier.
Okay.
The Badland Industries guys were actually talking about it. They think it's 10 to 15 horsepower.
I was going to say probably 20. I would say 5 for every bearing. Okay, so about 30. Swing low, sweet chariot. You know you're crooked. Brand new, freshly rebuilt engine.
Can you put the light down in there? Ow!
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that hurt.
Black eye.
No.
Oh,
No.
that's not good.
Uh-huh. Gotta go fishing again.
Yeah, but don't lose any of the pieces.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You have to flip this thing over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's just flip it over. I've really done it now. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna lose pieces. Yeah, we're losing pieces.
Can we get magnet, or can we get the vacuum in there?
Can you hold this? Yeah, worst case, we just flip it over. It's not a huge deal.
Yeah, we're just gonna go sideways when we flip it.
Yeah, hold this here. Yeah, all the way at the bottom. Okay, that's the hard part to get out. Okay, did we get the bearing out? No, I didn't think it was working. Okay. So, is that magnetic? Are these magnetic? Yes. Okay. Oh. One. Two. I don't know where the other pieces went. Here they are. One. And there's the other one. Okay. Let's try that again.
Okay, before you do,
I don't think I had it expanded out enough.
well, it's driven down a good ways.
Slide hammer them out. There's no way to grab a hold of them. That's the problem. But we got one of them out, so we're just gonna repeat the process, I think. What was that, Dad?
Looks like it's gone down a good 1/8 of an inch.
Yeah, I didn't think it was moving.
Oh, you've got a camera.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm hitting up against the back stop. That's out. Okay. Found it out. Oh.
Where'd the light go?
There it is. Come out?
Nope.
Nope.
Wasn't tight enough.
Yep. That's the hard part. Figuring out if it's tight enough. We're getting there, guys. Finally caught in. Nice, I finally caught this in action. Yep. Yep. Okay. All right, here we go. Good job. That's the hard part of this is figuring out how big is too big. Just the tighter. Did it again. Maybe once I
have
get it
anything
down in
bigger.
there, I tighten it. Try to tighten it.
Once it goes in, then tighten it. Yep.
Right. Yep, just pushes right through. And now it's back down there. Yep, but it's before. So if I I'm sure this is great to watch. Guys are watching us struggle. Okay, I got it back out. Take it this is the balance shaft elite. It is. And it is.
It's no wonder you guys get some. Yeah. I've been working since 4 this morning. I don't even have a clue what time it is. Tell me when you want it to spin.
It's 8:03.
Is there any way to get a wrench on that thing?
No.
I'm gonna turn it slow. I don't want to pinch your finger.
Down here. They just don't give you any room to do anything.
So get a solid puck. You're driving it out.
Yep.
Just drive the puck down.
Of course it fell off.
Of course it fell off. You can fish it. Just grab the magnet. Start sucking the center out. You aren't getting that lucky.
I did it earlier.
Don't kid yourself.
I did. Okay. All right. Whew. Come on out, buddy. Come on. 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 Yeah. Okay. All right. Got the tool out.
All four?
So, what you're saying is to just get.
See if you can get a solid puck that fits that one.
Okay. Ah. Try it again. Try it again. Got it? Now, instead of using this tool, because we really can't get a wrench in there to try and tighten this thing up, just going to use a solid hook. So I need to find a bolt that matches this.
I might just use this one.
I guess I can. Just don't want it to fall out.
Yeah, just take that off.
Yeah, it doesn't really come off. It's got a tapered feature on there.
It's rubber. You can pull one piece at a time out.
It is 1/2 inch 13.
1/2 inch 13.
Yeah,
Just make sure it's a shorty.
it is. Tighten it. Okay, here we go. And yeah. It's out.
All right, now. Is there an access hole down here? Nope. All right, so we got to stand it up, crush it, and then fish it.
All right.
That or we could just leave it in there.
Yeah, just let it tumble around in there.
No.
Sure, it'll make all kinds of racket.
Let's wait. Okay, where's Steve?
Got it. However, all right, answering questions. Yeah, it's because the engine.
Oh, I got it on the first try.
Got it.
Not yet. Oh. Not sure. Don't do that. Hit it hard. Again. Oh yeah. Get it? About to find out. Ah. It came. Yes.
Got it.
I think so.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, it's crushed. Come here, buddy.
See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
All right, now we just bloop. There we go. We got it, guys.
All right, so
Cool.
I'm going to remeasure these, but I'm sure this is number one. When we put that in, we're going to measure how wide this is. We're going to mark this, and we're only going to go that far, driving it in. That way it's centered up.
Okay.
Okay. Now you're going to figure out how this tool works. Because what's going to happen is you're going to tighten it up, and it's going to grab that.
Yep.
So, when we get to the top, we're going to go 880.
Got it? Okay.
So get your tool.
Okay. First thing. Where's the other? There's the other. Okay.
Poor guy who sold you this thing is going, oh my god, these people are retarded.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, not the size.
No, no,
No,
no,
don't try.
I do not.
All right,
May have to do it.
the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. This thing.
Yep.
I'm digging.
You know when I bought that thing?
But this thing?
The seal driver kit that we're using?
No.
I bought that. I was 16 years old. 15. I was 15. It was 79. I bought that in 79. Hold on. You're upside down, I think. No. You want the one with the taper.
Okay. Like this.
What's that? There you go. And then to hold that on, just get a wad of grease.
Is this okay?
That won't work. Oh, yeah, well.
Like that? Is that okay?
Could trim it down in the lathe real quick.
Alright, modifying tools, guys.
Again.
Papa Nelson with the clutch.
And then get grease. Because I need to get this out. I need that.
Okay, getting there. Getting there. Grease. Just like that. Oops. Oops. Okay. Oh. Ooh. We've reduced ourselves to just grunting and monkey noises on the stream.
What's the matter?
Talking to the stream.
Oh.
Oh. Yee. Yee ho ho. printing noises. Shakers. You could. You'd have to drill up into the block.
Just let that run for a minute.
Yeah, you'd have to do some stuff. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Think so. Mm. Once, yeah, once this is blocked off, that's it. Okay, that's it. Ready? Again. Check. Me too. We're about to install the hard side. We already did that one there. We just have to do the three over here, which we have successfully moved these two things on. Well, I do. Close, guys. Get close. Have a completed fab suit. Ah, almost. Yep. Basically we're just they're not new bearings, they're custom made blanks that have no oil holes in them. We're going to coat them in green Loctite, which is retaining compound. That will effectively block off the oil passage. Get rid of all that junk. Oh, goodbye. Oh, probably improving this platform alive, great engine. I drive around a 3.5 H3. Let's go on to the hardest part. So there's dang, 3 bolts, flywheel. Wow. Oh, you mean putting the flywheel bolts in? So just go 196 and have perfect primary and secondary balance. These have perfect primary and secondary balance as well. But from the impulses of the crankshaft, causing the crankshaft to turn into a teeter-totter, then it starts to get a little bit of vibration. Yeah, it's an impulse to the crankshaft problem, which I guess technically, yeah, that would be perfect. But whatever. Oh, man. That is modifying the tool so that we can hold modifications over there. Audio. Hey, Dad, could you turn your microphone off? It's focused. I'm gonna turn this off. Okay. Is that better? All right. Is that better? How's that? Is that better? Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Yeah, you should be able to hear me. Yep. Cool. Yeah, so Dad is modifying a tool right now so that we can put in the new blanked off bearing things. Yeah, sorry, brain. Tired. Want to finish 5-cylinder. Reduced 2 runts. Ugh. Got 133 in here with us still. We're getting close to being done. I really wanted to get this thing wrapped completely up so that we'll pretty much just need the oil pan and then it can drop into the car. We got our bell housing spacer. So this was one of our hurdles on day number 1 was figuring out that we needed. I am not on camera. I'm showing Dad on the lathe. Doink. Now you can see me. Well, not yet. So this is something that just came in the mail. 1-inch bell housing spacer. So that was one of the hurdles that we figured out day 1. So now that we have that, we just need to extend the dowels. Yeah, I had it a second ago. Now I don't know. There it is. And where's this tall, skinny thingy that makes pounding grunt? Ow. Kabam. Uh-huh. Kit will come with an installation tool, but it looks like you guys got it handled. Yes. The Dad is gonna coat the bearing press tool, whatever thing, words. My brain doesn't work. Been at it since 7:30.
Gosh,
I know. So 13 hours, you know, just a 13-hour day. Probably will turn into 14.
all right.
Sounding tired. Did you work all day? Yes. Yeah, we started streaming at 10, but I've been working since 7:30 because I was preparing for the stream. Ow.
What's the green stuff?
It's retaining compound. Makes it so it doesn't come out. Oh.
You, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Mm-hmm. So if we go. And we can hold it upside down without it falling out. Does. And stream ends, right? Right? No. No, we're going to figure it out.
I can get this done. Talk to Get to work.
Okay. Green stuff applied. Yeah. Okay, they're over there.
It's just touching.
Use this thing. And it won't fit. Okay, here we go. Come on. Come on. Where's the thing? Button. Here's the button.
Sure it's touching.
Nope. It's there. Mm-hmm. All right, Dad is marking the depth that I need to pound it to. That way we don't go too far. Probably okay if it's offset a tiny bit one way or the other, but just to be sure. Got your balance shaft elite kit? Yep. Okay, here we go. That it?
You're halfway.
Oh.
Inch. 50.
All right, that's number one for this side.
Speak at it.
Hey.
It's like we're professionals.
Mm-hmm. All right. Like, all right, which one's number two? Sure. Double check. Okay. Okay. There's grease.
I'm tired.
Over there. Over there. Green Loctite works good for round parts and expands when it hardens. There you go. Creatine helps with the ATP going to the brain too. Okay. The interference switch should allow the bushing to ever come out, but the retaining compound is extra insurance. Yeah, I'm looking for the extra insurance. So close, yet so far away. Nah, I think we're doing good, guys. Wipe that off, or you think we're good? Mm-hmm. There we go. Right? Good to me.
Good, Craig. You look like perfection now.
I don't think we need the grease for this one. All right.
Said that kid is really,
He's in the comments.
idiot's got a head.
He's been making comments this entire time.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, we hope we haven't let you down, dude.
Yeah. Seem to be. And answering people's questions about why we're doing this, that kind of stuff. You know.
Nice kid.
Uh-huh. It's good. Yeah. Good. Yep.
Ta done.
All right. Who's the guy? Badlands Industries.
Thank you, Badlands Industries.
Yes, sir.
You guys are pros.
We're no.
We're idiots who can weld.
Yeah. Just because it's, a little bit of redneck goes a long way. All right.
All right, so drove them out, pushed them in, crushed them, fished them out with the welding wire,
Uh-huh.
and we have proof.
Yeah.
And
All right.
all four are in.
That's it. I think we're going to call it a stream. I'm not going to do a Q&A session today. I'm sorry, guys.
What?
I'm tired. I hope you guys enjoyed. We're going to call it a day.
Yeah, so what we did to get them to be flush is we marked where the thing was and we drove it down, and that way we didn't push it in too far. We didn't want to guess while we were driving it, and worked out good. So when we stopped at the line, pulled it out, it looked perfect.
Yeah, it definitely helps to have a second set of eyes. This one, because It's nice to have somebody sitting down there going, keep going, keep going, keep going. You're good. You're good.
Awesome.
Okay, stop.
All right.
Definitely helpful.
Oh, cool. Somebody's doing a 250 inline.
Cool.
Just to be different. That is cool.
Awesome. I like it.
Balance shaft delete kit. Okay. Miller time. Oh, it is Miller time.
All right.
Need a camera, one that will follow me walking around in the shop, or a tripod. Yeah. And stuff to stay away from. You can handle that one. Okay,
Yeah.
no one complaining. Awesome channel. Did Calvin forget to leave the chat on? Uh-oh.
It's on.
Okay, yep. All right, good job, guys. Have a good night. Yeah. Big money, big money. No,
No whammy, no
maybe
whammy.
stop. I love the 5-speed. Yep. And the 4-bang 4-2. Yep. I need Badland dual light pod for. Okay.
Yeah.
When are
So
you guys going to do a 2.9 or we're going to do a 4.8 build, aren't we? Yeah,
at some point, yeah.
because that's what Mikey gave us.
Oh, 2.8.
All right, yeah, 2.8. That's what I meant to say. We got a 2.9 head that I picked up in New Jersey that had a bad short block and a good head, and then we've got a 2.8, and our goal is to take that and run land speed with it in the E class, F class,
G.
G.
Oh, wait,
my
F,
goodness.
F. No, F. G would be 2 liter. Yeah, it's F.
No, well,
Yeah, because E is 260, F is 183.
183, yeah. Yeah, so in the F class, we're going to run F class, Nivlak and Team Rocks. What happened to M Pops?
Yeah,
Mama Bear counts, so she's the team.
there you go.
All right. Coming up. All right,
Alright.
guys.
All right, so I'll get that gooped up and put the rear plate back on.
Okay, and I want to know what Badlands
Yeah.
really has to say.
Well, he said you guys rock, you're pros. He said that earlier.
That's what he says in public.
Yeah.
He's gonna send you an email flaming you.
Uh-huh.
What were you doing?
Yep. All right. Make sure you go check out Badlands Industries for the 5-cylinder balance shaft delete kit. I believe it'll work on the 4-cylinder as well. You can probably sound off in the comments if it does. If you want to support the channel, hit the link in the description. Go buy a t-shirt.
Did you put the determination shirt up
No,
for
I
sale
keep
yet?
forgetting.
What are you doing?
I know. I got to make a NivHack 57 shirt too.
Okay. So look for shirts for sale soon. My
Fire it
favorite
up.
right now is the determination shirt.
Yeah.
Calvin made it of the Sunbird with the parachute coming out, and he's got his orange helmet on that he won there. And it's a cool shirt because it connects a lot of connections to who we are and how hard these events are that we participate in. It was a marathon to get there. We were bolting and fixing stuff, loading the thing in the trailer, towed it 900 miles, and then raced all week. And you saw the saga of how that all went. So, all right, ha ha ha. Only complaint is on me. I didn't send the shirt in time. It'll be there tomorrow.
Sounds good. I'll put it on tomorrow if it shows up early enough. That might be a Saturday or a Friday shirt.
Yeah, there you go. It's
But-
you know what? You ought to do that for the Q&A session because you're gonna slime it up.
Yeah, I mean I'm gonna slime up anything I wear. That's pretty much my
You know your
MO.
mom bought you that T-shirt.
Yeah, well, it'll clean up.
Oh, Jimmy Crickets.
All right.
All right,
Call it
guys.
straight. See you guys tomorrow.